Servant of the Empire by Raymond E. Feist and Janny Wirtz. Dedicated to the memory of Ron Faust, always a friend. Chapter 1. Slave. The breeze died. Dust swirled in little eddies, settling grit over the palisade that surrounded the slave market. Despite the wayward currents, the air was hot and thick, reeking of confined and unwashed humanity, mingled with the smell of river sewage and rotting garbage from the dump behind the market. Sheltered behind the curtains of her brightly lacquered litter, Lady Mara wafted air across her face with a scented fan. If the stench troubled her, she showed no sign. The ruling lady of the Acoma motioned for her escort to stop. Soldiers in green enamelled armour came to a halt, and the sweating bearers set the litter down. An officer in a strike leader's plumed helm gave his hand to Mara, and she emerged from her litter. The colour in her cheeks was high. Lujan could not tell if she was flushed from the heat or still angered from the argument prior to leaving her estate. Jikan, the estate Hadonra, had spent most of the morning vigorously objecting to her plan to purchase what he insisted would be worthless slaves. The debate had ended only when she ordered him to silence. Mara addressed her first strike leader. "Lujan, attend me, and have the others wait here." Her acerbity caused Lujan to forego the banter that, on occasion, strained the limits of acceptable protocol. Besides, his first task was to protect her, and the slave markets were far too public for his liking. So his attention turned quickly from wit to security. As he watched for any sign of trouble, he reasoned that when Mara busied herself in her newest plan, she would forget Jikan's dissension. Until then, she would not appreciate hearing objections she had already dismissed in her own mind. Lujan understood that everything his mistress undertook was to further her position in the game of the council, the political striving that was the heart of Tsurani politics. Her invariable goal was the survival and strengthening of House Acoma. Rivals and friends alike had learned that a once untried young girl had matured into a gifted player of the deadly game. Mara had eluded the trap set by her father's old enemy, Jingu of the Minwanabi, and had succeeded with her own plot, forcing Jingu to take his own life in disgrace. Yet, if Mara's triumphs were the current topic of discussion among the Empire's many nobles, she herself had barely paused to enjoy the satisfaction of her ascendancy. Her father's and brother's deaths had taken her family to the brink of extinction. Mara concentrated on anticipating future trouble as she manoeuvred to ensure her survival. What was done was behind, and to dwell on it was to risk being taken unawares. While the man who had ordered the death of her father and brother was finally himself dead, her attention remained focused on the blood feud between House Acoma and House Minwanabi. Mara remembered the unvarnished look of hatred on the face of Desio of the Minwanabi as she and the other guests passed his father's death ceremony. While not as clever as his sire, Desio would be no less a danger. Grief and hatred now turned his motives personal. Mara had destroyed his father at the height of his power, while he hosted the warlord's birthday celebration in his own home. Then she had savoured that victory in the presence of the most influential and powerful nobles in the Empire as she hosted the warlord's relocated celebration upon her own estates. No sooner had the warlord and his guests departed Acoma lands than Mara had embarked on a new plan to strengthen her house. She had closeted herself with Jikan to discuss the need for new slaves to clear additional meadowlands from the scrub forests north of the estate house. Pastures, pens and sheds must be completed well before calving season in spring, so the grass would be well grown for the young Nidra and their mothers to graze. As Acoma's second-in-command, Lujan had learned that Acoma power did not rest upon her soldiers' loyalty and bravery, nor upon the far-held trading concessions and investments, but upon the prosaic and dull six-legged Nidra. They formed the foundation upon which all her wealth rested. For Akoma power to grow, Mara's first task was to increase her breeding herd. Lujan's attention returned to his mistress as Mara lifted her robe clear of the dust. Pale green in colour, the otherwise plain cloth was meticulously embroidered at the hem and sleeves with the outline of the Shatra bird, the crest of House Akoma. The lady wore sandals with raised pegged soles to keep her slippers clear of the filth that littered the common roadways. Her footfalls raised a booming, hollow sound as she mounted the wooden stair to the galleries that ran the length of the palisade. A faded canvas awning roofed the structure, shading Tsurani lords and their factors from the merciless sunlight. They could rest well removed from the dust and dirt, and refreshed by whatever breeze blew in off the river as they viewed the slaves available for sale. To Lujan, the gallery, with its deep shade and rows of wooden benches, was less a refuge than a place of concealing darkness. He lightly touched his mistress on the shoulder as she reached the first landing. She turned and flashed a bothered look of inquiry.
"Lady," said Lujan tactfully, "if an enemy is waiting, best we show them my sword before your beautiful face."
Mara's mouth turned upward at the corners, almost but not quite managing a smile.
"Flatterer," she accused. "Of course you're right."
Her formality with Lujan became gentled by humour.
"Though among Jikan's protests was the belief I would come to harm from the barbarian slaves, not another ruling lord."
She referred to the inexpensive Midkemian prisoners of war. Mara lacked the funds to buy enough common slaves to clear her pastures, so, seeing no other alternative, she chose to buy barbarians. They were reputed to be intractable, rebellious, and utterly lacking in humility toward their masters. Lujan regarded his lady, who was barely as high as his shoulder, but who possessed a nature that could burn the man, lord or slave or servant who challenged her indomitable will. He recognized the purposeful set of her dark eyes.
"Still, in you, the barbarians will have met their match, I wager."
"If not, they will all suffer under the whip,"
Mara said with resolve.
"Not only would we forfeit the use of the lands we need cleared before spring, we would lose the price of the slaves. I will have done Desio's work for him."
Her rare admission of doubt was allowed to pass without comment. Lujan preceded his mistress into the gallery, silently checking his weapons. The Minwanabi might be licking their wounds, but Mara had additional enemies now, lords jealous of her sudden rise, men who knew that the Akoma name rested upon the shoulders of this slender woman and her infant heir. She was not yet 21, their advisers would whisper. Against Jingu of the Minwanabi, she had been cunning, but mostly lucky. In the fullness of time, her youth and inexperience would cause her to misstep. Then would rival houses arise like a pack of Jaguna, ready to tear at the wealth and the power of her house and bury the Akoma Natami, the stone inscribed with the family crest that embodied its soul and its honour, face down in the dirt, forever away from the sunlight. Her robe neatly held above her ankles, Mara followed Lujan around the first landing. They passed the entrance to the lower tier of galleries, which by unwritten but rigid custom was reserved for merchants or house factors, and climbed to the next level, used only by the nobility. But with Midkemians up for auction, the crowds were absent. Mara saw only a few bored-looking merchants who seemed more interested in the common gossip of the city than in buying. The upper tier of galleries would probably stand empty. Most Tsurani nobles were far more concerned by the war on the world beyond the rift, or in curbing the warlord Almecho's ever-growing power in the council, than with purchasing intractable slaves. The earliest lots of Midkemian captives had sold for premium prices as curiosities, but the novelty lost attraction with numbers. Now, grown Midkemian males brought the lowest prices of all. Only women with rare red gold hair or unusual beauty still commanded 1,000 centuries. But since the Tsurani most often captured warriors, females from the barbarian world were seldom available. A breeze off the river tugged at the plumes on Lujan's helm. It fluttered the feathered ends of Mara's perfumed fan and set her beaded earrings swinging. Over the palisade drifted the voices of the barge teams as they poled their craft up and down the river Gargajin. Nearer at hand, from the dusty pens inside the high plank walls, came the shouts of the slave merchants and the occasional snap of a Nidrahide switch as they hustled their charges through their paces for interested customers in the galleries. The pen holding the Midkemians held about 24 men. No buyers offered inquiry, for only one overseer stood in different watch. With him was a factor apparently in charge of issuing clothing, and a tally keeper with a much chipped slate. Mara glanced curiously at the slaves. All were very tall, larger by a head than the tallest Tsurani. One in particular towered over the chubby factor, and his red gold hair blazed in the noonday sun of Kelawan as he attempted to communicate in an unfamiliar language. Mara had no chance to study the barbarian further as Lujan stopped sharply in her path. His hand touched her wrist in warning.
"Someone's here,"
he whispered, and covered his check in stride by bending as if a stone had lodged in his sandal. His hand settled unobtrusively on his sword, and, over his muscled shoulder, Mara glimpsed a figure seated in the shadow to the rear of the gallery. He might be a spy, or worse, an assassin. With Midkemians scheduled for sale, a bold lord might chance on the fact that the upper level would be deserted. But for a rival house to know that Mara had chosen to go personally to the slave market bespoke the presence of an informant very highly placed in Akoma ranks. The lady paused, her stomach turned cold by the thought that if she was struck down here, her year-old son Ayaki would be the last obstacle to the obliteration of the Akoma name. Then the figure in the shadows moved, and sunlight through a tear in the awning revealed a face that was handsome and young, and showing a smile of surprised pleasure. Mara lightly patted Lujan's wrist, gentling his grip on the sword. "It's all right," she said softly. "I know this noble." Lujan straightened, expressionless, as the young man arose from his bench. The man moved with a swordsman's balance. His clothing was well made, from sandals of blue-dyed leather to a tunic of embroidered silk. He wore his hair in a warrior's cut, and his only ornament was a pendant of polished obsidian hanging around his neck. "Hokanu," Mara said, and at the name her bodyguard relaxed. Lujan had not been present during the political bloodbath at the Minwanabi estate, but from the talk in the barracks he knew that Hokanu and his father, Lord Kamatsu of the Shinzawai, had been almost alone in supporting the Akoma. This at a time when most lords accepted that Mara's death was a foregone conclusion. Lujan stood deferentially aside and, from beneath the brim of his helm, regarded the noble who approached. Mara had received many petitions for marriage since the death of her husband, but none of the suitors was as handsome or as well disposed as the second son of Kamatsu of the Shinzawai. Lujan maintained correct bearing to the finest detail, but, like any in the Akoma household, he had a personal interest in Hokanu. And so had Mara, if the flush in her cheeks gave any indication. After the subtle flattery of recent suitors, Hokanu's honest yearning for Mara's approval was refreshing. "Lady, what a perfect surprise! I had no expectation of finding so lovely a flower in this most unpleasant of surroundings." He paused, bowed neatly, and smiled, although of late we have all seen this delicate blossom show thorns. Your victory over Jingu of the Minwanabi is still the talk of Silmani, he said, naming the city closest to his father's estates. Mara returned his bow with sincerity.
I did not see any Shinzawai colours among the retainers waiting on the street. Otherwise I should have brought a servant with jomatch ice and cold herb tea. Or perhaps you do not wish your interest in these slaves to be noticed?
She let that question hang a moment, then brightly asked,
Is your father well?
Hokanu nodded politely and seated Mara on a bench. His grip was strong but pleasant, nothing like the rough grasp she had known from her husband of 2 years. Mara met the Shinzawai's son's eyes and saw there a quiet intelligence overlaid by amusement at the apparent innocence of her question. "You are very perceptive," he laughed in sudden delight. "Yes, I am interested in Midkemians, and at my most healthy father's request, I am trying not to advertise this fact." His expression turned more serious. "I would like to be frank with you, Mara, even as my father was with Lord Sezu. Our fathers served together in their youth and trusted one another." Though intrigued by the young man's charm, Mara repressed her desire to be open lest she reveal too much. Hokanu she trusted, but her family name was too recently snatched from oblivion for her to reveal her intentions. Shinzawai servants might have loose tongues, and young men away from home sometimes celebrated their first freedom and responsibility with drink. Hokanu seemed as canny as his father, but she did not know him well enough to be certain.
I fear the Akoma interest in the barbarians is purely a financial one.
Mara waved her fan in resignation.
The Choja hive we gained 3 years ago left our Nidra short of pasture. Slaves who clear forest in the wet season fall ill, my Hadonra says. If we are to have enough grazing to support our herds at calving, we must allow for losses.
She gave Hokanu a rueful look.
Though I expected no competition at this auction. I am glad to see you, but nettled by the thought of bidding against so dear a friend.
Hokanu regarded his hands for a moment, his brow untroubled, and a smile bending the corners of his mouth. If I relieve my lady of her dilemma, she will owe the Shinzawai her favour. Say, entertaining a poor second son at dinner soon? Mara unexpectedly laughed.
You're a devil for flattery, Hokanu. Very well. You know that I need no bribes to allow you to visit my estates. Your company is always welcome.
Hokanu stared in mock suffering at Lujan. She says that very prettily for one who refused me the last time I was in Sulankö.
That's not fair,
Mara protested, then blushed as she realized how quickly she had spoken in her own defense. With better decorum, she added,
Your request came at an awkward moment, Master Hokanu.
And her face darkened as she recalled a Minwanabi spy and a pretty, importunate boy who had suffered as a result of the intrigue and ambition that underlay every aspect of life in the empire of Tsurani. Hokanu noted the strain that shadowed her face. His heart went out to this young woman who had been so serious as a child and who had, against the greatest odds, found the courage and intelligence to secure her house from ruin. I will cede to you the Midkemians, he said firmly, for whatever price you can bargain with the factor.
But I wish not to inconvenience you,
Mara protested. Her fan trembled between clenched fingers. She was tense. Hokanu must not be permitted to notice, and to distract him, she whiffed air through the feathers as if she were bothered by the heat.
The Shinzawai have shown the Akoma much kindness, and, in honour, it is time that we proved ourselves worthy. Let me be the one to cede the bidding.
Hokanu regarded the lady, who was daintily small and far more attractive than she herself understood. She had a smile that made her radiant, except that at present the face beneath its Thysa powder makeup was almost wary with tension. Her concern went much deeper than simple forms of honour, the young man sensed at once. The insight gave him pause. She had been snatched away from taking vows of service to the goddess Lashima to assume her role as ruling lady. In all likelihood, she had known little or nothing of men before her wedding night, and Buntakāpi of the Anasazi, an ill-mannered, coarse braggart at the best of times, had been the son of an Akoma enemy before he had become her husband and ruling lord. He had been rough with her, Hokanu understood with sudden certainty, which was why this ruling lady and mother could also act as unsure as a girl years younger. Admiration followed. This seemingly delicate girl had owned valour out of all proportion to her size and experience. No one outside her inner household could ever guess what she might have endured in Buntakāpi's rude grasp. One close to Mara might say much if Hokanu could get him to share drink in a wine shop. But a glance at Lujan's alert pose convinced Lord Kamatsu's son that the strike leader was a poor choice. The warrior measured Hokanu, having perceived his interest, and, where his mistress was concerned, his loyalty would be absolute. Hokanu knew Mara was a shrewd judge of character. She had proven as much by staying alive as long as she had. Attempting to lighten her mood and not give offence, Hokanu said, "Lady, I spoke out of sincere disappointment at not being able to see you on my last visit." He concealed any diffidence behind a disarming smile. "No favours do the Akoma owe the Shinzawai. We deal here in simple practicality. Most Midkemian slaves go to the block at the City of the Plains and Jamar, and I am bound for Jamar. Should I make you wait for the next shipment of prisoners to journey upriver while I drive 20 men in a coffle through the heat, house them while I conduct business, then herd them back upriver again? I think not. Your Nidra pastures are a more immediate need, I judge. Please accept my not bidding against you as nothing more than a tiny courtesy from me." Mara stopped her fan in mid-air with barely hidden relief. "Tiny courtesy? Your kindness is unmatched, Hokanu. When your business in Jamar is concluded, I would be most pleased if you would accept my invitation to rest as a guest of the Akoma on your way back to your father's estates." "Then the matter of the slaves is settled." Hokanu took her hand. "I will accept your hospitality with pleasure." He bowed, sealing their agreement. As he straightened, he saw 2 brown eyes regarding him intently. The lady of the Akoma had always attracted him from the moment he had first seen her. When he returned from Jamar, he might have the opportunity to know her better, to explore possibilities, to see if his interest was reciprocated. But now, intuitively, he sensed that his nearness confused her. The public slave market was no place to unravel the reason why, and rather than discomfort her to the point where her pleasure at seeing him changed to regret, he rose from his seat. "Well then, the sooner I'm off to Jamar, the sooner I'll return this way. I look forward to seeing you again, lady." Mara fluttered her fan before her face. Unexpectedly self-conscious, she felt both regret and relief that Hokanu was departing. She nodded with the appearance of poise. "I too look forward to that time. Farewell upon your road." "Fare you well too, Lady Mara." The younger of the 2 Shinzawai sons threaded his way through the benches and left the upper gallery. As he stepped into the sunlight on the stair, his profile showed the straight nose, high forehead, and firm chin that had captured the attention of many a noble's daughter in his home province of Szetak. Even to Lujan's overcritical eye, the man was as well favoured as he was socially well placed. The sound of raised voices drifted up from the slave compound. Mara's attentions turned from the retreating figure of Hokanu. She pressed close to the gallery rail to view the cause of the commotion. Since archers could not be concealed among bands of naked slaves, Lujan did not urge her to stay back within the shadows, but he did continue to observe nearby rooftops. Mara was surprised to discover that the unseemly shouting came from the factor overseeing the barbarians. Short, plump, and swathed in costly yellow silk, he stood shaking his fist under the chin of an outworlder. Facing him stood the red-haired Midkemian Mara had glimpsed before, his naked body gleaming in the afternoon light. He seemed to be desperately smothering laughter as he endured the factor's tirade. Mara was forced to admit the tableau was comic. The factor was short, even for a Tsurani, and the barbarians towered over him. In a vain attempt to look threatening, their overlord was forced to stand upon tiptoes. Mara studied the outworlder. Although at any moment he might be savaged by a whip, he stood with arms crossed, a study in self-confidence. He was a full head taller than any of his betters, the overseer and the two assistants who rushed to the factor's aid. The outworlder looked down on their agitation like a boy noble bored by his jesters. Mara felt a sudden twist within her as she studied the man's body, made whipcord lean by meagre rations and hard work. As she forced herself to calmness, she wondered if Hokanu's presence had affected her more deeply than she had imagined. The men she needed to be most concerned with at this moment were down in the pen, and her interest in them was solely financial. Mara ended her frank appraisal of the man's appearance and focused on his interaction with the Tsurani overseer and his assistants. The factor's rant reached a crescendo. Then he ran out of breath. He waved his fist one last time at the height of the barbarian's collarbone, and, much to Mara's amazement, the slave showed no sign of submissiveness. Rather than prostrating himself with his face pressed into the earth at the factor's feet, silently awaiting his punishment, he stroked his bearded chin and, in a resonant voice, began speaking in broken Tsurani, his gestures those of a confidant instead of obedient property.
"By the gods! Will you look at him?"
exclaimed Lujan in astonishment.
"He acts as if slaves were born with the right to argue. If they're all as brazen as this fellow, it's no wonder a slave master must beat their skins off to get a half-day's work from them."
Hush!
Mara waved her hand towards Lujan.
I wish to hear this.
She strained to understand the barbarian's mangled Tsurani. Suddenly, the outworlder stopped speaking, his head cocked to one side as if he had made his point. The factor looked overheated. He motioned to the assistant with the tally slate and said in an exasperated tone,
"Line up, all of you, now!"
The slaves, unhurriedly, strung themselves out in a row. From her overhead view from the gallery, Mara noticed that the barbarians shuffled to their places in such a way as to conceal the activities of two fellows, who were crouched before the long palisade on the side that fronted onto the river.
What do you suppose they are doing?
She asked Lujan. The warrior shrugged, Tsurani style, the barest movement of the shoulders.
"Mischief of some sort. I've seen Nidra show more brains than that factor."
Below, the overseer and the assistant with the slate began laboriously to count the slaves. The two by the palisade joined the line late, and, by dint of a staged trip and some scuffling as the off-balance man crashed into the row, the tally-keeper lost track of his count. He started over, looking down to chalk a mark for each slave as he passed, while the factor cursed and sweated at the delay. Each time the tally-keeper consulted his slate, the unruly barbarians shifted position. The man with the whip lashed a few backs in an attempt to establish order. One slave shouted something in his native tongue that sounded suspiciously like an obscenity as he jumped away from the punishment, and others laughed. The lash fell to silence the ones nearest the overseer, which caused the line of standing slaves to break and shuffle and reform behind the man's back. The tallykeeper looked up in despair. Once again, the numbers were hopelessly confused. The factor shouted in a shameful show of impatience,
"We'll all be dead in ashes by the time you finish with that."
He clapped his hands at someone on the sidelines, and, a moment later, a servant scuttled into the compound with a basket of rough-woven trousers and shirts. These he began to dispense among the slaves. At this point, the red-haired barbarian began to scream insults at the overseer. His Tsurani might be broken and heavily mispronounced, but at some point along his line of march since his capture, some nameless beggar-child had taught him thoroughly and well. The overseer's mouth opened in incredulity as he considered the biological implications of what the outworlder had just said about his mother. Then he reddened and swung his lash, which the barbarian adroitly avoided. A chase developed between the large Midkemian and the smaller, fatter Tsurani. Lujan laughed.
"It's a shame the barbarian needs to be broken. This is a comedy worthy of any travelling troupe of performers I've ever seen. He certainly seems to be enjoying himself."
Movement caught Lujan's eye in the far corner of the pen.
"Ah!" he exclaimed. "And to clear purpose, it would seem."
Mara, too, had noticed that one of the slaves had resumed his crouch by the palisade. A moment later, he appeared to be stuffing something through.
"Lashima's wisdom,"
she said, startled into a smile of amazement.
"They are pilfering the shirts."
The gallery afforded a view of the operation. The red-headed giant raced around the compound. Despite his height, he moved with the grace of a sarcat, the quick and silent six-legged hunter of the grasslands, at first avoiding every attempt of the overseer to catch him. Then, strangely, he began to plod like a pregnant Nidra cow. The overseer came close, and as the barbarian dodged the near miss of the lash, he shuffled, slid, dragged his heels and toes, and kicked up an excessive amount of dust. He also crashed often into those of his comrades who had received their allotment of trousers and shirt. These suddenly clumsy men fell and rolled, and, under cover of dust and movement, cloth miraculously disappeared. Some was bundled and passed to other slaves. Occasionally a shirt would unfurl and land to be picked up by another man. In this manner, the clothing passed at last to the man by the palisade. At opportune moments, he stuffed the fabric through a gap and caught the shell counters that served as coin within the empire that someone slipped through from without. These the Midkemian wiped on his hairy chest, then he placed them in his mouth and swallowed them.
"There must be beggar boys on the other side."
Lujan shook his head.
"Or perhaps some bargeman's child. Though why a slave should think he has use for coin is a mystery."
"They certainly show great ingenuity."
"And nerve," Mara observed, and Lujan regarded her keenly. That she had mistakenly conceded honourable attributes to men who, by the inflexible laws of society, were accorded less stature than the lowest scabby beggars in the gutters, made the strike leader pause. Desperation had taught Mara to reappraise the traditions of her people, with sometimes ingenious results. Yet, although Lujan himself had sworn to her service through just such an unorthodox twist, even he could not guess what she might see in a lot of barbarian slaves. Trying to fathom her fascination, the warrior regarded the ongoing conflict down below. The overseer had called in reinforcements. Several brawny guards, equipped with curved hooks of roughened Nidra hide, raced into the compound and ran at the unruly redhead. Slaves who tried to hamper them were elbowed aside or kicked with sharp-toed sandals. One barbarian fell with a bloodied shin. Seeing that, the others quickly cleared the soldier's path. The red-headed ringleader also slowed his pace. He allowed himself to be cornered rather than suffer injury from brutal handling. The warriors took him in hand with their hooks and dragged him before the red-faced and dusty factor, whose robe was now sadly in need of a wash. They pitched their huge captive on his knees and held him while the overseer yelled for cuffs and straps of hardened nidra leather to restrain his unmanageable wildness. Still the barbarian was not cowed. As if unaware that his life could be taken at a gesture of his overseer's hand, he flung back his tangled hair and regarded his captors with wide blue eyes. At some point in the scuffle, he had acquired a slash across one cheekbone. Blood ran down his face and soaked into the fiery brush of his beard. He could not be past his 20s, at a guess, and even harsh handling had not tamed his flamboyance. He said something. Mara and Lujan saw the factor's face go stiff, and one of the guards repressed an un-Tsurani-like burst of laughter behind one lacquered gauntlet. The overseer with the whip proved more in control. He answered with the lash, then kicked the barbarian forward onto his face. Mara did not flinch at the violence. Disobedient slaves were beaten on her estate for far less cause than this barbarian's outrageous behaviour. Still, the fact that the redhead's actions were inconceivable to the mores of society did not shock her beyond thought. She had acquainted herself with the customs of the Choja, and come to respect their ways and wisdom, alien though it might be. As she watched the slaves in the compound, it occurred to her that these men were as human as she, but their world was far different from Keloan. Being strangers, perhaps they did not comprehend the scope of their lot. For, on Keloan, a man left slavery only through the portals of death. He was honourless, soulless, insignificant as an insect, to be raised to comfort or ground down in misery with as little thought as a man might regard a red bee who gathered his honey. A Tsurani warrior would die by his own hand rather than allow himself to be taken alive by an enemy. Captives were usually wounded, unconscious, or cowards. These Midkemians presumably had the same options, and in living on, past honour, they had chosen their lot. The redhead seemed anything but resigned. He rolled to escape the whip and crashed into the factor's ankles. The fat man yelped and staggered, saved from a fall by the tally-keeper, who hurriedly dropped his slate and grabbed a double handhold of creased yellow silk. The chalkboard fell flat in the dust, and the barbarian, with enviable subterfuge, rolled over it. The tally marks were obliterated by a smear of sweat and dirt, and Mara in the gallery saw with a queer thrill that the hamper was empty. Only a third of the men in the yard were clothed. Some lacked breeches, and others had no shirts. Although the redhead had gained himself a beating, perhaps even death by hanging, he had won a small victory over his captors. The men with the hooks closed in. The heat and the exertion had stripped them of patience, and this time their blows were aimed to cripple. On an impulse, Mara of the Akoma leapt to her feet. "Cease!" she called over the railing. The command in her voice compelled the warrior's obedience. She was a ruling lady, and they no more than servants. Conditioned to follow orders, they lowered their hooks and halted their rush on the Midkemian. The factor straightened his robes in surprise, while, on the dusty, torn earth, the barbarian slave rolled uncomfortably onto one elbow and looked up. That his rescuer was a small, black-haired woman seemed to take him aback. Still, he brazenly continued to stare until the tally-keeper slapped his face to make him avert his gaze. Mara's brows knitted in anger. "I said cease! Any more of this, and I will demand that you be obliged to pay for damaging goods while a bidder stands waiting to make an offer." The factor snapped straight in stupefaction, his spoiled yellow silk forgotten. He brushed sweaty hair from his temples, as if, by mending his appearance, his lapse in decorum might be forgotten. Seeing the lady of the Acoma in the buyer's gallery, he bowed very low, almost to his knees. After the redhead's bad-tempered display, he knew he would be lucky to sell this lot of Midkemians for the price commanded by a pet fish. That this lady had witnessed and yet still wished to purchase was a marvel no sane man would question. Aware that he was in no position to bargain, Mara swished her fan with a studied show of indifference. "I might give 30 centuries for these barbarians," she said slowly. "If the big one bleeds too much, I might not." At this, even Lujan raised his brows. He, too, questioned his lady's wisdom in purchasing unruly slaves, but it was not the place of a warrior to advise. He held his silence while, in the compound, the factor turned on the tally-keeper and sent the man scurrying off for cloths and water. The man returned and was immediately assigned the humiliating task of bathing the redhead's cuts. But the barbarian ringleader would endure no solicitude. He reached with one huge fist and, despite the restraint of cuffs and strap, moved fast enough to catch the tally-keeper's wrist. What he said could not be overheard from the gallery, but the servant abandoned both rag and basin as if his fingers were burned. The factor glossed over this disobedience with a smile of nervous improvisation. He had no wish to try Mara's patience by ordering reprisal against the slave. He tried to behave as if everything had gone according to plan, as one of the barbarian's fellows stepped forward and briskly began cleansing the whip wounds of his companion.
"Lady, the purchase papers can be drawn up at once, in the private comfort of my office. I'll send for iced fruit for your thirst while you wait to sign. If you would be so kind as to join me in my office."
"That won't be necessary," Mara said crisply. "Send your scribe to me outside, for I wish that these slaves be removed to my estates at once. The instant I have a bill of sale, my warriors will take them into custody." She made a last study of the compound and added, "That is, I will sign for my purchase after these slaves have been provided with proper clothing."
"But,"
spluttered the factor in dismay. The tally-keeper looked sour. Although the hamper brought out from the storerooms had originally held enough trousers and shirts to clothe 3 incoming coffles from Jamar, many of these men still stood naked or half-clothed. There should be a proper inquiry over that, and no doubt a round of beatings, but the lady's impatience ended the matter. She wanted to sign and buy at once. With a furious gesture, the factor urged the tally-keeper to overlook the lapse and be done. At 30 centuries, these slaves would bring little profit, but worse was the risk that they would linger unsold, swelling the holding pens and eating thysa that might be better used to fatten more amenable slaves, each worth 5 to 10 centuries alone. Aware of which shortfall he would rather report to his investors, the factor regained his poise.
"Send my runner for a scribe to draw up the lady's document."
He snapped something under his breath as his underling began to protest, surely an urge to make haste lest the lady come to her senses and change her mind. The assistant rushed off. The lady in the gallery paid his departure no heed. Her own gaze was turned toward the red-headed barbarian acquired on impulse and intuition. He, in his turn, stared back, and something about the intentness of his blue eyes caused her to blush, as Hokanu of the Shinzawai had not. Mara suddenly turned away, and without a word to her strike leader, hurried down the steps from the gallery to the street level. The strike leader needed but a step to overtake her and resume his position. He wondered if the speed of her departure resulted from her impatience to return to her home or from another discomfort. Putting aside speculation, Lujan bent to assist Mara into her litter.
"Jikan's going to be thrown into a dither."
Mara studied her officer's face and found none of his usual amusement. In place of mocking humour, she saw only concern and perhaps something more. Then the factor's scribe appeared with documents to finalise the sale. Mara signed, impatient to be away. A noise of alien chatter and grumbling, and the slaves were herded out of the gate from the holding area. Lujan gave the barest motion of his head, and Mara's company of guards busied themselves with readying 24 Midkemians for the journey back to the Acoma estates. The task was made difficult by the slaves' poor comprehension of the language and an unbelievable tendency to argue. No slave of Tsurani birth would ever think of demanding sandals before being required to march. Stymied by seemingly irrational defiance, the soldiers first threatened and finally resorted to force. Their tempers grew shorter by the minute. Soldiers were not overseers, and beating slaves was beneath their station. To be seen manhandling chattel in a public street shamed them and reflected no honour upon the mistress now ready to depart. Mara's too straight back, as she sat motionless on her cushions, showed her discomfort at this coarse display. She gestured for her bearers to shoulder the litter poles. The pace she commanded from them at least assured their passage through the streets of Sulenkur would be brief. Mara motioned to Lujan and, after the briefest conference, determined that she and her party should drive the Midkemian slaves by the least conspicuous route. This involved crossing the poorer quarters by the river over streets rutted with refuse and puddles of sewage and washwater. Now the warriors drew swords and shoved laggard slaves on their way with the flats of their blades. Footpads and street thieves were little threat to a company of their vigilance and experience, but Mara wished for haste for other reasons. Her enemies always took interest in her movements, no matter how insignificant, and gossip would arrive about her visit to the slave pen. Even now the factor and his handlers were probably heading for the local wine shop, and if just one trader or merchant overheard their speculation upon Mara's motives in buying outworld slaves, rumours would instantly begin to spread. And once her presence in the city was widely known, enemy agents would be racing to overtake her and track her movements. Since the Midkemians were intended for the clearing of new Nidra meadows, Mara wished that fact kept secret as long as possible. No matter how trivial, any information gained by her foes weakened the Acoma, and Mara's supreme concern, since the day she became ruling lady, was to preserve the house of her ancestors. The litter-bearers turned into the street that flanked the riverfront. Here the byway narrowed to an alley between ramshackle buildings, providing scant room for the litter on either side. Atop the walls, galleries with rough hide curtains loomed above the streets, their roof beams crowding together, swallowing sunlight. Successive generations of landlords had added additional floors, each new story overhanging the previous one, so that to look upward was to view a narrow slice of the green Kelwanese sky, brilliant against the oppressive dimness. Mara's soldiers strained to see in the sudden gloom, always watchful for threats to their mistress. This warren provided ample opportunity for ambush. The river breeze could not penetrate this tight-woven maze of tenements. The air hung motionless and humid, fetid with garbage, waste, and the pungency of decaying timbers. Many foundations were eaten away with dry rot, causing walls to crack and roof beams to sag. Despite the repellent surroundings, the streets teemed with humanity. The inhabitants hurried clear of Mara's retinue, commoners ducking into doorless hovels at the sight of an officer's plume. Warriors of great lords would instantly beat any wretch slow to clear their path. Only throngs of shouting and filthy urchins tempted such misfortune, pointing at the ladies' rich litter and darting clear of the soldiers who jabbed spear butts to clear them away. The Midkemians had ceased their chattering, much to Lujan's relief. At present his warriors had enough to occupy them without that added irritation. No matter how often the barbarians were ordered to silence, as befitted slaves, they tended to disobey. Now, as the Acoma retinue passed between the overcrowded tenements, the spicy, smoke-scented air that issued from the dens of the drug flower sellers became prevalent. The eaters of the Kamota blossom resin lived in dreams and hallucinations, and madness came upon them in fits. The warriors carried their spears in readiness, prepared for unexpected attack, and Mara sat behind closed curtains, her scented fan pressed close to her nostrils. The litter slowed before a corner. Its occupant jostled as the bearers shifted grip and jockeyed their load past the posts of a sagging doorway. One of the poles caught upon the dirty curtain that hung across the entrance, pulling it askew. Within huddled several families, crowded one upon another. Their clothes were filthy, and their skins wretched with sores. A pot of noisome thyser was being shared out among them, while another similar pot collected the day's soil in one corner. The stench was choking, and on a tattered blanket a mother suckled a limp infant, 3 more toddlers lying across her knees and ankles. They all showed signs of vermin, ill health, and starvation. Inculcated since birth to know that poverty or wealth was bestowed as the gods willed, in reward for deeds in past lives, Mara gave their wretchedness no consideration. The bearers cleared the litter from the doorway. As they regrouped, Mara caught a glimpse of the new slaves who followed behind. The tall redhead muttered something to another slave, a balding, powerfully built man who listened with the respect of one deferring to a leader. Outrage, or maybe shock, showed in both men's expressions, though what might inspire such depths of emotion within a public place before individuals almost as honourless as the slaves themselves seemed a mystery to the lady. The poor quarter of Sulancur was not large. Still, passage through the jammed streets was painfully tedious. Finally, the tenements fell behind as the road crooked with the bend in the river Gargajin. Here the gloom lessened, but only slightly. In place of the mildewed tenements were warehouses, craft sheds and factories. Dye shops and tanneries, butcher stalls and slaughterhouses crowded the way, and the blended stinks of offal, dye vats and steam from the tallow renderers left a reeking miasma in the air. Smoke from the resin makers' fires coiled in clouds from the chimneys, and, at the riverside, docked to weathered pilings, lay commerce barges and other floating house shacks. Vendors vied for any cranny that remained, each crowded tiny stall serving its wares to clusters of wives and off-duty workers. Now, Lujan's warriors were forced to shove the crowds aside, shouting, "Acoma! Acoma!" to let the commoners know a great lady was passing. Other warriors closed tightly against the sides of Mara's litter, placing their armoured bodies between their mistress and possible danger. The slaves they kept herded together, and the press became so tight that no man could look down to check his footing. The soldiers wore hardened leather sandals, but the slaves, including the bearers, had no choice but to tread on bits of broken crockery and rivulets of sewage and other refuse. Mara lay back against her finely embroidered cushions, her fan pressed hard to her face. She closed her eyes in longing for the open meadows of her estate, perfumed with summer grass and sweet flowers. In time, the factory quarter changed, became less odorous and crowded, more inclined toward industries of the luxury trade. Here, weavers, tailors, basket makers, cord wainers, silk spinners and potters toiled. An occasional jeweller's stall, guarded by armed mercenaries, or a perfumer's, frequented in this less fashionable quarter by painted women of the reed life, was nestled between shops offering less luxurious merchandise. The sun had climbed to midday. Drowsy behind her curtains, Mara fanned herself slowly, thankful that, at last, the bustle of Sulancur fell behind. As her retinue continued down roads shaded by evergreens, she was lying back, attempting to sleep, when one of the bearers developed a limp. At each step, she was jostled uncomfortably on her cushions, and rather than cause a man needless pain, she ordered a halt to look into the matter. Lujan detailed a soldier to inspect the bearers. One had cut his foot in the paw quarters. Tsurani, and aware of his place, he had striven to continue his duty to the verge of fainting with pain. Mara was still nearly an hour from her estate house, and, maddeningly, the Midkemians were once again speaking among themselves in the nasal braying that passed for their native language. Irked by their jabberings as much as by the delay, she motioned to Lujan.
"Send that red-headed barbarian over to replace my lame bearer."
Slave he might be, but he acted like a ringleader, and since the stinks of the paw quarter had left Mara with a headache, she was willing to consider almost any expedient to make the barbarians less quarrelsome. The warriors immediately brought the chosen slave. The bald one called out in protest and had to be cuffed aside. Knocked to his knees, he continued to shout until the redhead bade him be silent. Then, blue eyes fixed in curiosity on the elegant lady in the litter, he came forward to shoulder the vacant left front pole.
"No!"
snapped Lujan at once. He waved for the slave to the rear to come forward and assigned the redhead to stand behind. This way, a warrior with an unsheathed sword could march at the barbarian's back, insurance against trouble or threat to their mistress. "Home!" she ordered her retinue, and her bearers crouched to shoulder their burden, the red-headed barbarian among them. The first steps forward were unmitigated chaos. The Midkemian was over a head taller than the other bearers, and as he straightened with his load and strode ahead, the litter canted forward. Mara found herself starting to slide. The silk trappings and cushions offered no resistance to her motion. Lujan's fast reflexes spared her an unceremonious spill onto the ground, and a slap of his hand warned the barbarian to hold his pole level. This the huge man could do only by hunching his back and shoulders, which placed his curly head just inches from his mistress's curtains.
"This won't do at all,"
Mara snapped.
"A fine triumph for Desio of the Minwanabi, if you came to hurt through a slave's clumsiness,"
Lujan said. Then he added a hopeful smile.
"Maybe we could dress these Midkemians as house slaves and give them to the Minwanabi as a gift. At least they might break much of value before Desio's first advisor orders them hanged."
But Mara was in no mood for jokes. She straightened her robe and removed mussed pins from her hair. All the while the barbarian's eyes watched her with a directness the lady found disturbing. At length he cocked his head to one side and, with a disarming grin, addressed her in broken Tsurani as he stumbled along. Lujan drowned him out with a shout of outrage.
"Dog! Slave! On your miserable knees!"
He snapped his head at his warriors. Instantly, one rushed to take the litter pole, while others seized the redhead and threw him forcefully down. Strong arms pummeled his shoulders, and still he tried to speak, until a warrior's studded sandal pressed his insolent face into the dust.
"How dare you address the lady of the Akoma, slave?" shouted Lujan.
"What is he trying to say?"
asked Mara, suddenly more curious than affronted. Lujan looked around in surprise.
"Can it matter? He's a barbarian, and that brings you no honor, mistress. Still, his suggestion was not without merit."
Mara paused, her hand full of tortoiseshell pins. Sunlight glinted on their jewelled heads and on the shell ornaments sewn to her collar.
"Tell me."
Lujan raked his wrist across his sweat-streaked brow.
"The wretch suggested that if you would call over 3 of his fellows and dismiss your other slaves, they might carry your litter more easily, since they are closer to the same height."
Mara lay back, her pins and fallen hair momentarily forgotten. She frowned in thought.
"He said that," she mused.
then looked at the man who lay face down in the dust with the soldier's foot holding him immobile. "Let him up."
"Lady?"
Lujan said softly. Only his questioning tone hinted how close he dared go in direct protest of her given order.
"Let the barbarian up," said Mara shortly. "I believe his suggestion is sensible. Or do you wish to march through the afternoon delayed by a lame bearer?"
Lujan returned a Tsurani shrug, as if to say that his mistress was right. In truth, she could be as stubborn as the barbarian slaves, and rather than try her father, the Akoma strike leader called off the warrior who held the redhead down. He gave rapid orders. The remaining bearers and the one warrior lowered Mara's litter to the ground, and 3 of the taller Midkemians were selected to take their places. The red-headed one joined them, his handsome face left bloody where a stone in the roadway had opened the gash on his cheek. He took his place no more humbly than before, though he must have been bruised by rough handling. The retinue started forward once again, with Mara little more comfortable. The Midkemians might have meant well, but they were inexperienced at carrying a litter. They did not time their strides, which made for a jolting ride. Mara lay back, fighting queasiness. She closed her eyes in resignation. The slaves, purchased in Sulenqueux, were proving far too much of a distraction. She made note to herself to make mention to Jikan the Midkemians should perhaps be assigned to duties close to the estate house, where warriors were always within call. The more experienced overseers could keep watch until the slaves had been taught proper behaviour and could be trusted to act as fate had intended. Irritated that something as trivial as buying new slaves had evoked so much discomfort and confusion, Mara pondered the problem sent against her by her enemies. Eyes closed against the onslaught of a burgeoning headache, she thought to herself, what would I be plotting if I were Desio of the Minwanabi? Chapter 2. Planning. The air was still. Desio of the Minwanabi sat at the desk in his late father's study, contemplating the tallies before him. Although it was midday, a lamp burned near his elbow. The study was a shadowy furnace, all screens and battle shutters tightly closed, denying those inside the afternoon breezes off the lake. Desio seemed immune to the discomfort. A single jade fly buzzed around his head, apparently determined to land upon the young lord's brow. Desio's hand moved absently, as if to brush away the troublesome insect, and for an instant the sweating slave who fanned him broke rhythm, uncertain whether the lord of the Minwanabi gestured for him to withdraw. An elderly figure in shadow motioned for the slave to remain. Inkomo, first adviser of House Minwanabi, waited patiently for his master to finish the reports. Desio's brow knitted. He dragged the oil lamp closer and sought to concentrate upon the information listed on the papers before him, but the characters seemed to swim through the humid afternoon air. At last he rocked back on his cushions with an angry sigh of frustration.
Enough!
Inkomo regarded his young master with a blandness that hid concern.
My lord.
Desio, never athletic, pushed the lamp aside and rose ponderously to his feet. His massive stomach strained at the sash of the lounging robe he wore in his own quarters. Perspiration streamed off his face, and, with a pudgy hand, he swept damp locks out of his eyes. Inkomo knew that the cause of Desio's agitation was more than the usual humidity, the legacy of an unseasonable tropical storm to the south. The lord of the Minwanabi had ordered the screens latched closed ostensibly for privacy. The old man knew the reason behind the seemingly irrational order. Fear. Even in his own home, Desio was afraid. No lord of any house, let alone one of the 5 great houses, could admit to such weakness, so the first adviser dared say nothing on the matter. Desio stalked heavily around the room, his rage slowly building, his torturous breath and bunched fists sure sign that within minutes he would strike out at whichever member of his household happened to be nearest. The young lord had evidenced a nature of petty cruelty while his father ruled, but that vicious streak had bloomed in full since the death of Jingu. With his mother having retired to a convent of Lashima, Desio showed no restraints on his impulses. The fan slave paced after his master, attempting to discharge his tasks without getting in the way. Hoping to avoid the incapacitation of another house slave, the first adviser said, "My lord, perhaps a cool drink would restore your patience. These matters of trade are urgent." Desio continued pacing as if he did not hear. His appearance revealed his recent personal neglect and indulgence. Florid cheeks and nose, puffy dark circles beneath his red-rimmed eyes, grimy hair hanging lankly around his shoulders, and greasy dirt under his fingernails. Nkomo reflected that, since his father's ritual suicide, the young lord had generally acted like an itchy Nidra bull in a mud wallow with a dozen cows. An odd way to show his grief, but not unheard of. Those confronted by death for the first time often embrace life-affirming behaviour. So, for days, Desio had remained drunk in his private quarters with his girls and ignored the affairs of House Minwanabi. On the second morning, some of the girls reappeared, bruised and battered from Desio's passionate rages. Other girls replaced them in a seemingly inexhaustible succession until the Lord of the Minwanabi had finally thrown off his fit of grief. He had emerged looking 10 years older than at the moment he had silently watched his father fall upon the family sword. Now, Desio made a pretense of running the far-flung holdings he had inherited, but his drinking began at midday and continued into the night. Although lord of one of the 5 great families of the empire, Desio seemed unable to acknowledge the enormous responsibility that went with his power. Tormented by personal demons, he tried to hide from them in soft arms, or wash them away with a sea of wine. Had Nkomo dared, he would have sent his master a healer, a priest, and a child's teacher who would issue a stiff lecture on the responsibilities that accompanied the ruler's mantle. But one look in Desio's eyes, and the madness hinted there, warned the first adviser any such efforts would be futile. Desio's spirit boiled with a rage only the Red God might answer. Nkomo tried one last time to turn Desio's attention back to business.
"My lord, if I may point out, we are losing days while our ships lie empty in their berths in Jamar. If they are to sail to—" "Enough!"
Desio's fist crashed against a partition, tearing the delicate painted silk and splintering the frame. He kicked the wreckage to the floor, then whirled and collided with his fan-slave. Enraged beyond reason, the Lord of the Minwanabi struck the man as if he were furniture. The slave crashed to his knees, a broken nose and lacerated lip spraying blood across his face, his chest, and the smashed partition. In fear for his very life, the slave managed to keep the large fan from striking his master, despite being half blind from pain and tears. Desio remained oblivious to the slave's heroic deference. He rounded to confront his adviser.
"I cannot concentrate on anything so long as she is out there."
Nkomo required no explanation to know to whom his master referred. Experience taught him there was nothing to do but sit back and endure another outburst.
"My lord," he said anxiously, "no good will be gained in yearning for vengeance, should all your wealth dwindle through neglect. If you will not attend to these decisions, at least permit your Hadonra to take matters in hand."
The plea made no impression on Desio. Staring into the distance, his voice a harsh whisper, as if to speak the hated name were to give it substance, he whispered,
Mara of the Akoma must die.
Glad now for the dark room, which hid his own fears, Nkomo agreed.
Of course, my lord, but this is not the time. When?
He shouted, his bellow hurting Nkomo's ears. Desio kicked at a pillow, then lowered his voice to a more reasonable tone.
When she contrived to escape my father's trap, and more, she forced him to dishonor his own pledge for the safety of a guest, compelling him to kill himself in shame.
Desio's agitation simmered higher as he recounted Mara's offences against his house.
This girl has not merely defeated us, she has humiliated us.
He stamped hard on the pillow and regarded his adviser with narrowed eyes. The fan slave shrank from the expression, so like that of Jingu of the Minwanabi when roused to rage. Bleeding from nose and mouth, but still trying valiantly to cool his sweating master, he raised and lowered his fan in barely unbroken rhythm, while Desio's voice turned conspiratorial, a harsh whisper.
The warlord looks upon her with amusement and affection, even favour. Perhaps he beds the bitch, while our faces are pushed into Nidra slime. We eat Nidra droppings each day she draws breath.
Desio's scowl deepened. He stared at the tightly closed screens, and as if seeing them stirred a memory, a glint of sanity returned to his eyes for the first time since Jingu's death. Nkomo restrained a sigh of open relief.
And more again.
Desio finished with the slow care a man might use in the presence of a coiled pus gadder.
She is now a real threat to my safety.
Nkomo nodded to himself. He knew that the root of Desio's behaviour was fear. Jingu's son lived each day in terror that Mara would continue the Akoma blood feud with the Minwanabi. Now, ruling lord, Desio would be the next target of Mara's plotting, his own life and honour the next to fall. Although the stifling heat shortened his patience, Nkomo attempted to console his master. For this admission, no matter how private between a lord and his adviser, was the first step in overcoming that fear and perhaps in conquering Lady Mara as well.
Lord, the girl will make a mistake. You must bide your time. Wait for that moment.
The jadefly returned to pester Desio. The slave moved his fan to intercept its flight, but Desio waved the feathers away. He glared through the gloom at Nkomo.
No, I cannot wait. The Akoma cow already has the upper hand, and she continues to grow stronger. My father's position was more advantageous than my own. He stood but one step away from the gold throne of the warlord. Now he is ashes, and I can count loyal allies on one hand. All our pain and humiliation can be placed at the feet of that woman.
This was sorrowfully true. Nkomo understood his master's reluctance to speak his enemy's name. Barely more than a child when her father and brother died, with few soldiers and no allies. Within 3 years, Mara had secured more prestige for the Akoma than they had known in their long, honourable history. Nkomo tried in vain to think of something soothing to say, but his young lord's complaints were all justified. Mara was to be feared, and now her position of power had increased to the point where she could not only protect herself, but could directly challenge the Minwanabi. Softly, the first advisor said, "Recall Tasayo to your side." Desio blinked, momentarily looking stupid as his father never had. Then comprehension dawned. He glanced about the room and noticed the fan slave still at his post, despite the blood trickling from his broken nose and torn lip. In a moment of unexpected consideration, Desio dismissed the unfortunate wretch. Now, alone with his advisor, he said, "Why should I call my cousin back from the war upon the barbarian world? You know he covets my position. Until I marry and sire children, he is next in succession, and he is too close to the warlord for my taste. My father was wise to keep him busy with affairs upon a distant world. Your father was also wise enough to have your cousin arrange the Lord Setsu's and Nanokota's deaths in the first place." Hands tucked in his sleeves, Nkomo stalked forward a step. "Why not let Tasayo deal with the girl? The father, the son, now the daughter." Desio considered. Tasayo had waited until the warlord had been absent from the campaign upon the barbarian world to order Lord Setsu and his son into an impossible military situation. He had ensured their deaths without exposing the Minwanabi to any public culpability. It had been a brilliant stroke, and Desio's father had ceded some desirable lands in Honshoni province to Tasayo as reward. Tapping his cheek with a pudgy finger, Desio said, "I am uncertain. Tasayo might prove dangerous to me, perhaps as dangerous as that girl." Nkomo shook his head in disagreement. "Your cousin will defend Minwanabi honor. As ruling lord, you are not a target for Tasayo's ambition as you were when Lord Jingu was alive. It is one thing to seek a rival's demise, quite another to attempt to overthrow one's own lawful lord." Nkomo pondered a moment, then added, "Despite his ambitions, it is unthinkable Tasayo would break his oath to you. He would no more move against you than he would have against your father, Lord Desio." He stressed the last to drive home the point he wished to make. Desio stood, ignoring the fly, which at last perched upon his collar. His eyes fixed on a point in space, and he sighed aloud. "Yes, of course, you are correct. I must recall Tasayo and have him swear fealty. Then he must defend me with his life, or forfeit Minwanabi honor forever." Nkomo waited, aware his master had not finished. Sometimes clumsy with words, Desio still possessed a cunning mind, though he lacked his father's instincts or his cousin's brilliance. He crossed to the windows. "I shall include all the other loyal retainers and allies in my summons," he declared at last. "Yes, we must have a formal gathering." He faced his advisor with finality. "No one shall think I have hesitated in calling my cousin to serve at home. No, we shall have all our vassals and allies here." Decisively, the fat man clapped his hands. Two servants in orange livery slid aside painted doors and entered to do his bidding. "Open these damned screens!" commanded Desio. "Do it quickly! I am hot!" As if a great burden had been lifted from his soul, he added, "Let in fresh air for the gods' mercy." The servants busied themselves with latches and bars, and presently light flooded the study and cool air flowed inside. The fly on the young lord's collar took wing toward freedom and the lake beyond. The waters sparkled silver in sunlight, dotted with fishing boats that plied nets from dawn to dusk. Desio seemed to shed his self-indulgence as he strode across the room to stand before his first adviser. His eyes came alight with newfound confidence as the paralysing fear brought on by his father's death fled before his excited planning.
I will make my vows upon my family's Natami in the holy glade of Minowanabe ancestors, with all my kin in attendance. We shall show that the Minowanabe have not fallen.
Then, with unexpected dry humour, he added, or at least not very far. He shouted for his Hadonra and began relaying orders.
I want the very finest entertainment available. This celebration will outshine that disaster my father arranged to honour the warlord. Have every family member attend, including those who fight upon the barbarian world. This shall be done, my lord.
Nkomo sent a runner scurrying with instructions for officers, senior advisers, servants and slaves. Within moments, 2 scribes were furiously copying Desio's commands, while, close by, the family chop-bearer hovered with hot wax. Desio regarded this bustle with a cold smile on his lips. He droned on for a few minutes more, his orders and grandiose plans making him feel better than wine. Then, suddenly, he stopped. To all in the room he announced,
"And send word to the Grand Temple of Tsurani. I will build a prayer gate, so that each traveller who passes through will invoke the Red God's indulgence, that he will look favourably upon Minowanabe vengeance. To the god I vow, blood will flow freely until I have the Akoma bitch's head."
Nkomo bowed to conceal his sudden concern. To pledge so to Turakamu might bring fortune during a conflict, but one did not vow lightly to the death god. Disaster could befall if vows went unfulfilled. The patience of the gods in such a matter was a fickle proposition. Nkomo gathered his robe about him, finding the air off the lake suddenly chilling. At least, he hoped it was the breeze, and not a premonition of doom. Sunlight streamed through the tree branches within the largest of the Akoma gardens, painting patches of light upon the ground. Overhead, leaves rustled, while the fountain in the centre of the courtyard sang its never-ending melody of falling water. Despite the pleasant surroundings, all those called to council shared their mistress's concerns. Mara sat within her circle of senior advisers, her thoughts troubled. Clad in her thinnest lounging robe, adorned by a single green jewel on a choja-carved jade chain, she seemed almost abstracted, the picture of the lady in repose. And yet her brown eyes held a glint that these, her closest advisers, all recognised as puzzlement. One by one, the lady studied the officers and advisers that were House Akoma's core. The Hadonra Jikan, a short, nervous man with a shrewd mind for commerce, sat diffidently as always. Under his detailed management, Akoma wealth had multiplied, but he preferred progress in small, secure steps, avoiding the dramatic gambles that appealed to Mara. Today, Jikan fidgeted less than usual, which the lady of the Akoma attributed to the news that the Choja silk makers had begun their spinning. By the winter season, their first bolts of finished cloth would be ready. Akoma riches, then, were on the increase. To Jikan, this was a vital concern, but Mara knew wealth alone did not secure a great house. Her first adviser, Nokoya, had repeated this to no end. If anything, Mara's recent victory over the Minowanabe made the wizened old woman more nervous than ever.
I agree with Jikan, lady. This expansion could prove dangerous. She fixed Mara with a steady gaze. A house can rise too fast in the game of the council. The lasting victories are ever the subtle ones, for they do not call for preemptive action by rivals unnerved by sudden successes. The Minwanabi will be moving, we know, so let us not bring uninvited appraisal from other houses, too. Mara dismissed the remark. I have only the Minwanabi to fear. We are at odds with no one else at present, and I wish things to remain that way. We must all prepare for the strike we know will come. It's just a question of when, and in what form. Mara's voice held an uncertain note as she added, I expected a swift reprisal after Jingu's death, even if only a token raid. And yet, for a month, no changes had been observed in the Minwanabi household. Desio's appetite for drink and slave girls had increased, Mara's spies reported, and Jikan's quick eyes had noticed the drop in Minwanabi trade goods sold within the Empire's marketplaces. This decrease in wares had driven prices up, and other houses had prospered as a result. Hardly the desire of the power-hungry Minwanabi, particularly after that family had suffered such a loss in prestige. Neither were there any overt preparations for war. The Minwanabi barracks maintained practice as usual, and no recall orders had gone out to the troops at war on the barbarian world. Force Commander Keoke had not taken the spies' reports to heart. Never complacent where Mara's safety was concerned, he laboured among his troops morning until nightfall, reviewing the condition of armour and weapons, and overseeing battle drills. Lujan, his first strike leader, spent hours at his side. He, like all Akoma soldiers, was lean and battle-ready, his eyes quick to fix upon movement, and his hand always near his sword.
I don't like the way things look,
Keoke said, his words sharp over the fall of water in the fountain.
The Minwanabi estate might appear to be in chaos, but this could be a ruse to cover preparations for a strike against us. Desio may be grieving for his father, but I grew up with Irilandi, his force commander, and I will tell you there is no laxity in any Minwanabi barracks. Warriors can march in a moment.
His capable hands tightened on the helmet in his lap until the officer's plumes at the crest quivered with his tension. Ever expressionless, Keoke shrugged.
I know our forces should be preparing to counter this threat you speak of, but the spies give us no clue where we should look for the next thrust. We cannot keep ourselves at battle readiness indefinitely, mistress.
Lujan nodded.
There has been no movement in the wilds among the grey warriors and condemned men. No large force of bandits is reported, which should mean it's safe to assume that the Minwanabi are not staging for a covert attack, as they did against Lord Buntukapi. Shame not to be,
Keoke amended.
Lord Buntukapi,
he said, naming Mara's late husband,
was given ample warning.
His eyes showed a fleeting bitterness.
For Lord Sezo, warning came too late. This was Tasayor's plotting, and a more clever rally has never been birthed by the Minwanabi,
he observed, referring to the deadly Keloan water serpent.
The moment I hear Tasayor has been recalled, I will begin sleeping in my armour.
Mara nodded to Nakoya, who seemed to have something to add. The old woman's pins were askew, as always, but her gruff manner seemed more thoughtful than sharp.
Our spy master's agents will pay very careful attention to important matters within the Minwanabi household.
A shrewd expression crossed the advisor's face.
But he is a man, lady, and we'll concentrate on numbers of soldiers, stockpiling of stores for battle, the comings and goings of leaders, messages to allies. I would suggest that you put your agent under orders to watch for the moment when Desio tires of his slave girls. A man with a purpose does not dally in his bed. This I remember well. The moment Desio ceases drinking wine and fondling women, then we know he plots murder against your house.
Mara made a faintly exasperated gesture. The slightest hint of a smile curved her lips, making her radiantly pretty. Though she was unaware of the fact, Lujan was not. He watched his mistress with devoted admiration and added a playful comment.
My lady first advisor.
Here he nodded to the wizened Nicoya.
I will bid the warriors who sweat through their drills at noon to await the exhaustion of Desio's member. When the Minwanabi flag droops, we will all line up for the charge.
Mara blushed and threw the first strike leader a dark look.
Lujan, your insight is apt, even if your example is not.
Since her wedding night, Mara had little comfort with such talk. Lujan bowed.
My lady, if I have given offence...
She waved away the apology. She could never stay angry with Lujan, then turned her head as her runner rushed up and bowed at her elbow.
Speak, Tamu,
she said gently, for the young boy was new to his post and still uncertain of himself. Tamu pressed his forehead to the floor, still intimidated by being in a noble's presence.
Lady, your spy master awaits in your study. He says he has brought reports from Hokani province, particularly from estates to the north.
At last, said Mara in relief. She recognized in the runner's choice of language what her spy master Arakasi had striven to impart. Only one estate in Hokani mattered. He would have word of the counter-move her people had been awaiting through 4 strained weeks. To her advisers she said,
I will speak with Arakasi at once, and meet with you all later in the afternoon.
Breezes played through the ulo leaves, and the fountain still sang its splashing song as the Akoma officers bowed to acknowledge their dismissal. Kyoke and Lujan were first to rise. Jikan gathered his tally slates and asked his lady's permission to look in on the Choja silk makers. Mara granted his request, but waved him off before he could reiterate any of his constant concerns. Nicoya was last to rise. Arthritis had slowed her movements of late, and Mara was jolted by the unpleasant recognition that age was taking its toll on the indomitable old woman. Nicoya's promotion to first adviser had been well earned, and despite her belief that she had risen higher than she deserved, Mara's former nurse had won her mantle of office with grace and shrewd intelligence. 30 years serving the wives and daughters of ruling lords had gained her a unique insight into the game of the council. Mara watched Nicoya's stiff bow with trepidation. She could not imagine Akoma prosperity without the old woman's acerbic guidance or her strong, affectionate nature, which had supported Mara through worse troubles than she had ever imagined she might survive. Only the gods knew how long Nicoya might live, but, with a chill, Mara sensed that her first adviser's days were limited. The lady of the Akoma was in no way prepared for the loss. Save for her son, the old woman was all Mara counted family in the world. If she lost Nicoya unexpectedly, there was no clear choice among her servants for the role of first adviser. Mara pushed such gloomy thoughts away. Best not to think of future sorrows when the Minwanabi were busy plotting vengeance, she justified to herself. Mara bade her runner slave rise and inform Arakasi that she would be joining him in the study. Then she clapped for a servant and sent to the kitchen for food. For, unless Arakasi changed his manner, he had come straight to his mistress from the road and had not eaten since the night before. Mara's study was dim and cool, even during early afternoon. Furnished with a low black table and fine green silk cushions, it had hand-painted screens opening onto a walkway lined with flowering akasi plants. When opened, the outer doors provided a view of the Akoma estates, Nidra meadows rolling away to the wetlands where the shatra birds flew each sunset. But today, the screens were only partially open, and the view was blocked by filmy silk drapes that admitted air while keeping out prying eyes. Mara entered a room that appeared at first glance to be empty. Experience had taught her not to be deceived. Still, she could not entirely control her slight start. A voice spoke without warning from the dimmest corner.
"I close the drapes, lady, since the work crew is trimming the akasi."
A shadowy figure stepped forward, as graceful as a predator stalking prey.
"Although your overseer is honest, and Midkemians are unlikely to be spies, still I take precautions out of habit."
The man knelt before his mistress.
"More than once, such practices have saved my life. I bring you greetings, lady."
Mara gave him her hand as a sign he should make himself comfortable.
"You are doubly welcomed home, Arakasi."
She studied this fascinating man. His dark hair was wet, but not from a bath. Arakasi had paused only to rinse off travel dust and slip on a fresh tunic. His hatred of the Minwanabi equalled any harboured by those born on Akoma lands, and his desire to see the most powerful of the 5 families ground down into oblivion was dearer to him than life.
"I hear no sounds of shears,"
Mara pointed out. She permitted her spy master to rise.
"Your return is a relief, Arakasi."
The spy master straightened and settled back onto his heels. Mara had a quick mind, and with her, discussions tended to thread through several topics simultaneously. He smiled with genuine pleasure, for in her service his reports bore rich fruit. Without waiting for her to be seated, he answered her earlier query.
"You hear no sounds of shears, lady, because the overseer sent away the workers. The slaves on the first shift complained of sunburn, and rather than sweat over the whip, the overseer chose to shuffle the work roster."
"Midkemians,"
Mara said shortly as she settled onto her cushions. With Arakasi she felt familiar, and since the day waxed hot, she loosened her sash and allowed the breeze through the drapes to cool her through her opened robe.
"They are recalcitrant as breeding Nidra. Jikan advised against my buying them, and I fear he may have been right."
Arakasi considered this with a bird-like cock of his head.
"Jikan thinks like a hedonra, not a ruler."
"Meaning he does not see the whole picture,"
Mara said, and the light in her eyes intensified with the challenge of matching wits with her spy master.
"You find the Midkemians interesting?"
she surmised.
"Passingly so."
Arakasi turned at a slight step in the corridor, and seeing that the disturbance was nothing more than a servant approaching from the kitchen, he again faced his mistress.
"Their customs are not like ours, lady. If there are slaves in their culture, my guess is they are very different creatures from ours. But I digress from my purpose."
His eyes grew suddenly sharp.
"Desio of the Minwanabi at last begins to show his hand as a ruling lord."
The servant arrived at the doorway with platters of fruit and cold jiggerbird. Arakasi fell silent as Mara motioned for the tray to be placed on the table.
"You must be hungry."
She invited her spy master to take his ease upon the cushions. The servant departed silently, and for the moment all was quiet outside. Neither Mara nor her spy master reached for the dishes. The lady of the Akoma spoke first.
"Tell me of Desio."
Arakasi became very still. His dark eyes showed no emotion at all, but his hands, so seldom betraying his mood, went tense.
"The young lord is not the player of the great game that his father was," he opened. "This, if anything, makes him more dangerous. With Jingu, my agents always knew where and when to listen. This is not so with the son. An experienced opponent is somewhat predictable. A novice may prove innovative."
He smiled slightly and nodded in Mara's direction, acknowledging that her own success bore out his observations.
"He's no creative thinker, but what Desio can't gain by wit, he may yet bungle into having."
The spy master poured himself a cup of jomach juice and took a tentative sip. He would find no poisons in this house, but the subject of the Minwanabi, as always, made him prickle with uneasiness and caution. Seeking a lighter tone, lest he needlessly alarm his young mistress, Arakasi added,
"Desio has a lot of soldiers to bungle with."
Mara considered her spy master's mood, perhaps brought on by his own need for self-control, for to give his hatred free rein, he would seek the destruction of his enemies without regard for the safety of any and all things near to him.
"But Desio himself is weak, no matter how strong those who serve him."
Arakasi abandoned his juice cup on the table.
"He has inherited all his father's passions, but not Jingu's restraints. If not for Force Commander Irelandi's vigilance, his enemies might have torn through his defences and fed off his wealth like a pack of jagunas over a dead Haralth,"
he said, referring to Kelawan's dog-like carrion-eater and most feared predator, a giant six-legged terror, all speed and teeth. Arakasi steepled his hands and looked keenly at Mara.
"But Force Commander Irelandi kept his patrols in first-class order. Many exploratory raids were mounted within days of Jingu's death, and Minwanabi left only a few survivors licking their wounds."
"The Zacatecas were among those enemies,"
Mara prompted. Arakasi returned a nod.
"They bear the Minwanabi no affection, and my agent in Lord Chipino's household indicates that the Zacatecas' first advisor raised the possibility of alliance with the Akoma. Others in his council are still opposed. They say you have shown the best you have and wait for you to fall. But Chipino of the Zacatecas listens without making final judgment."
Mara raised her eyebrows, surprised. The Zacatecas were one of the 5 families. Her victory over Jingu had indeed raised regard for her name if Chipino's advisers would debate a possible alliance that would be a virtual declaration of war on the Minwanabi. Even the Shinzawai had skirted the question of open ties, content for the moment to keep a friendly but neutral position.
"But the Zacatecas can wait," said Arakasi. "Desio will not formulate policy on his own, but come to depend on advisers and relations. Power and leadership will be spread over several men, making a clear-cut picture very difficult for my agents to gather. This will make our predictions unreliable where broad policy is concerned, and certainty impossible when it comes to assessing the Minwanabi's immediate plans."
Mara watched an insect advance across the fruit dish, sampling each variety. So would Desio surround himself with ambitious and power-hungry individuals, and, though their desires might differ, all could be depended upon to wish the Akoma downfall. Perhaps ominously, The insect settled on one slice of Jamach, where several of its fellows joined it.
We are fortunate that Tasayo is away in the wars upon Midkemia,
the lady mused. Arakasi leaned forward. Fortunate no longer, mistress. The man who arranged the murder of your father and brother is returning through the rift at this very day. Desio has called a great gathering of relations and supporters for the week following next. He will take oaths of fealty and more. He has paid in metal for the erection of a prayer gate to the Red God. Now Mara went very still.
Tasayo is dangerous.
Ambitious as well, added Arakasi. Desio might be ruled by his passions, but his cousin's only interests are war and power. With Desio firmly upon the Minwanabi throne, Tasayo will advance his own cause for command over imperial troops and will serve Desio faithfully, albeit with an occasional silent wish for Desio to choke on a jiggerbird bone, I wager. Tasayo may try a military solution to his uncle's fall from power, a smashing victory over House Akoma with some damage to other great houses as well, and Desio will stand next to the warlord in power in the council. Mara considered this. Jingu's death had caused the Minwanabi to lose honour, allies and political strength, but their garrisons and capability for warcraft were still undiminished. Akoma forces were well on their way to recovery since the destruction that had accompanied the fall of her father and brother, but too much relied on the Choja guards. At present, the insectoids would act only on Akoma lands, a deadly and reliable defensive army, but useless for offensive strategy. In war or conflict beyond the estate borders, the Akoma could not match the military might presently commanded by Desio.
We must know what they plan, she said tensely. Can your agents penetrate this Minwanabi gathering and report what Desio's advisers whisper in his ear?
Arakasi returned a bitter smile. Lady, do not overestimate any spy's abilities. Remember that the man who reports was very close to Jingu. That servant still commands the same post, but as the son begins to exercise his powers, we have no guarantee he will remain there. Of course, I have begun to groom a replacement should things go amiss, but remember that the agent we place must be tailored to Desio's tastes. He will not be able to rise in the young lord's confidence for a few years at best.
Mara anticipated Arakasi's next thought. And Tasayo is the greatest danger.
The spymaster returned a slight bow. Lady, be sure that I will do all that is possible to compile an accurate report of what transpires at Desio's gathering. Should the young lord remain as stupid as I think he is, Tasayo will be but one voice among many. If he shows an unexpected flash of intelligence and assigns the campaign against us to Tasayo, we are doubly endangered. He set aside a barely nibbled piece of bread. Worrying about what may occur has limited benefit. Have your factors and servants listen in the markets for gossip and news. Knowledge is power. Remember that always. On this will the Akoma come to triumph. Smoothly, Arakasi arose, and Mara waved him permission to withdraw. As he slipped unobtrusively from her presence, she noticed with a chill that this was the first time she had ever known him to leave food when he was hungry. The room seemed suddenly too silent, oppressive with her own doubt. The image of Tasayo returning reawakened the desperate sense of helplessness she had known when she had learned of the deaths of her family. Unwilling to dwell upon the blackness of the past, Mara clapped for her servants. "Bring me my son," she commanded. Though she knew Ayaki would be soundly asleep, she had a sudden yearning for his noise, his mischief, and the warm weight of his small, muscular body in her arms. Chapter 3. Changes. The child turned over. Ayaki sprawled upon the cushions, asleep. Boisterous for a short time, he had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Mara stroked his black hair away from his forehead, filled with love for her son. Although the boy had his father's stocky build, he had inherited quickness from her family. In his second year, he showed remarkable coordination, a fast tongue that drove the servants to distraction, and continually bruised knees. His smile had won the hearts of even the most hardened warriors who served on the Akoma estates.
"You will be a fine fighter and a greater player of the game,"
mused Mara softly. But now the boy's toughness and quick wit had one opponent he could not overcome, his need for an afternoon nap. Though he was the light of Mara's life, these brief interludes were welcome. For when awake, Ayaki required 3 nurses to keep him occupied. Mara tucked her son's robe about him and straightened his outflung limbs. She settled back upon her cushions in thought. Many recently planted seeds must bear fruit before Ayaki came of age. When that day dawned, her father's old enemies, the Anasati, would end the alliance begun for the sake of the boy. What goodwill Mara had secured through giving birth to the first grandson of Lord Tekuma of the Anasati would end, and the debt incurred by Buntakapi's premature death would be exacted. Then must the Akoma be unassailably strong, to weather the change in rule as Mara turned over control of her house to an inexperienced son. The Minwanabi menace must be fully eliminated before another powerful enemy challenged a young lord. Mara considered the years ahead, while afternoon sunlight striped the drapes and slaves returned to trim the akasi. The gardening around the walkways occurred often enough that she had become indifferent to the clack of shears, except for today, when that normal household sound was repeatedly interrupted by sharp commands from the overseer and the frequent slap of the short leather quirt he carried. Normally, the lash was ceremonial, a symbolic badge of rank carried on the belt. Tsurani slaves seldom required beating. But the slaves from Midkemia were indifferent to their overseer's displeasure. Their respect for their betters was non-existent, and whippings shamed them not at all. Tsurani slaves found the Midkemians as enigmatic as Mara did. Raised in the knowledge that their humble devotion to work was their only hope of earning a higher place upon the wheel that bound the departed to rebirth and life, they worked tirelessly. To be beaten for laziness, or to disobey their lawful masters in any way, was to earn the permanent disfavour of the gods, for beloved slave was only animal. And once returned from the wheel of life in a lower form, they would find salvation from the countless rebirths in pain and deprivation impossible. Disturbed from contemplation by a heated argument, Mara realized with annoyance that the barbarians still had not learned proper manners. The only change in them since the slave auction seemed to be the increased number of lash welts on their backs and a marked improvement in the command of their master's language.
"The gods will! That's hogwash!"
boomed one in heavily accented Tsurani. For a brief moment, Mara wondered what hogwash meant. Then the barbarian voice resumed.
"I call it plain stupidity. You want work from these men, you'll take my suggestion and thank me for it."
The overseer had no ready reply for slaves who talked back at him. Such things did not arise in Tsurani culture, and he had no means of coping except to slap the offender with his quirt and swear in an embarrassing display of temper. This had no effect. Disrupted utterly from her thoughts, Mara heard sounds of a scuffle and then words of unmistakable rage.
Strike me again with that, little man, and I'll drop you headfirst into that pile of six-leggers dung on the other side of that fence.
"Put me down, slave!" screeched the overseer. He sounded genuinely frightened. And since the situation had plainly got out of hand, Mara arose to intervene. Whatever hogwash might be, it wasn't something that indicated proper deference to authority. She crossed the study, whipped the drapes back, and found herself looking up across an impressively muscled expanse of shoulder and arm. The red-headed Midkemian, who had been at the root of the commotion at the auction, had a fist twined in the overseer's robe, lifting him into the air, his feet kicking above the ground. When he saw his mistress, the overseer's eyes rolled back in his head, and his lips moved in prayer to Kalesha, goddess of mercy. The barbarian simply looked down at the diminutive lady in the doorway, his expression bland, but his eyes as blue and hard as the sword metal that abounded on the Midkemian side of the rift. Mara felt her own anger rise at that openly rebellious stare. She curbed her temper and spoke evenly. "If you value life, slave, let him go now." The redhead recognized authority in her dark eyes. Still, he was insolent. He considered her command an instant, then a wicked grin spread across his face, and he opened his fist. The overseer dropped without warning, buckled at the knees, and landed on his seat in the middle of Mara's favourite flower bed. The grin sparked Mara's anger. "You lack any hint of humility, slave, and that is a dangerous thing." The redhead stopped smiling, but his eyes remained upon his mistress with an interest that now had more to do with her thin robe than any respect for her words. Mara was not too angry to notice. Suddenly made to feel undressed by the barbarian's frank appraisal, she felt her anger mount. She might have ordered the redhead's immediate death as an example to the others, except that Arakasi's earlier expression of interest in the barbarians made her pause. None of the Midkemians behaved in an appropriate way, and unless she could learn the reason why, the only expedient that could end the problem was to slaughter her purchases out of hand. Still, an object lesson was required. Turning to a nearby pair of guards, she said, "Take this slave out of sight and beat him. Do not let him die, but make him wish to. If he resists, then kill him." Instantly, 2 swords appeared, and, with clear intent to brook no resistance, the guards led the outworlder away. As he moved down the path, the imminent prospect of a beating seemed to have no effect on his self-important posture. The barbarian's lack of fear at his coming ordeal served only to irritate Mara more, for it was the one thing about the man that was Tsurani-like and admirable. Then Mara caught herself. About the man? What could she be thinking of? He was only a slave. Jikan chose that moment to make an appearance. His polite knock on the door frame broke through Mara's angry contemplation. She whirled and snapped across the room. "What?" The sight of her Hedonra jumping back in fright made her feel foolish. She motioned for her overseer to remove himself from the flower bed, then retired to her cushions where Ayaki still lay asleep. Jikan stepped into the room from the hallway. "Mistress?" he inquired meekly. With a wave at her Hedonra, Mara said, "I am about to learn why Elzeki here must argue with slaves." The overseer stepped through the outer door, flushing visibly at his mistress's disapproval. Elzeki was little better than a slave himself, an untrained servant given the office of managing workers about the estate, and authority given to him could be taken away. He prostrated himself upon the waxed wood floor and protested hotly in his own defence. "Mistress, these barbarians have no sense of order. They are without wall." He used the ancient Tsurani word meaning centre of being, the soul that defined one's place in the universe. "They complain, they malinga, they argue, they make jokes."
Frustrated to the point of tears, he finished in an angry rush.
"The red-headed one is the worst. He acts as if he were a noble."
Mara's eyes widened. A noble? Elzeki straightened from his obeisance and glanced in appeal at the Hedonra. Jikan still winced at the poor choice of words. With no support forthcoming from the Hedonra, Elzeki prostrated himself again, his forehead pressed to the floor.
"Please, mistress, I meant no disrespect."
Mara waved away the apology. "No, that is understood. What did you mean?" Peeking up, he saw that his mistress's anger had changed to interest.
"The other barbarians defer to him, my lady. Maybe this redhead was an officer too cowardly to die. He might have lied. These barbarians mix truth and untruth without distinction, I sometimes think. Their ways are strange. They confuse me."
Mara frowned, thinking that if the redhead were cowardly or frightened of pain, he would not have shown such nerveless composure at the prospect of a beating by her guards.
"What were you and he arguing about?"
Jikan demanded. Elzeki, the overseer, seemed to shrivel, as if to review the events leading up to his shameful embarrassment were to relive them.
"Many things, Honorable Hedonra. The barbarian speaks with such a savage accent he is difficult to understand."
Through the screen beyond the drapes came the sound of a distant thud, followed by a pained grunt. Mara's orders for punishment were plainly being carried out by the guards. Since his own hide might be whipped over the barbarian's disobedience, the overseer began visibly to sweat. Mara motioned for the screen door to be closed, lest she be further disturbed. As a house servant rushed to do her bidding, she saw that the remaining barbarians were gathered on the walkway, their shears idle in their hands, regarding their mistress with open hostility and resentment. Stifling outrage at such blatant disrespect, Mara snapped at the overseer.
"Then tell us just one thing that red-haired barbarian dared to feel important enough to argue about."
Elzeki shifted his weight.
"The redhead asked to move one of the men inside."
Jikan glanced at his mistress, who nodded permission for him to cross-question.
"What reason did he give?" "Some nonsense about our sun being hotter than the sun on their own world, and this other man being stricken by the heat."
Mara said, "What else?" Elzeki glanced at his feet, like a boy caught sneaking sweets from the kitchen.
"He also complained that some of the slaves needed more water than we were giving them because of the heat."
Mara said, "And?"
"He gave excuses for laziness. Rather than work hard, he objected that a few of the men who were set to tend the flowers knew nothing of plants upon their own world, let alone ours, and that to punish them for working slowly was foolish."
Jikan sat back, astonished.
"These sound like excellent suggestions to me, my lady."
Mara expelled a long-suffering sigh.
"It seems that I acted too hastily,"
she said ruefully.
"Elzeki, go and put a stop to the beating. Tell my guards to have the red-headed slave cleaned up and brought to me here in my study."
As the overseer hurried obsequiously away, Mara regarded her Hedonra.
"Jikan, it would seem that I ordered punishment for the wrong man." "Elzeki has never had much perception,"
Jikan agreed. Silently, he wondered why that admission seemed to cause his lady distress.
"We'll have to remove him from office,"
Mara summed up.
"Slaves are much too valuable to be mismanaged by fools."
She appealed at last to her Hedonra.
"I'll have you break the news to Elzeki, and then trust you to appoint his replacement?" "Your will, my lady."
Jikan bowed low and departed. As he passed through the screen to the corridor, Mara stroked Ayaki's cheek. She then called for her maid to remove him to his sleeping mat in the nursery. If she was to deal with this red-headed barbarian personally, she wanted no other distractions. That thought made her smile, as the maid lifted her stocky son and he murmured angry protest in his sleep. Ayaki awake was as much of a disaster as the redhead, and with a shake of her head, Mara sat back to await the arrival of the guards with the barbarian offender who had single-handedly managed to ruin her contemplation. The guard stepped in soon after, the Midkemian between them, his hair and loincloth drenched. Mara's request that he be cleaned up had been interpreted in the most uncomplicated way possible. The guards had simply dropped him into a convenient Nidra trough. The beating and subsequent soaking had dampened his spirit only slightly. The amusement in his eyes had changed to anger, barely held in check. His defiance disturbed Mara. Lujan had often crossed the line of good manners with his playful banter, but never had a socially inferior man dared to look at her in such an openly condemnatory fashion. Suddenly sorry she had not called for a more modest house robe, Mara nevertheless refused to summon her maid, lest she grant significance to the stare of a barbarian slave. Rather than feel embarrassment before the outworlder, she matched his gaze with her own. The guards were uncertain what to do with the wretch they had half-dragged into their lady's presence. Still gripping the huge man tightly, they offered ineffectual bows. The more senior of the warriors broke the silence with ill-concealed diffidence. "Lady, what is your wish? A barbarian in your presence would perhaps be more seemly on his knees." Mara noticed the guards as if for the first time, and the water pooling on her waxed floor. There was blood mixed in the puddles. "Let him stand if he wishes." She clapped for her servants and sent the first one to answer off at a run to fetch towels. The house slave reappeared with a pile of scented bath towels. He entered the study, bowed, and only belatedly realized that his lady's request had been made on behalf of the scruffy barbarian who stood pinioned in the hands of the guards. "Well?" snapped Mara at her servant's hesitation. "Dry the brute off before he ruins the floor." "Your will, mistress," the slave murmured from a position of prostration. He arose and began to daub the reddened skin between the barbarian's shoulder blades, this being the highest place he could reach. Mara assessed the huge slave in a relatively calm moment, then came to a decision. "Leave us," she commanded her guards. They released the barbarian, bowed, and let themselves out through the screen to the corridor. The barbarian rubbed his wrists where the guard's grip had restricted circulation. The slave attempting to dry him seemed an irritation, and, after a glance at Mara, the outworlder reached out, took a clean towel from the pile, and finished the task himself. His hair stood up in spikes when he finished, and the slave looked in dismay at the pile of blood-soiled, damp towels heaped about the barbarian's feet. "Give those to my washing maids," Mara said. She motioned for the redhead to select a cushion and be seated. Mara studied the barbarian's face. The gaze he returned was as penetrating as her own. Suddenly, she felt out of her depth. Something about this man disturbed her. The reason struck her. She still considered him a man. Slaves were livestock, not people. Why did this one cause her to feel uncertain? Her practice in the role of ruling lady allowed her to assume the mask of command. She felt challenged to discover why this barbarian made her forget his station. She forced her voice to calm. "I was hasty, perhaps." As the house slave scooped up the towels and hastened away, she added, "It would appear upon examination of the matter that I ordered you beaten unfairly." Taken aback, but covering it well, the redhead selected a cushion and gingerly sat down. The scar left on his face by the overseer, at the slave market, did not detract from his appearance. Rather, the floor gave heightened contrast to his handsome features, and his heavy beard was a novelty not seen in Tsurani freemen, who shaved as a matter of tradition.
"Slave," commanded Mara, "I wish to know more of the land you come from."
"I have a name," said the redhead in his deep-throated voice, which now was bristling with antagonism. "I am Kevin, from the city of Zun."
Mara replied with irritation, "You might have been counted human once upon your world, but now you are a slave. A slave has no honor, nor does he have a spirit in the eyes of the gods. This you must have known, Kevin of Zin." She spoke the name with sarcasm. "You chose your lot, chose to forfeit honor. If not, you should have died before an enemy took you captive."
She paused, as another thought occurred to her.
"Or were you vassal to another more powerful house, whose lord refused you permission to take your own life?"
Kevin raised his brows, momentarily baffled by confusion. "What? I'm not sure what you mean." Mara repeated herself in terms a child would understand.
"Did your house swear vassalage to another?"
Kevin straightened his back, winced, and raked a hand through his damp beard. "Zun swore allegiance to the High King in Rilanan, of course." The lady nodded, as if all were explained.
"Then you were forbidden permission by this king to fall upon your sword, yes?"
Thoroughly mystified, Kevin shook his head. "Fall on my sword? Why? I might be a third son of a minor family, but I don't need my king's permission to sanction what seems an act of total idiocy." Now Mara blinked in surprise.
"Have your people no honor? If the choice was yours, why allow yourself to be taken captive into slavery?"
Careful of his welts, which were swelling uncomfortably, Kevin regarded this diminutive woman who, through misfortune, had come to be his mistress. Forcing a smile, he said, "Trust me, lady, I had no option. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enjoying your, hospitality now. Had I a choice, I'd be at home with my family." Mara shook her head slightly. This was not the answer she sought.
"We may be having difficulty because of your barbaric use of the Tsurani tongue. Let me ask a different way. When you were taken captive, were you not spared a moment by fate in which you could have taken your own life rather than face capture?"
Kevin paused, as if weighing the question. "I suppose so. But why would I think about killing myself?" Without thought, Mara blurted, "For honor!" Kevin laughed bitterly. "What good is honor to a dead man?" Mara blinked, as if struck by harsh lights in a dark room.
"Honor is everything,"
Mara said, not believing anyone could ask the question.
"It is what makes living endurable. It gives purpose to everything. What else is there to live for?"
Kevin threw up his hands in exasperation. "Why, to enjoy life, to know the company of friends, to serve men you admire, in this case, to escape and go home again. What else?"
"Escape?"
Thoroughly shocked and unable to conceal the fact, Mara forced her mind to regroup. These people were not Tsurani, she reminded herself. The codes of behaviour that bound slaves to service on her world were not shared by the folk beyond the rift. The Lady of the Acoma went on to wonder whether others of her culture might have discovered how different the Midkemians were from themselves. Hokanu of the Shinzawai sprang to mind. Mara made a mental note to pry loose information on Lord Kamatsu's interest in the barbarians during the son's forthcoming visit. Next, she considered whether this Kevin of Zun might hold strange knowledge or ideas that might prove helpful against her enemies. "You must tell me more of the lands beyond the rift," she demanded abruptly. Pained by more than cuts and bruises, Kevin sighed. "You are a woman of many contradictions," he said with some care. "You order me beaten, dipped in a livestock trough, and then dried with what must be your finest towels. Now you want speeches without so much as a drink to wet my throat first? Your comforts, or lack of them, are beyond your right to question," said Mara acidly. "You happen to be bleeding on a cushion that cost much more than your worth on the open market. So be careful how you speak of my consideration." Kevin raised his brows in reproof. He intended to say more, but at that moment someone outside chose to scratch on the screen to the lady's private study. Since no Tsurani would signal his mistress for attention with anything but a polite knock, Mara did not immediately respond. Whoever waited without seemed entirely unfazed by this fact. The wooden frame slid on its oiled track, and the bald-headed slave who had abetted the clothing scam at the slave auction poked his face inside.
"Kevin?"
he said quietly, oblivious to the fact that he trespassed upon nobility without spoken leave or invitation.
"You all right, old son?"
Mara gaped as the redhead returned a reassuring grin. The bald-headed man smiled at Mara, then withdrew without further ado. Mara sat speechless for a long moment. In all the memory of her ancestors, she had never known a slave with the effrontery to admit himself to his ruling master's chambers without any summons, to hold a personal conversation with another slave, then withdraw without leave, making only the most perfunctory attempt at acknowledging his rightful mistress. Mara curbed her first impulse to call for punishment, now being totally convinced of the need to understand more of these barbarians. She sent her runner to find another overseer to manage the barbarians and set them to cutting a cussie, as they should have been doing all along. Then Mara returned her attention to Kevin. "Tell me how servants treat their mistresses in the lands where you were born." The barbarian returned a provocative smile. His eyes wandered boldly over Mara's body, which was covered only by an almost transparent silk robe. "To begin with," he said brightly, "any lady who wore what you do in front of her servants would be begging to get herself—" He struggled for a word, then said, "In my language it's not a polite term. I don't know how you folks feel about it, but given you're showing me all you've got without a thought, you obviously don't consider such things." "What are you talking about?" Mara snapped, at the edge of her patience. "Why—" He touched himself upon his dirty loincloth, then made an upward gesture with his extended forefinger. "What men and women do to make babies." He pointed in the general direction of her groin. Mara's eyes widened. She might be having difficulty thinking of this barbarian as a slave, but obviously he had no difficulty thinking of her as a woman. Softly, in tones that could only be called dangerous, she said, "To suggest such a thing, even indirectly, could mean a slow and painful death, slave. The most shameful execution is hanging. But if we wish the condemned to suffer, we hang them by the feet. Some men have been known to last 2 days that way. With a pile of hot coals just below your head, it can be a most unpleasant way to die." Aware of Mara's anger, Kevin hastily amended, "Of course, Zun has a much cooler climate than you're accustomed to." His phrases became broken as he searched for unfamiliar words or substituted ones in his own tongue when his knowledge was incomplete. We have winters and snow and cold rains during other seasons. The ladies from my lands must wear heavy skirts and animal skins for warmth. Tends to make the uncovered female body something we don't see a lot. Mara's eyes flashed as she listened to the slave. Snow. She sounded the barbarian's word awkwardly. Cold rains. Then what he meant registered, and she said, Animal skins? Do you mean furs? Leather with the hair not scraped off? As her anger lessened. Something like that, Kevin said. How strange. Mara considered this like a child presented with wonders. Such clothing must be uncomfortably heavy, not to mention being difficult for slaves to wash. Kevin laughed. You don't wash furs if you don't want them ruined. You beat the dust from them and set them in the sun to air. Since her features again clouded over at his amusement over her ignorance, he quickly added, We have no slaves at Zun. As he said this, his mood turned darker and more subdued. His shoulders stung yet from his beating, and, despite the padding of the cushion, he ached even from sitting. The Keshians keep slaves, but kingdom law severely limits such practices. Which explained much of the unmanageability of the Midkemians, Mara concluded. Who does your menial work, then? Free men, lady. We have servants, serfs, and franklins who own allegiance to their lords. Townsmen, merchants, guildsmen as well. Unsatisfied with such a brief explanation, Mara plied Kevin for details. She sat motionless as he described the structure of kingdom governance in depth. Long shadows striped the screens by the time her interest flagged. Kevin's voice by then sounded worn and hoarse. Thirsty herself, Mara sent for cool fruit drinks. When she had been served, she motioned for Kevin's comforts to be looked after. Mara asked then about metalworking, an art her people knew little of, since such substances were rare in Kelawan. That Midkemian peasants owned iron, brass, and copper seemed inconceivable to her. Kevin's assertion that occasionally they possessed silver and gold was beyond credibility. Her astonishment at such wonders made her forget the differences between them. Kevin responded by smiling more. His easy manner awakened a hunger she had never allowed herself to explore. Mara found her eyes wandering over the lines of his body or following the gestures of his strong, fine hands as he sought to explain things for which he lacked words. He spoke of smiths who fashioned iron and shaped the hard crescent shoes that were nailed to the hooves of the beasts their warriors rode. Quite naturally, the discussion turned into a lively talk over tactics and the mutual discovery that the Midkemians found the Chojar as terrifying an adversary as the Tsurani found mounted horsemen. You have much to teach, Mara said at last, a flash of pleasure showing through her fine complexion. That moment, Nicoya knocked upon the door to remind her of her afternoon meeting with her counsellors. Mara straightened, startled to realise that most of the day had fled. She regarded the deepening shadows, the plates of fruit rinds, and the emptied pitchers and glasses strewn on the table between herself and the slave. Sorry that the discussion between them must end, she waved for her personal servant. You will take this barbarian and see to his comforts. Let him bathe and apply unguents to his wounds. Then find him a robe, and have him await me in my personal quarters, for I wish to speak further with him when my business is concluded. The slave bowed, then motioned for Kevin to follow. The barbarian unfolded his long legs and arose stiffly to his feet. He winced, then saw that the lady still watched him. He returned a wry smile and, with no humbleness whatsoever, blew a kiss in her direction before he started after the servant. Nicoya watched his parting gesture with narrowed eyes, a frown on her leathery face. Her mistress exhibited more amazement than outrage at such familiarity. Suddenly, Mara hid a smile behind her hand, seemingly unable to contain herself. Nicoya's displeasure deepened into suspicion.
"My lady, have a care. A wise ruler does not reveal her heart to a slave."
That man! Mara stiffened, surprised into a blush. He is a barbarian. I am fascinated by his alien people. Nothing more. Then she sighed. His blown kiss was a gesture Lano used to make when we were little, she explained, referring to the dead brother she used to idolize as a child. Remember? Nicoya had raised Mara from infancy, and the memory of Lanakota's gesture did not worry the old nurse. What troubled Nicoya was the reaction she saw in her mistress. Mara straightened her robe carefully over her thighs. Nicoya, you know I have no wish for a man. She stopped smoothing her silken hem, and her hands tightened into fists. I know some ladies keep handsome men as litter-bearers so that more personal needs can be satisfied at whim, but I am uninterested in such diversion. Even to herself, Mara sounded unconvincing. Irritated by the urge to discuss what should have needed no denial, Mara closed the topic with an imperious gesture. Now, send for servants to remove these plates and cups. I will see my advisers, and Arakasi will relate his report on Lord Desio of the Minwanabi. Nicoya bowed, but as a house servant arrived and began clearing the table for the meeting, the old first adviser watched closely. A wistful smile came and went on Mara's lips. Shrewdly intuitive, Nicoya knew Mara did not contemplate the coming meeting, but rather the bronzed and red-haired barbarian who had whiled away an entire afternoon with talk. The sparkle in Mara's eyes and the half-excited, half-frightened clenching of hands betrayed the lady. Fears of pain and humiliation, memories of a brutal and insensitive husband warred with new desire. Nicoya might be old, but she remembered younger passions. 20 years ago she might have given serious thought to having the slave brought to her own sleeping room. Aware of Kevin's attractions, and foreseeing trouble, the former nurse sighed silently. Mara had proved herself a clever player of the game of the council, but she had yet to understand the most basic things about relations between a man and a woman. Already under siege, she lacked instinct to know an attack from that quarter was even possible. Fighting tears of concern, the former nurse composed herself for the forthcoming meeting. If Mara was to have her world turned upside down by an unexpected passion, she had chosen the worst possible time to have it happen. Chapter 4. Vows. Horns sounded. A thunder of drums joined in as the assembled crowd knelt, bowed, then sat back upon their heels in the ancient Tsurani position of attention. Arranged according to rank, but clothed in no other finery than white robes tied with an orange and black sash, they awaited the arrival of the new Lord of the Minwanabi. The Minwanabi Great Hall was unique in all the empire. Some ancient lord had employed a genius for an architect, an artist of unsurpassed brilliance. No visitor to the house of Desio's ancestors could fail to be awed by the engineering, which couched a supreme comfort within what amounted to a fortress.
The hillside chosen for the estate house had been hollowed out, the upper third pierced with arches that were left open to the sky, admitting light and air. Screens, designed to protect against inclement weather, were presently drawn back, and the entire hall lay awash in noonday sunlight. The lower portion of the hall was cut into the mountain. Its central chamber measured a full 300 paces from the single entrance across a richly patterned floor to the dais. There, upon a throne of carved agate, Decio would receive fealty offered by the retainers and vassals summoned to do him homage. Minwanabi guards in ceremonial armour stood at attention, their black lacquered helms and officers' orange plumes a smart double line in the gallery overlooking the main floor. The musicians by the entry completed their fanfare, then lowered their horns and drums. Silence fell. A piercing note cut the air. A door slid open to one side, and a priest of Tsurani, the red god of death, spun on light feet into the hall. The bone whistle between his lips was a relic preserved from the ancient days. A feathered cape fell to elbow length, and his nude body was painted red upon black, so he looked like a blood-drenched skeleton as he danced in praise of his divine master. He wore his hair slicked to his scalp with heavy grease, the ends plaited in 2 braids tied with cords, from which dangled bleached infant skulls. The priest circled 3 times around the dais, joined by 4 acolytes, each in red robe and skull mask. Their appearance caused a stir through the assembly. Many in the hall made surreptitious gestures to ward off ill luck, for to encounter the death god's minions was unpleasant at the best of times. The whistles shrilled, and the skulls clacked in time to the head priest's step. His dance grew faster, and the acolytes initiated a series of gyrations and leaps that described the throes of human suffering, the death god's ultimate power, and the punishments meted out to mortals who displeased him. Now a muttering disturbed the hall, as Decio's guests asked in whispers why red priests should be chosen to invoke a blood ritual at this gathering. Normally, the priests of Chochocan, the good god, or, in rare cases, the priests of Duran the Just, would be asked to bless a new lord's reign. But a death priest was a rare and unsettling presence. The dancers spun to a standstill, and the whistles ceased. The chief priest advanced on soundless feet and mounted the dais. He removed a scarlet dagger from a pocket inside his cape and, with a high, keening yell, severed his left braid. This he hung upon the corresponding arm of the new lord's throne. Then he touched his forehead to the chair back and cut his right braid. The tiny skull at the end clicked ominously against agate carvings. When this talisman had been affixed to the right arm of the great chair, none present were left in doubt. The red god's priests did not cut their hair, except in expectation of great sacrifice to their divine master. Decio of the Minwanabi was pledging his house to violent undertakings. Uneasy quiet reigned as Decio's honour guard made their entrance. The customary 12 warriors were led by Force Commander Irilandi and First Advisor Incomo. Last came the new lord, resplendent in a plumed overrobe of orange trimmed in black, his dark hair tied back. Incomo reached the dais, turned and sank to his knees at his master's right hand. He watched critically as his lord completed the steps to his seat of power. Decio was holding up well, despite the heat and the unaccustomed weight of the armour beneath his finery. As a boy, Jingu's heir had lacked any skill at warcraft. His efforts in the practice yard had earned only silent scorn from his instructors. When old enough for active service, he had marched with a few patrols in safe areas, but when the officers in command had politely complained about his ineptness, The boy had gratefully become a permanent fixture in his father's court. Desio inherited the worst attributes of his sire and grandsire, Nkomo judged. It would be a miracle for the Minwanabi to prosper under his rule, even should the Akoma pose no threat. Studying the assembled crowd, Nkomo's attention was caught by a striking figure in the first row of guests. Tasayo wore Minwanabi armour like a warrior born. He was perhaps the most able family member in 3 generations. Bored with the ceremony, Nkomo considered what it would be like to serve under a clever-minded ruler such as Tasayo. Then the first adviser banished such fanciful thoughts. In a moment, he would swear to obey Desio in all things. The new lord managed to seat himself upon his great chair without mishap, for which Nkomo was thankful. Clumsiness at this time would be inauspicious, an omen that the gods' disfavour had fallen upon the Minwanabi. Anxious sweat dampened the first adviser's brow as he endured the time-honoured formalities before Desio arose to speak. The young lord of the Minwanabi began in a voice surprisingly strong in the silent hall. "I welcome you," Desio intoned, "my family, my allies and friends. Those who served my father are doubly welcome for your loyalty to him in the past and to myself in the future." Nkomo drew a relieved breath, his immediate worries assuaged. His young charge went pompously on to thank the attending priests. Then he waved his florid hands as his words became more passionate. Convinced of his own importance, Desio called attention to his more prominent guests. Nkomo was trying to look attentive, but his mind became increasingly preoccupied. What move would the Lady of the Akoma make next? How had a girl turned Jingu's plans for her murder to her own ends? As many times as Nkomo reviewed the events of that cursed day, he could not determine what had reversed things to bring about such a tragic pass. One thing he knew. The Minwanabi had relied too heavily upon a hired courtesan as agent. She had a reputation as thoroughly professional, yet, at the last, she had failed to carry out her duty. The result had cost the beautiful woman her life. Nkomo vowed never again to depend upon one not sworn to Minwanabi's service. And what of the part played by the strike leader Shimizu, one who was oath-bound to service? His assault upon Mara's bodyguard had gone as planned, but the following night a simple accident that should have ended the Akoma line turned into a debacle. Desio announced another honoured guest come to see him take office. Nkomo glanced in that lord's direction, attempting not to look bored. His thoughts returned again to that terrible day. Nkomo repressed a shiver as he remembered the horror upon Lord Jingu's face as the warlord's magician companion had employed magic to prove the misfortunate treachery of courtesan and strike leader against Mara. Shamed before the eyes of guests, Jingu had been forced to make amends on behalf of his house in the only appropriate way. In all history, no Minwanabi lord had ever been required to preserve family honour by suicide. Nkomo still awoke in a cold sweat each night as he dreamed of the moment Jingu had seized bravery and thrown himself upon his family sword. Nkomo remembered little after that. The march back to the estate house, his lord upon the funeral bier, with his armour polished and shining, and his hands crossed upon his sword, were vague images. Instead, the first adviser was tormented by the moment of death. His lord sprawled upon the ground, life's blood and entrails spilling out of his stomach, his vacant eyes filming over like those of a fish dying upon the docks. The priest of Turakamu had quickly bound Jingu's hands with the ritual red cord and hidden his face with a scarlet cloth, but the memory remained indelibly. The reign of a great and powerful master had ended with terrifying swiftness. A movement reawakened Nkomo to the present. He nodded in greeting to another ruler come to pay homage to Desio. Then the Minwanabi First Advisor took a deep breath and collected himself. He had managed the household through Desio's days of dissipation with what seemed unassailable calm. But behind his emotionless, correct bearing, Nkomo battled with terror. For the first time in a long life of playing the game of the council, he knew paralyzing fear of another ruler. His only defense against this dread was an anger fueled by the image of Mara and her retinue crossing the lake. Dozens of other lords had departed with her, their coloured craft flocked together like waterfowl in mating plumage. Among that flotilla had been the massive white and gold barge of the warlord. Almecho had moved his celebration from Jingu's estate to the lands of the Akoma, as telling a sign of the Minwanabi fall from grace as any single thing could be. That moment, a shadow crossed Nkomo's face, ending his interval of reflection. A lean, graceful warrior mounted the dais to kneel at the feet of the new lord. Tasayo, son of Jingu's late brother, bowed low and presented himself to his rightful master. Tasayo's auburn hair was tucked back into an elegant jade pin. His profile was slightly aquiline, and his bearing was impeccably correct. Hands, scarred lightly from past battles, possessed the beauty of strength honed to an edge of perfection. He was the image of a humble warrior, sworn to serve his master, but nothing could hide the burning intensity in his eyes. He smiled up at his cousin and gave his pledge.
My lord, this I swear upon the spirits of our common ancestors, even to the beginning of time, and upon the Natami wherein resides the Minwanabi spirit. To you I pledge honor in all things. My life and death are yours.
Desio brightened as the most able rival to his place as ruler bowed to tradition. Nkomo put away his futile wish that the cousins' roles had been reversed. Had it been Desio bending knee before Tasayo, then would the Akoma have trembled. Instead, irrevocably, the cleverer, stronger man bound his fate to the weaker. Nkomo found his hands clenched to fists, his nails gouging into his palms. Something still nagged at him from the night when Minwanabi fortunes had soured. As Tasayo arose and marched from the dais, the first advisor considered a new thought. Mara had managed to discover the plot to end her life. But no, Nkomo corrected himself. Of course she expected the attack. Yet somehow she had sensed the moment and the manner of the strike. Luck could not explain such fortune. Coincidence on that scale was unlikely to the point of impossibility. The mad god of chance would have had to have been whispering in the lady's ear for her to have simply guessed what Jingu and his courtesan agent had planned. The last Minwanabi allies were filing by, completing their assurances of friendship to Desio. The first advisor regarded each expressionless face and concluded that their protestations were about as useful as weapons made from spun sugar. At the first sign the Minwanabi were vulnerable, each lord here would be seeking new alliances. Even Bruli of the Kehotara had refused to renew the vow of complete vassalage his father had embraced with Jingu, leaving doubts as to his reliability. Desio had barely hidden his distaste as Bruli mouthed a promise of friendship, then departed. Nkomo smiled mechanically at each passing noble as he reviewed his own concerns. He replayed the events of the past again and again until logic at the last yielded the answer. His conclusion was shocking, unthinkable. The Akoma must have a spy within the Minwanabi household. Jingu's plot had been carefully laid, inescapable without privy information. Nkomo found his pulse racing as he considered the ramifications. The game of the council knew no respite. Always there were attempts to infiltrate the rival houses. Nkomo himself had several well-placed agents and had personally thwarted attempts to penetrate the Minwanabi household. But somewhere, all too obviously, he had missed one. The Akoma spy might be a servant, a family factor, a warrior wearing an officer's plume, even a slave. Now, enmeshed in thought to trace the culprit, Nkomo viewed the ceremony with impatience. Protocol demanded he remain at his post until the formalities closed. The last lord made his appearance. Desio dragged through an interminable speech of thanks. Nkomo almost fidgeted with restlessness. Then the priests of Turakamu resumed their cursed whistle-blowing and another ritual dance. At last the recessional began, Desio's honour guard marching in measured steps out the portals from the great hall. Posted at Desio's shoulder, but a half-pace behind, Nkomo reviewed each senior member of the household. His quick mind narrowed down the possibilities, eliminating blood relations and those in service since early childhood. But even after these were all put aside, the possibilities for enemy agents were still vast. So many servants had been acquired over the last 3 years that Nkomo faced a daunting search. To dismiss these new staff members in large numbers would be a clear admission of weakness. To use torture to discover which one might be the turncoat would only alert the spy. He or she might then slip between their fingers. No, far better to move with caution. The procession continued through the tunnelled hallway. Outside, the late afternoon sun dipped behind the trees. Long shadows fell over the column as honour guard and guests marched in measured step to the place appointed for the next part of the ceremony. Benches had been laid in a circle in a natural amphitheatre formed by a fold in the hills. The guests found seats in silence and looked down upon the expanse of cleared ground in the centre. 4 large holes had been dug there, a pair flanking the main road. A company of soldiers and workers awaited in neat array beside a huge, newly erected wooden frame bedecked with pulleys and ropes. Nkomo took his place on one of the central benches and strove to focus on the proceedings. Unlike Desio's assumption of office, this was no mere formality. To build a prayer gate was to invoke the presence of a god and beg favour. To erect a monument to Turakamu, the Red God, was to risk destruction should the act be looked upon with disfavour. The priest of Turakamu and his acolytes began dancing around the 4 painted beams that awaited placement in the waiting holes. They spun with mad energy, accompanied by eerie yells and blasts on the sacred bone whistle. The head priest's naked flanks heaved with exertion, and sweat traced clean patches in his red and black ceremonial paint. The bouncing of his flaccid genitals amused Nkomo. The first adviser scolded himself for his impiety. Rather than laugh and earn the Red God's displeasure, he averted his eyes slightly, out of respect for the holy performance. 2 groups of workers waited nearby in silence. Among them, out of place and oddly ill at ease, stood servants and their families. A girl of about 7 cried and clung to her mother's hand. Nkomo wondered if the spectacle of the priest frightened her. The next moment, the head priest ended one of his spins in a motionless crouch before the little girl's father. The acolytes screeched in unison. They sprang forward, caught the man by the shoulders in a ritual grip, and led him to the nearest of the holes. The bone whistle shrilled in the afternoon heat. The chosen man closed his eyes and silently jumped down into the hole, which was deep and wide. Then the act was repeated with another man, whose wife hid her face in a most unseemly way. When the second hole was occupied, the priest gave a tortured shriek. Then he intoned, "Ah, Turakamu, who judge all men at the last, welcome to your service these two worthy spirits. They shall stand eternally vigilant over this, your monument. Look upon their families with charity, and when their children pass at length through your hall, judge them kindly, and return them to life with your blessing." Nkomo heard the opening ritual with a rising unease. Human sacrifice was rare in the Empire, and while no longer common, it was still a practice in the Red God's temple. Obviously, these two workers had volunteered to become sacrifices for the gate, in exchange for the hope their children might return to their next life born to higher station. Warriors, or perhaps even lords. Nkomo considered that a thin bargain at best. If a man was pious enough, should the gods not grant him favour, as temple aphorisms stated? Yet only a fool would speak against an offering to the Red God. Nkomo watched in stony stillness as the volunteers were tucked into their holes, knees under chin and hands crossed in semblance of eternal prayer. The priests screeched a paean to their divine master, then signalled work crews to hoist the massive timbers that would support the arch of the gate. Ropes creaked under the strain as the workers hoisted the first upright high. They chanted and swung the beam, and a scythe of shadow crossed the pit as the end was jockeyed into position. Now the crowd of Minwanabi supporters was frozen, awaiting the moment of sacrifice. A foreman with a squint judged the position correct. He signalled to the head priest, who touched his bone whistle to his lips and blasted the quavering note that would summon the god. As the call faded and a hush claimed the gathering, two lesser priests raised a sacred axe of shining obsidian and slashed the ropes. The carved pole was released, thudded downward into the waiting hole, and crushed the first servant like a bug. A spatter of blood sprayed up from the earth, and the sobbing child tore from her mother's hold and threw herself against the post that had slain her father. "Bring him back! Bring him back!" she cried repeatedly as Minwanabi soldiers dragged her away. Nkomo knew the Red Priest counted this an inauspicious start. In an attempt to appease his god, the priest revised the ritual from first-level sacrifice to second. He clicked his bone rattle with his fingernails, and his acolytes donned ceremonial masks. The second victim was dragged from his hole, confusion plain in his eyes. He had expected his end to be the same as his predecessors, but apparently this was not to be. The first masked acolyte stepped forward with a bowl and an obsidian knife. He said no word, but at a gesture from the head priest, the men gripped the farmer, spread-eagled over the bowl. The acolyte raised his knife, chanting, and called for the god's favour. He laid the blade first on one side of the pinioned man's temple and then the other, consecrating the sacrifice. The unfortunate farmer trembled under the touch of the stone knife. He flinched as its keen edge cut a symbol into his forehead and strove to endure without outcry as a slash from the priest opened his right wrist. Blood pattered into the dust like obscene rain. Acolytes became spattered as they rushed to catch the drops in the bowl. And, like a litany of the damned, the whistle of the priest shrilled again. The second upright was hoisted. The obsidian knife darted again and drank from another vein. Now the farmer whimpered. He felt his life draining away, but the end could not come quickly enough to deaden his fear. He stumbled against the priests as they lifted him and lowered him head downward into the pit. The beam swung overhead. The whistle wailed, entreating the god to grant his favour. The head priest signalled, hastening the ceremony, since, for the gift to be acceptable, the waiting sacrifice must not lose consciousness and die before time. Yet haste cancelled precision. As the ropes were slashed, one acolyte hesitated, and the massive timber turned slightly as it fell. Its bowl crashed against one lip of the hole. Dirt and rock cascaded downward, bringing an involuntary yelp of terror from the victim. Then the full weight of the trunk sheared down the side wall. The timber crushed the legs and hips of the farmer, but did not kill him outright. He screamed uncontrollably in pain, and the ceremony became shambles. In vain, Desio shouted for workers to right the tilted trunk. Pale in his rings and finery, he threw himself face down on the bloodied earth and begged the red god's forbearance. The head priest advanced, his whistle silenced. Before all the waiting company, he rattled his beads and bones and solemnly announced his divine master's displeasure. Over the wail of the maimed sacrifice, he demanded to hear what the lord of the Minwanabi would pledge to regain the red god's favour. Behind the tableau of lord and priest, slaves strained at ropes, and the gate timber was slowly dragged upright. The farmer's screams changed pitch, but did not stop. Workers rushed forward with baskets of earth and upended them into the pit, and gradually the cries became muffled. No one dared end the farmer's agony. His life had been consecrated to the god, and to interfere would bring curse. Sweating, his face smeared with dust and gore, Desio sat up. "Oh, powerful Turakamu," he intoned, "I pledge you the lives of my enemies, from the highest of noble blood to the life of the lowliest relations. This I promise if you will stay your wrath and allow Minwanabi victory." To the priest he said, "If the all-powerful sees fit to grant my humble appeal, I promise a second grand prayer gate. Its posts shall be consecrated with the lives of the Akoma lady and her firstborn son and heir. The path beneath shall be paved with the crushed stone of the Akoma Natami and polished by the feet of your devoted worshippers. This I will give to the glory of the Red God, if mercy is shown for the transgressions that have happened this day." Desio fell silent. The priest stood over him for a moment, unmoving. Then he assented with a sharp jerk of his head. "Swear your promise!" He boomed out and extended his bone whistle for Desio to seal his pledge to the god. Desio reached out, convinced that once his hand clasped the bone, he was committed irrevocably. He hesitated, and a hiss from the priest warned he was close to bringing the red god's wrath. Feverishly, he grasped the relic. "I, Desio, lord of the Minwanabi, swear." "Upon the blood of your house!" commanded the priest. Onlookers could not help but gasp, for the priest made clear the red god's price for failure. Desio embraced the same destruction for his entire house, from himself down to his most distant relative, the same ruin he promised the Akoma should he fail. Even should both sides come to desire truce in the future, no quarter was now possible. Within the near future, one of the two ancient and honourable houses would cease to exist. "Turakamu, here's your offering!" the priest cried. As Desio released the relic, the priest spun and gestured to the incomplete gate, which arose like blackened pillars against the sky of sunset. "Let this gate stand incomplete from this day forth. Its posts shall be carved into columns, with the promise of the Minwanabi inscribed on each side.
neither shall this monument be changed or taken down until the Akoma are ashes pledged to the glory of Turakamu.
Then he looked at Desio.
Or the Minwanabi are dust.
Desio dragged himself to his feet. He seemed shaken, overwhelmed by a poor beginning to the grandiose oath he had sworn. Nkomo's lips thinned with anger. If there was an Akoma spy in the Minwanabi household, he had more to worry about than rumours as aftermath from this day's affairs. The first adviser studied the expressions of the family members as they departed. Most showed strain. A few looked frightened, and here and there a noble swaggered with his chin jutted aggressively. Many would seek to advance themselves in the family hierarchy if Desio proved a weak ruler, but no one seemed particularly satisfied by the terrible turn of the day's events. Abandoning the attempt to divine the spy by naked will, Nkomo sought his master. Tasayo stood at the side of his lord, supporting Desio's elbow. Although the lord was the one wearing armour, there was no mistaking which was the warrior. Tasayo's carriage held the unthinking and deadly grace of the Sarkat. Nkomo hurried closer. Words reached his ears, blown on the rising winds of an incoming storm.
My lord, you must not look back upon the mishaps of today as ill-omened. You have sworn our family to a powerful oath. Now let us see what we can do about fulfilling it.
Yes, Desio agreed woodenly.
But where to begin? Mara has Choja warriors guarding her estate house. Outright assault is folly without the warlord's favor. Besides, even should we be victorious, we would be weakened, and a dozen other houses would rush to seek advantage over us. Ah, but cousin, I have ideas.
Tasayo sensed an approaching step, looked around and identified Nkomo. His quick, flashing smile seemed calculated to the first adviser, despite its spontaneity.
Honored first adviser, I urge that we convene a meeting. If our lord can fulfill his oath to the Red God, much glory may be gained for our house.
Nkomo searched the words for irony. To fail a promise to the Death God would bring the Minwanabi to final ruin, and saw that Tasayo was sincere. Then he examined the usually stern face for any hint of deceit, but found none.
You have a plan?
Tasayo's smile widened.
Many plans, but first I understand we have to flush out an Akoma spy.
While Desio's soiled face showed muddled astonishment, Nkomo struggled to conceal suspicion.
How could you know about that, honored cousin? But we have no Akoma spies in our midst,
Desio broke in, suddenly and righteously outraged. Tasayo laid a calming hand on the young lord's arm, his words directed mostly toward Nkomo.
But we must. How else could that stripling bitch know our last lord intended to kill her?
Nkomo inclined his head, as if acknowledging a victory. That Tasayo had also surmised the cause of Mara's survival at the warlord celebration showed the depth of his thinking.
Honored cousin, for the good of us all, I think we should listen to your plans.
With a withered scowl, he reached out and helped the tall warrior shepherd his lord back to the shelter of the estate house. Ancient parquet floors creaked as servants hustled about, adjusting screens and drapes against rising breezes from the south. An approaching storm scudded clouds over the lake's silvered face, offering early but unmistakable presage of the wet season. The smell of rain mingled with the indoor scents of furniture oils and dust that ingrained the small study, a private chamber used by Jingu and his predecessors to formulate their deepest plots. The painted window screens were small, to discourage observers from the outside, yet the air was never stifling. Damp made Nkomo's bones ache. Concealing an urge to frown, he folded himself neatly onto the cushions opposite the Lord's seat, an elaborate nest of pillows atop a 2-inch-high dais. Some long-past Minwanabi ancestor had decided that a lord should at all times be raised above his retainers, and most rooms in the older portions of the estate house bore the token of his belief. Nkomo had been reared to the inconvenience of multi-level floors and of flagstones on certain walkways that were a half-step higher than those adjacent, but a new servant was always conspicuous by the number of times that he tripped. Sourly, his thoughts preoccupied by spies, Nkomo considered which factors and servants had been clumsiest while serving his late-departed lord. None came immediately to mind, which added to the first advisor's discomforts. In frustration, he awaited his master. The servants had departed by the time Desio could be unlaced and divested of his ceremonial armour and be wrapped in an orange silk robe sewn with black symbols connoting prosperity. He did not dally longer with bathing as his father had been wont to do. Smelling faintly of nervous sweat, he entered with his cousin in attendance and levered his bulk onto the precious gilt-edged cushions that his predecessor had worn thin before him. Desio was agitated. Nkomo decided he looked as if he was coming down with a cold, pale as reed paper about the face, except for his nose, which was pink. Beside him, his cousin looked tanned and lean and dangerous. While Desio squirmed his way into a comfortable position, Tasayo settled and rested his elbows on his knees. Beside Desio's fidgeting, Tasayo owned the taut stillness of a predator while it tests the air. Tasayo had lost nothing by serving in the barbarian wars for the past 4 years, Nkomo concluded. Although the war had not advanced as well as the warlord had promised, the time away from the game of the council had only sharpened the young man's wits. He had risen to the position of first sub-commander to the warlord Almecho, and had gained great advantages for the Minwanabi, until Jingu's death had humbled them.
My esteemed cousin and my first advisor.
Desio opened, struggling to mask his inexperience and at least act the part of ruling lord.
We are gathered here to discuss the possibility of an Akoma spy in our midst.
No possibility, but a certainty, Nkomo snapped. What the household needed was action, swiftly and decisively carried out.
And we must not assume there is only one.
Desio opened his mouth in outrage, both against his first advisor's impertinence and also to rebut the idea that the Akoma could have infiltrated Minwanabi ranks more than once. Tasayo's lips tightened in barely withheld contempt, but no disparagement showed through his tone as he smoothly and gently interjected.
Your father was a great player of the game, Desio. If not through underhanded treachery, how else could a girl child have come to best him?
How could a girl child, as you call her, have managed to place such a masterful network of spies?
Desio spluttered.
Damn her to Turakamu's pleasures, and may he take her to his bed of pain for 10,000 years. She was in Lashima's convent until the day she came into her inheritance. And her father had no such penchant for implanting agents. He was too straightforward in his thinking to have much use for spies.
Well then, cousin, those are things we must find out.
Tasayo made a gesture symbolic of the sword's thrust.
You speak as if the girl leads a charmed life. She does not. I arranged to have the outworld barbarians kill her father and brother on our behalf, rather neatly, if I may say so. Sezo and Lanakota bled and died as other men do, clutching their opened guts and squirming in the mud.
Passion lent fire to Tasayo's words.
If the Akoma claim the mad god's luck, it certainly didn't serve Mara's father and brother very well.
Desio almost smiled, before he recalled that his father had ended the same way, in agony on his own sword. Petulantly, he poked at the pillows that crumpled under his weight.
If there are spies, then how shall we flush them out?
Nkomo drew breath to answer, then deferred to a glance from Tasayo.
If my lord permits, I would offer a suggestion.
Desio waved his assent. Interested enough to forget his various aches, Nkomo leaned forward to hear the young warrior's advice. Instinctively, Tasayo made use of the wind that rattled the screens. Timing the gusts to mask his voice against the chance he might be overheard, he said,
A spy is of little use if his information is not employed, so we turn that fact to our advantage. I recommend that you formulate some activities that would be detrimental to Akoma interests. Order your force commander to mount a raid against a caravan or outlying holding. Next day, you let slip to your grain factor that you intend to undercut the Akoma Taiza prices in the markets in the City of the Plains.
Tasayo paused, lending the appearance that he sat at ease sharing confidences. And yet Nkomo noted with approval that he did not entirely relax. The glitter in his eyes betrayed that he watched always for trouble.
If Mara defends her caravans, we know we have a spy in the barracks. If she withholds her Taiza crop from market, we establish that we have an Akoma disguised as a clerk. After that, it becomes a matter of digging out the informer.
Very clever, Tasayo, Nkomo said. I had thought of a similar tactic, but there remains one telling flaw. We cannot afford to sell our Taiza at a loss, and won't we reveal our machinations to the Akoma when no attack befalls the caravan?
We would if we failed to attack.
Tasayo's eyelids hooded slightly.
But we will attack and be defeated.
Angered, Desio punched his pillows.
Defeated? And lose more position in the council?
Tasayo raised his hand, thumb and forefinger positioned a scant inch apart.
Only a little defeat, cousin. Enough to provide proof that we are compromised. I have plans for that spy when we find him. With your permission, of course, my lord.
The moment was smoothly handled, Nkomo observed with hidden admiration. Without coming to grips with Desio directly, Tasayo had let slip the assumption that the young lord would receive his due credit. The other side of the issue being that permission, of course, would be granted. Desio swallowed the bait, but missed the larger implications.
When we catch this traitor, I will see him tortured in the name of the Red God until his flesh is twitching pulp.
His plump fist pummeled cushions for emphasis, and his nose deepened from pink to purple. But, as if he handled irate nobility on a daily basis, Tasayo showed no alarm.
That would be gratifying, cousin, he agreed. Yet, to kill that spy, however horribly, would offer the Akoma a victory.
What?
Desio stopped thumping and shot erect.
Cousin, you make my head ache. What could the Minwanabi gain but insult by keeping a miserable spy alive?
Tasayo settled back on one elbow and casually plucked a fruit from a bowl on a side table. As though its ripe skin were flesh, he stroked his nail down the curve in what seemed almost a caress.
We need this spy's contacts honored, Lord. It serves our cause to ensure that our Akoma enemies learn only what we wish them to know.
The warrior's hands gripped the fruit and gave a vicious twist. The jamach split in half with barely a splash of red juice.
Let the spy set up our next trap.
Nkomo considered, then smiled.
Desio looked from his cousin to his first adviser and managed not to fumble the catch as his cousin tossed him one piece of the fruit. He bit into the morsel and then began to laugh, for the first time restored to the arrogant certainty of his family's greatness.
Good,
he said, chewing with relish.
I like your plan, cousin. We shall dispatch a company of men on some useless raid, and let the Akoma bitch think she has routed us.
Tasayo tapped the remaining bit of fruit with his forefinger.
But where? Where shall we attack?
Nkomo pondered, then offered,
My lord, I suggest that the raid should be close to her home.
Why?
Desio wiped juice off his chin with his embroidered cuff.
She will be guarding her estate rigorously, as usual.
Not the estate itself, lord, for the lady needs no spy's report to maintain vigilance against attack from your army. But she will not expect a raid against a caravan bound for the river port at Tsurani. If we attack between the Akoma lands and the city, and she is prepared for our raid, we can pinpoint the flow of information and find the agent among your household.
Tasayo inclined his head in an unconscious gesture of command.
First adviser, your counsel is excellent. My lord, if you will permit, I will oversee preparations for such a raid. A routine trade shipment would warrant little protection unless the Akoma bitch knows she deals with blood enemies.
He smiled, and white teeth gleamed against skin tanned dark on the warlord's campaign.
We should know when such a caravan is due simply by contacting shipping brokers in Tsurani. A few discreet questions, and maybe a bribe or two to hide our inquiries, and we should know within the hour when Mara's next caravan is expected.
Desio met Tasayo's offer with a lordly air of industry.
Cousin, your advice is brilliant.
He clapped his hands, bringing the errand runner in from his position outside the door.
Fetch my scribe,
he commanded. As the slave departed, Tasayo's composure became that of a man sorely tried.
Cousin, he essayed, you must not write down the orders that we have discussed this hour.
Ha! Desio released a second snicker, then a full-throated laugh. He leaned from his dais and fetched his cousin a resounding blow on the shoulder.
Ha!
He snorted again.
You must not mock my intelligence, Tasayo. Of course I know better than to include even servants and slaves in our plot. No, I simply thought to pen a notice to the warlord, begging his forbearance for your absence from his campaign upon the barbarian world. He will acquiesce, as the Minwanabi are still his most valued ally, and, cousin, you have just shown me how much more you are needed here.
Nkomo watched Tasayo's reaction to his lord's praise. He had not missed the battle-trained reflex that had seen the friendly blow coming, nor had he failed to note the calculated and split-second decision that allowed the stroke to connect. Tasayo had grown skilled at politics as well as at killing. With cold curiosity, the Minwanabi first adviser wondered how long his master would be amenable to the counsel of one so obviously gifted with the qualities Desio lacked, but who could not be spared in restoring the Minwanabi to their former greatness. Desio would know that his cousin's cleverness showed him up for a fool. Eventually he would become jealous, would wish more than the puppet title of lord. Nkomo noticed that his headache was back in force. He could only hope that Desio would wait to turn upon his cousin until after the Akoma bitch and her heir were pulp under the post of the Red God's grand prayer gate. Best not to underestimate how long that feat might take. Such vanity on a lesser scale had cost Jingu of the Minwanabi his life, and through that misfortune Mara had received enough recognition to gain powerful allies. Apparently Tasayo's mind turned to similar concerns, for after the message to the warlord was penned, and while Desio occupied himself with ordering servants to bring him refreshments, the warrior cousin turned to Nkomo with a seemingly casual question.
Does anyone know whether Mara has had a chance to make overtures to the Zacatecas? When I received my recall orders from the barbarian world, a friend among his officers mentioned that their lord considered approaching her.
Here Tasayo revealed his cunning. No friendship might exist between officers who were enemies. By this Nkomo understood that the information had been gained by intrigue. With a grunt that passed for laughter, Nkomo shared out his own latest gleanings.
The lord of the Zacatecas is a man worthy of, if not fear, then deep respect. His position in the High Council, though, is not advantageous at the moment.
With a flash of perfect teeth, he added,
Our most noble warlord was somewhat put out with the Zacatecas' reluctance to expand his interests in the conquest of the barbarian world. Some political byplay resulted, and when the dust settled, Lord Zacatecas wound up with military responsibility for our tiny province across the sea. Chipino of the Zacatecas languishes in Dastari at the moment, commanding the garrison that holds the only noteworthy pass through the mountains to Tsuba. The desert raiders are active at last report, so I expect he has his hands full. Let us hope too full to concern himself with advances toward the Akoma.
Finished with his servants, and left with nothing to do but anticipate his elaborate mid-afternoon feast, Desio picked up the conversation. He waved one pudgy hand to restore proper attention to himself and said,
I advised my father on that plan, Tasayo.
The first adviser refrained from pointing out that all Desio had done was sit in the room, while Nkomo and Jingu had discussed means to get Zacatecas occupied.
Well then,
said Tasayo,
if Zacatecas is busy guarding our frontiers across the sea, we can focus our attention upon Lady Mara.
Desio nodded and leaned back upon his imposing pile of cushions. With his eyes half closed and an obvious enjoyment of his newfound authority, he said,
I think your plan a wise one, cousin. See to it.
Tasayo bowed to his lord, as if his dismissal had not been that of a thankless underling. All pride and spare movement, he left the private study. Nkomo buried his regret at the young warrior's departure. Resigned to the life the gods gave, he forced himself to attend the less glorious realities of Tsurani life. No matter what plots of blood and murder might drive the game of the council, other mundane matters remained to be considered.
My lord, if you're agreeable, there are some grain transactions your Hadonra needs to discuss with you.
More interested in thoughts of his lunch, Desio seemed less than anxious to deal with the prosaic side of family business. But, as if his cousin's icy competence had awakened him to responsibility, he realized that he must. He nodded and waited without complaint as Nkomo sent for Murugali, the Hadonra. Chapter 5. Entanglement. Breezes rustled the leaves. The perfume of akasi flowers and trimmed greens filled Mara's personal quarters. Only one lamp was lit against the coming night, and that had but a small flame. The flicker painted a changing picture as each moment details emerged from shadow. A gemstone's glint, highlights on polished jade fittings, fine embroidery or enamel work. Just as the eye beheld the splendid aspect, the gloom returned. Although surrounded by beauty, the lady of the Acoma was oblivious to the richness of her furnishings. Her mind was elsewhere. Mara reclined amid a nest of cushions, while a maid worked out the tangles in her unbound hair with a scented shell comb. The lady of the Acoma wore a green silk robe, chatra birds worked in wheat-coloured thread around the collar and shoulders. The low lighting touched her olive skin to soft gold, an effect a more self-aware woman would have noticed. But Mara had finished her girlhood as a novice of Lashima, and, as ruling lady, she had no time for feminine vanity. Whatever beauty a man might find in gazing upon her was simply another weapon in her arsenal. With a directness any Tsurani nobleman would have found disconcerting, she questioned the barbarian who sat before her on his homeworld's customs and cultures. Kevin seemed utterly unaffected by the lack of social protocol, plunging directly to the heart of matters. By this, Mara judged his people blunt to the point of rudeness. She watched as he struggled to describe concepts alien to her language. Haltingly groping to express himself, he spoke about his land and people. He was a quick study, and his vocabulary improved daily. Right now, he attempted to amuse her by telling a joke that had been making the rounds in Zun, whatever that meant. Kevin wore no robe. The servants had tried in vain to outfit him, but nothing on hand had been large enough. In the end, they had settled for a loincloth, and had substituted fineness for the garment's brevity. Kevin wore russet silk with midnight blue borders tied at the waist by a knotwork sash and obsidian beads. Mara failed to notice the effort. She had weighed Nicoya's advice the night before and realized something troubling. This slave in some way recalled her dead brother Lanakota. Irritation at this discovery had given rise to resentment. While the slave's outrageous behaviour had seemed amusing the day before, now she wanted only information. Wearied after a day of meetings, Mara remained alert enough to measure the man she had ordered into her presence. Properly groomed, he looked much younger, perhaps only 5 years her senior. Yet where early struggles with great enemies had given her a serious manner, this barbarian had a brow unlined by responsibility. He was tightly wound but self-contained rather than overwrought. He laughed easily, with a sly sense of the ridiculous that alternately fascinated and annoyed Mara. She kept the topics innocuous, a discourse upon festival traditions and music, jewellery making and cooking, then metalworking and curing furs, undertakings rare on Kellowan. More than once she felt the barbarian's eyes on her when he thought she was not paying heed. He waited for her to reveal the purpose behind her interest. The fact he cared at all was curious. A slave could gain nothing by matching wits with an owner. No bargaining between the two stations was possible, yet this barbarian was obviously trying to divine Mara's intent. Mara reoriented her thinking. This outworld slave had repeatedly shown that his view of Tsurani institutions was alien to the point of incomprehensibility. Yet that very different perspective would allow her to see her own culture through new eyes, a valuable tool if she could but grasp how to use it. She needed to assess this man, slave, she corrected herself, as if he were her most dangerous opponent in the game of the council. She was committed to these dialogues regarding his people, so she might sift the chaff from the grain and discover useful intelligence. As it was, she hardly knew when Kevin was being truthful and when he was lying. For 5 minutes he had adamantly insisted that a dragon had once troubled his village, town, or whatever the place called Zun might be. Exasperated, Mara had ceased to dispute him, though every child knew that dragons were mythical creatures with no basis in reality. Seeing him tire, she motioned for a fruit drink to be served, and he swallowed greedily. When he sighed, indicating his satisfaction, she changed the subject to board games, and, against her usual wont, listened without making observations of her own. "Have you ever seen a horse?" the slave asked unexpectedly in the pause as servants stepped in to brighten the lamps. "Of all things from home, horses are among those I miss most." Beyond the screen, full darkness had fallen, and the copper-gold face of Kellerwan's moon rose above the Nidra meadows. Kevin drew a deep breath. His fingers twisted in the cushion fringes, and a wistful gleam touched his eyes. "Ah, lady, I had a mare that I raised from a filly. Her coat was the colour of fire, and her mane as black as your own." Caught up in reminiscence, the barbarian sat forward. She was fleet, both in the sprint and the long ride, fine-spirited, and a perfect witch on the field. She had a kick that could fell an armed warrior. She stopped swords at my back more times than a brother. He glanced up suddenly and ceased speaking. Where before Mara had listened with relaxed interest, she now sat stiffly on her cushions. To Tsurani warriors, horses were not animals of admiration and beauty, but creatures that inspired terror. Under the alien sun, this slave knew as his own. Mara's father and brother had died, their life's blood soaked into foreign soil, trampled under horses ridden by Kevin's countrymen. Perhaps this same Kevin of Zun had been the warrior who wielded the spear that struck her loved ones down. From some deep place, unguarded because of the day's fatigue, Mara felt a grief she hadn't experienced for years, and with that painful memory came old fears. "You will speak no more of horses," she said in such a changed tone that the maid ceased her ministrations a moment, then cautiously resumed combing the long, lustrous hair. Kevin stopped picking at the fringes, expecting to see some signs of distress, but the lady showed no emotion. Her face remained blank in the lamplight, her eyes cold and dark. He almost dismissed his impression as fancy, but an intuition prompted him to study her closely. With a look that was not the least mocking, he said, "Something I said frightened you." Again Mara stiffened, her eyes flashed. The Akoma fear nothing, she thought, and almost said so. Honour need not be defended before a slave. Shamed that she had nearly forgotten herself, she jerked her head in dismissal to the maid. To Tsurani eyes, the gesture offered warning like a shout. The servant knelt and touched her face to the floor, then left the room with close to indecorous haste. The barbarian remained oblivious. He repeated his question softly, as though she were a child who had not understood. Alone in the lamplight and arrogant in her annoyance, the lady's dark eyes bored into Kevin with a fury that sought to sear him. He misread her temper for contempt. His own raw-nerved anger kindled in response, and he surged to his feet. "Lady, I have enjoyed our chat. It has allowed me to practice your language and spared me hard labour under a brutal sun. But from the moment I came into your presence yesterday, you seem to have forgotten that our two nations are at war. I might have been taken captive, but I am still your enemy. I will speak no more of my world, lest I unwittingly lend you advantage. May I have your permission to withdraw?" Although the barbarian towered over her, Mara showed no change in composure. "You may not go." How dare he act as a guest and request his hostess's leave? Checking her anger, she spoke in measured tones. You are not a captive. You are my property. Kevin studied Mara's face. No. A grin lit his features, rendered wicked and humourless by the anger that lay behind. You're captive. Nothing more. Never anything more. Sit down, Mara commanded. What if I don't? What if I do this instead? He moved with battle-honed speed. Mara saw him come at her like a blur in the lamplight. She might have shouted for warriors to defend her, but astonishment that a slave might raise his hand to her made her hesitate. The chance was lost. Hands, hard with sword callus, closed over her neck, crushing jade ornaments into delicate skin. Kevin's palms were broad and icy with sweat. Too late, Mara recognized that his banter had been a facade to cover desperation. Mara gritted her teeth against pain, twisted and tried for a kick at his groin. His eyes flashed. He shook her like a rag doll and did the same again as her nails raked his wrist. The breath grated through the back of her throat. He held her just tightly enough to prevent outcry, but not quite cruelly enough to stop her breath. His eyes bent close to hers, blue and hard and glittering with malice. "I see you are frightened at last," he observed. She could not speak, must be growing dizzy. Her eyes were very wide and dark and filling with tears from pain. And yet she did not tremble. Her hair hung warm over his hands, scented with spices. The breast that pressed his forearm through her silk robe made fury difficult to maintain. "You call me honourless slave and barbarian," Kevin continued in a hoarse whisper, "and yet I am neither. If you were a man, you would now be dead, and I would die knowing I had removed a powerful lord from my enemy's ranks. But where I come from, it is shameful for a man to harm a woman, so I will let you go. You can call your guards, maybe have me beaten or killed. But we have a saying in Zun. You can kill me, but you can't eat me. Remember this when you watch me die as I hang from a tree. No matter what you do to my body, my soul and heart are free. Remember that I allowed you to kill me. I permitted you to live because my honour required it. From this moment forward, your every breath is a slave's gift." He gave her a last shake and released her. "My gift." Humiliated to her very core that a slave should have dared lay hands on her and threaten her with the most shameful death, Mara drew breath to call her warriors. With a gesture, she could subject this red-headed barbarian to any of a dozen torments. He was a slave. He had no soul and no honour. And yet he slowly and with dignity sat back upon the floor before her cushions, his eyes mocking as he waited for her to name his fate. Revulsion not felt since she lay helpless beneath her brute of a husband made her shake. Every fibre of her being cried out that this barbarian be made to suffer for the insult he had forced her to endure. But what he had said gave her pause. His manner challenged her. "Call your guards," his tenseness seemed to say. "Let them see the finger marks on your flesh." Mara gritted her teeth against a shriek of pure rage. Her soldiers would know that this barbarian had held her at his mercy and chose to let her go. Whether she ordered him scourged or executed, the victory would be his. He might have snapped her neck as easily as that of a snared songbird, and, instead, he had maintained honour as he understood it. And he would die with that honour intact, as if he had been killed in battle by an enemy's blade. Mara grappled with a concept so alien it raised her skin to chill bumps. To vanquish this man through the use of superior rank would only diminish her, and to be shamed by a slave's action was unthinkable. She had trapped herself, and he knew it. His insolent posture as he sat waiting for her to act revealed that he had guessed to a fine point how her thinking would follow. And then staked his life on his hunch. That was admirable playing for a barbarian. Mara took stock of the result. Shaken again into chills, but Tsurani enough to hide them, she fought for composure. More hoarsely than she intended to sound, she said,
"You have won this round, slave. By bargaining, the only thing you have to risk, your own existence, and whatever faint hope you have for elevation of the wheel in the next life. You have put me in a position of either destroying you or enduring this shame."
Her expression changed from barely controlled rage to calculation.
"There is a lesson in this. I'll not forfeit such instruction for the pleasure in seeing your death, no matter how enjoyable that choice appears at the moment."
She called a servant.
"Return this slave to quarters. Instruct the guards that he is not to be allowed out with the workers."
Looking at Kevin, she added,
"Have him returned here after the evening meal tomorrow."
Kevin mocked her with a courtier's bow, not the obeisance due from a slave. His erect posture and confident stride, as he moved down the hallway, forced her to admire him. As the door to her study closed, Mara returned to her cushions, battling chaos within. Shaken by unexpected emotions, she willed her eyes closed and ordered herself to breathe deeply, inhaling through her nose and exhaling through her mouth. She called up an image of her personal contemplation circle, a ritual first practiced during her service at the temple. She focused on the mandala's design and banished all recollection of the powerful barbarian as he held her at his mercy. Fear and anger drained away, along with other strangely exciting feelings. When at last Mara felt her body relax, she opened her eyes once more. Refreshed as always from such exercise, she considered the evening's events. Something might be gained from this odd man when all had been assimilated. Then another angry flash visited her. Man! This slave! Again, she employed the exercise to calm the mind, but a strange and unsettled feeling lingered in the pit of her stomach. Clearly the balance of the night would hold nothing akin to tranquility. Why did she find it so difficult to find her inner peace? Except for damaged pride, she was unharmed. Early in life, she had discovered that pride was a means of trapping enemies. Perhaps, she considered, even I have pride I have not named. Then, unexpectedly, she giggled. "You can kill me, but you can't eat me," the barbarian had said. Such an odd expression, but one that revealed much. Caught by rising laughter, Mara thought, "I'll eat you, Kevin of Zun. I'll take your free soul and heart and tie them to me more than your body was ever bound." Then the laughter became a choked sob, and tears trailed down her cheeks. Outrage and humiliation overwhelmed her until she shook in spasms. With that pain came other emotions equally disturbing, and Mara crossed her arms to hold herself tightly, as if she could force her body to stillness. Control returned with difficulty as she employed her mental exercises yet again. When, at last, she regained her composure, she let out a long breath. Never had she needed to employ that exercise 3 times. With a muttered, "Damn that man!" She called servants to ready her bath. She rose and added, "And damn his wrong-headed pride." As she heard the bustle of servants racing to do her bidding, she amended her comment. "Damn all wrong-headed pride." Mara studied the outworlder, again in the red light of sunset. Heat invaded her study, despite the open screens to the garden, admitting the faint evening breezes. Yet Kevin was more relaxed than previously. His fingers still toyed with the fringes of the cushion, a habit no Tsurani would permit. Mara counted it an unconscious act, signifying nothing. Obviously, the implications of being allowed to live had finally registered on the outworlder. He studied Mara as intently as she studied him. This strange, handsome in an alien way slave had forced her to examine long-held beliefs and set certain truths aside. For the balance of the previous night and most of the day, Mara had sorted out impressions, emotions, and thoughts. Twice she had been so irritated by this necessity she had been tempted to send soldiers to have the man beaten or even killed. But she recognized that the impulse stemmed from her personal frustration, and resolved not to blame the messenger for the message. And the lesson was clear. Things are not as they appear to be. For some peculiar reason, she wished to play this man in an intimate version of the great game. The challenge had been made the moment he had forced her to submit to his rules. Very well, she thought, as she regarded him. You have made the rules, but you will still lose. She didn't understand why it was important to vanquish this slave, but her intent to do so matched her desire to see the Minwanabi ground into the dust. Kevin must come to be her subject in every way, giving her the same unquestioning obedience as every other member of her household. Kevin had been in her presence for nearly 10 minutes, silently waiting as she finished reading reports. Reaching for her opening gambit, she said, "Would you care for something to drink? The interrogation may prove long." He weighed her words well enough to know she did not offer conciliation, then shook his head. After another silence, she asked, "On your world, is it possible for a slave to go free?" Kevin's mouth crooked in irony. His fingers flicked and fringes scattered in a snap of pent-up frustration. Not in the kingdom, for only criminals with life punishment are sold as slaves. But in Kesh and Queg, a slave who pleases his master may earn freedom as a reward, or he may escape and make his way across the borders. It happens. Mara watched his hands. Flick, flick, one finger after another lashed the fringes. His emotions could be read like a scroll. Distracted by his openness, the lady struggled to pursue her line of thought, to explore her improbable supposition one step further. "And once across the borders, such a runaway might accumulate wealth and live in honour among other men?" "Yes." Kevin thumped his palms on his knees and leaned back at his ease on one elbow, ready to add more, but Mara cut him off. "Then you believe that if you were to find a way back across the rift to your own world, you would be able to regain your position, your honour, and your title?" "Lady," said Kevin with a patronising smile, "not only would I reclaim my former position, I would have won distinction for contriving escape from my enemies to once again take the field to oppose them, and to give hope to future captives that they might also find freedom. It is the duty of a captured soldier to escape in my nation." Mara's brows rose. Again she was forced to re-examine her concepts of honour, loyalty, and where one's best interests lay. The barbarian's words made sense, in an oddly disquieting way. These people were not intractable or stupid, but acting within a strange culture's tenets. She grappled with the concept stubbornly. If, within Kevin's society, his defiance was seen as heroic, his behaviour made a perverted sort of sense. Leading by example was a familiar Tsurani ideal, but to endure humiliation, degradation, so that one could someday return and again contest with the enemy. Her head swam from ideas that until now she had held to be profoundly conflicting. She took a moment to sip at cool fruit juices. Dangerously fascinated like a child shown forbidden rites in a back temple chamber, Mara considered facts sharp-edged as swords. In Midkemia, honourable men did not harm women, and honour did not die with captivity. Slaves could become other than slaves. What then did the gods decree for men who lost their souls while still alive? What station could negate honour in a worse way than slavery? Within the framework of this man's culture, honour was gained by upholding their odd codes, and rank was seen as a situation rather than a life. Kevin behaved like a free man because he didn't think of himself as a slave, but rather as a captive. Mara rearranged her robes, hiding turmoil brought on by logic that bordered heresy on Kellowan. These barbarians were more dangerous than even Arakasi had imagined, for they assumed things as foregone conclusions that could turn Tsurani society on its head. Mara earnestly believed it would be safer for her people if she had her barbarians all executed. But, sooner or later, someone would exploit these perilous ideas, and it would be foolish to let the opportunity fall to an enemy. Mara tossed off her disquiet in a raw attempt at humour. "From what you have said about women being sacrosanct, then your lord's wives must make the decisions. True?" Kevin had followed her every move as she smoothed her silks. Drawn to the visible cleft between Mara's breasts, he tore his eyes away regretfully and laughed. "In part they do, my lady, but never openly, and not according to law. Most of their influence is practiced in the bedchamber." He sighed, as if remembering something dear to him, and his sight lingered over the exposed bosom above her robe and the long length of leg that extended below the hem. Mara's eyebrows rose. Aware enough of nuance to blush, she reflexively drew her legs under her and closed the top of her scanty robe. For an awkward moment, she found herself looking at anything else in the room but the nearly nude slave. Enough, she scolded herself. In a culture where nakedness was commonplace, why was she suddenly discomforted? Irked at her mistake, she stared directly into Kevin's eyes. Whatever this man might think, he was still her property. She could order him to his death or her bed with equal disregard for consequences, for he was but a thing. Then she caught herself, and questioned why her mind turned to the bedchamber. Struck by her unexpected angry reaction at such foolishness, she took a deep breath and turned the discussion away from things remotely personal. Soon she was lost in an in-depth exploration of lords and ladies and their responsibilities in the lands beyond the rift. As on the night before, one subject led to another series of questions and answers, with Mara providing Kevin with the words he needed to flesh out his description of his nation, the Kingdom of the Isles. A quick man, he needed scant tutelage. Mara was impressed by his ability to discourse on many topics. The room dimmed as the lamp burned low. Mara was too distracted to call in a servant to trim the wick. The moon rose beyond the open screen, casting a copper-gold glow across the floor and throwing all else into shadow. The flame burned lower still. Mara lay back on her cushions, tense and not ready for sleep. Beneath her fascination with Kevin's world, anger still smouldered. The memory of his physical touch, the first man's upon her skin since her husband's death, occasionally threatened to disrupt her concentration. It took all her will at such instants to stay focused upon whatever topic the barbarian was addressing. Kevin finished describing the powers of a noble called a baron and paused to take a drink. Lamplight gleamed upon his skin. Above the rim of his cup, his eyes followed her body's contours through the thin silk robe. Unreasoning distaste stirred through Mara, and her cheeks flushed. Picking up her fan, she kept her face expressionless as she cooled herself. Bitterly, she understood that new information could only temporarily divert her from her inner turmoil. The intelligence brought in by Arakasi had unsettled rather than reassured, and the fact her enemies offered no immediate threat to counter left her uncertain which flank to guard. Her resources were thin. Too few men guarding too broad a front while she tried to arrive at a useful strategy. She found herself fretting endlessly over what she could most afford to lose, this warehouse or that remote farm. The daring victory she had won over Jingu had not blinded her to reality. The Akoma were still vulnerable. She might have gained prestige, but the number of soldiers in her garrisons had not changed. When enemies chose to move against her in force, a wrong guess would be dangerous, even fatal. Kevin's culture offered strange concepts, like a salve against fear's constant ache. It occurred to Mara that she must keep the barbarian close at hand, both to dominate him and to pick at that confused treasure house of ideas he carried with him. Now, better acquainted with the slaves' attitudes, she deemed it safest if their ringleader was kept away from them. Without Kevin, the slave master reported, the barbarians were less prone to grumbling and indolence, and if Kevin was at her side through most of her daily activities, his close-hand observation of high Tsurani culture might better enable him to apply his wits to her problems, a potentially priceless perspective. To that end, Mara decided she must allow him to know something of the stakes at risk. She must acquaint him with her enemy, and let him discover what he stood to lose if Desio of the Minwanabi should triumph over the Akoma. The next time that Kevin interjected a personal question, Mara lowered her lashes to give the impression of a girl about to exchange a confidence. Then, hoping she acted rightly within the framework of his alien culture, she looked up brightly.
"You shouldn't expect me to answer that."
Some of the vulnerability that leaked through was genuine, and the result struck Kevin like a blow. She was not remote or icy, but a young woman who struggled to manage a sprawling financial empire and command of 1,000 warriors. Mara responded to his bewildered silence with an air of mischievous devilry.
"You shall act as my body slave," she announced. "Then you must go everywhere that I do, and you might observe the answer to your question yourself."
Kevin stilled into watchfulness. He had caught the calculation behind her ruse, she saw, and was not amused by it. That he would be separated from his men bothered him, and also the fact that he could not read her motive. Absently, his fingers worried the fringes again. This time, the strands parted to threads under his hands. Mara watched through lowered eyelids. He was growing rebellious again. Rather than risk having him move on her person a second time, she clapped for a manservant. The pattern she used also alerted the guards beyond her door, and they opened the screen, then faced into her chamber.
"Take the slave to quarters," she instructed her bowing servant. "In the morning, I want him measured for house robes. After the fitting, he will be assigned duties as body servant."
Kevin bristled as the servant took his elbow. The guard's vigilance had not escaped him, and with a last rancorous glance at Mara, he allowed himself to be led away. The servant was shorter than him by a head, and he, in pique, extended his stride until the little man had to stumble into a run to keep up. In the doorway, Lujan shoved his helm back on his forehead.
"Lady, is that wise? You can hardly keep that barbarian civilized without holding him with a leash. Whatever your ploy, Even one so lacking in wit as myself can see that he's aware of your game.
Mara lifted her chin.
You too.
Amusement showed through her strained poise.
Nakoya already lectured me yesterday about learning evils from demons. Arakasi said the barbarians think as crooked as streams twisting through swamps, and Kyoke, who usually has sense, won't say anything, which means he disapproves.
You left out Jikan,
Lujan said playfully. Mara smiled, and with the greatest of tact released a sigh.
The long-suffering Jikan has stooped to bets with the kitchen staff that my pack of Midkemians will slaughter one another within the next season. Never mind that the trees for the Nidra fields won't get felled, and we'll be eating calves like jiggerbirds to keep down the cost of grain.
Or we'll be beggared,
Lujan added, in tones an octave higher than usual, in a wicked imitation of the Hedonra's fretful diffidence. He was rewarded by a gasp of laughter from his mistress.
You are an evil man, Lujan, and if you weren't so adept at keeping me amused, I'd have long ago packed you off to the swamps to guard insect-infested hovels. Leave me, and rest well.
Sleep, my lady.
Gently, he slid the screen closed enough for privacy, but left enough of a gap that armed help could reach her on an instant's notice. Mara sighed as she saw that Lujan assumed the role of guard before her door, rather than retiring for the night. She wondered how long the Akoma could suffer an honourably plumed strike leader standing duty like a common warrior outside her chambers. Desio, if he knew, would be gloating. Ayaki grabbed a fistful of red hair. "Ow!" yelled Kevin in mock pain. He reached up to the boy, who straddled his shoulders, and tickled his silk-clad ribs. The young Akoma heir responded with an energetic howl of laughter that caused half the soldiers in Mara's escort to suppress a flinch. The litter curtains whipped aside, and Mara called through the gap, "Will both of you children quieten down?" Kevin grinned at her and gave Ayaki's toe one last tweak. The youngster screeched and burst into giggles. "We're having fun," the barbarian responded. "Just because Desio wants you dead is no reason to spoil a perfectly fine day." Mara made an effort to lighten her frown. That both Ayaki and Kevin had made their first visit to the Chojar hive with her retinue was reason enough for boisterous spirits. But what one was too young and the other too inexperienced to understand was that a messenger sent to recall her from the hive meant an event of unsettling importance. If the news had been good, inevitably it followed that it could have waited for her return to the estate house. Mara sighed as she settled back against her cushions. Sunlight washed across her lap, and humid air made her sweat. It had rained during the night, for the wet season was beginning. The ground where her soldiers marched was thinly filmed with mud, and the shadier hollows in the road sparkled with puddles like jewels. The added moisture caused even the commonest weeds to flower, and the air was oppressive with perfumes. Mara felt a headache coming on. The past month had worn her nerves as she waited for the Minwanabi, under Desio, to establish some predictable pattern. So far, the only concrete thing Arakasi's spy network had turned up was that Desio had informed the warlord that his cousin Tasayo was needed at home. That by itself was ominous. Tasayo's cleverness had nearly brought the Akoma to ruin in the first place, and recovery was too recent to withstand another major setback. As the litter rounded the last curve on the approach to the estate house, Mara felt apprehension that this summons from her force commander resulted from a move instigated by Tasayo. The man was too good, too subtle, and too ambitious to stay a minor player in her enemy's ranks. Had she been Desio, she would have put the entire conflict with the Akoma into Tasayo's hands. "What did you see that made you wonder?" Kevin inquired of Ayaki. The two of them had been instant friends since the morning the boy had tried to instruct the huge barbarian in the correct manner of lacing Tsurani sandals, even though he really didn't know himself. The barbarian's winning over the boy had given him some added protection against Mara's anger at his having put hands upon her. As she came to know Kevin, she found herself developing something resembling affection for him, despite his outrageous behaviour and a total lack of civility. "Funny smell!" shouted Ayaki, for whom enthusiasm was measured in decibels.
"You can't see a smell," Kevin protested, "though I admit the Chojar's hole reeked like a spice grinder's shed."
"Why?" Ayaki thumped his chubby fist on Kevin's crown for emphasis. "Why?" Kevin caught the boy's ankles and flipped him off his shoulders in a somersault.
"I suppose because they're insects. Bugs."
Ayaki, upside down and turning red with pleasure, said, "Bugs don't talk. They bite. Nurse swats them." He paused, dangling his hands downward and rolling his eyes. "She swats me too." "Because you talk too much," Kevin suggested. "And the Chojar are intelligent and strong. If you tried to swat one, it would squish you." Ayaki howled denial, claiming he'd swat any Chojar before they could squish him, then howled again as the barbarian slave tossed him and restored him upright into the arms of his disapproving nurse. The retinue had reached the estate house. The bearers squatted to lower Mara's litter, and the soldiers who accompanied her on even the most innocuous errands stood smartly at attention. Lujan appeared on station to help the lady to her feet, while Jikan offered a deep bow by the doorway. "Arakasi awaits with Kyoke in your study, my lady." Mara nodded abstractedly, mostly because Ayaki's retreating noise still foiled conversation. She tipped her head for the bearer, who carried new silk samples, and said, "Follow." Then she paused, considering. After a moment, she glanced to Kevin. "You too." The barbarian bit back an impulse to ask what the topic of conversation would be. Since his assignment to the lady's personal retinue, he had met most of Mara's advisers, but the spy master was an unknown. Always, when he delivered his reports, Mara had sent her body servant off on some task that would occupy him elsewhere. Curious what could have made her change her mind, Kevin had acquired enough sense of Akoma politics to presume the reason would be significant, even threatening. The more he observed, the more he understood that behind the lady's poised assurance lay fears that would have crumbled a lesser spirit. And despite his anger at being treated as little more than a talking pet, he had grudgingly come to admire her steely toughness. Regardless of age or sex, Mara was a remarkable woman, an opponent to be feared, and a leader to be obeyed. Kevin stepped into the dim hallway, following the lady. Unobtrusively, Lujan accompanied, a proper full step ahead of the slave. The strike leader would stand guard at the study door throughout the meeting, not only to protect his mistress, but to ascertain no servant lingered in the corridor to eavesdrop. Even though Arakasi had exhaustively scrutinized every domestic who worked in the estate house, he still urged Mara to take precautions. Seemingly loyal servants had been known to sink to dishonor and succumb to bribes, and a ruler who was slack in security habits invited betrayal. Warriors sworn to service and ranking advisers could be trusted, but those who picked fruit in the orchards and tended flowers in the garden could serve any master. The screens were drawn in the study, making the air more damp and close. The force commander's plumed helm showed as a shadow in the dimness. Kyoke sat with the patience of a weathered carving on the cushions before the shut screen. His scabbarded weapon rested across his knees, sure sign that he spent the interval while he waited for his mistress inspecting the blade for flaws that only his eyes could discern. If not cared for, Tsurani blades of cured hide could delaminate, leaving a warrior disarmed. Mara nodded curt greeting, shed her outer robe, and loosened her sash. Kevin tried not to stare as she tugged the thin silk of her lounging robe from her sticky skin. Despite his care, his groin swelled in response to the sight of her bare breasts. In surreptitious embarrassment, he hitched at the inadequate hem of his slave livery to hide the result. As often as he reminded himself that concepts of modesty differed here from those of his native Midkemia, he could not become accustomed to the casual near-nudity adopted by the Keloanese women as a consequence of the climate. So involved was he in trying to curb the involuntary response of his body that he barely noted Mara's words as she waved away her maidservant and sat. "What do you have to report?" Kyoke inclined his head.
There has been a raid, a very minor one, launched by the Minwanabi against the Thaisa caravan.
Mara pushed back a loosened strand of hair, quiet a moment before she said, "Then the attack came as Arakasi's agent predicted." Again, Kyoke inclined his head.
Even the numbers of soldiers were accurate. Mistress, I don't like the smell of the event. It appears to have no strategic relevance at all.
"And how you hate loose ends," Mara concluded for him. "I presume the Minwanabi soldiers were routed."
Killed to a man,
Kyoke amended. His dry tone reflected little satisfaction at the victory.
One company less to harry our borders if Desio chooses a war. But it's the ineptness of the attack that troubles me. The warriors died like men sworn to honorable suicide, not those bent on taking an objective.
Mara bit her lip, her expression darkening. "What do you think?" she said into the shadows. Something moved there in response, and Kevin started slightly. He looked more closely and made out the slender form seated motionless with folded hands. The fellow's uncanny stillness had caused Kevin to overlook him until now. His voice was dry as a whisper, yet somehow conveyed the emphasis of a loud expostulation.
"Lady, I can offer you little insight. As yet, I have no agent who is privy to Desio's private counsels. He discusses his intentions only with his first advisor in Como and his cousin Tasayo. The first advisor is, of course, not given to gossip or drink, and Tasayo confides in no one, even the warrior who was his childhood mentor. Given the circumstances, we do well to know that the agents we have are reporting accurately."
"Then what is your surmise?" Silent a long moment, Arakasi replied,
"Tasayo is in command, I would wager. He has a mind as devious and keen as any I have encountered. He served Lord Jingu well in the obliteration of the Tuskai."
All save Kevin knew the fallen house was the one Arakasi served before coming to Mara's service.
Tasayo is a very sharp sword in his master's hands, but working under his own direction, it is hard to judge what he would do. I think Tasayo probes. His warriors could have been ordered to die, so that he might test something about House Akoma. I judge it a gambit.
"For what?"
"If we knew, mistress, we would be planning countermeasures instead of pondering possibilities."
Mara paused through a tense moment. "Arakasi, is it possible we have a spy in our own ranks?" Kevin watched in curiosity as the Akoma spy master subsided once more into stillness. Close scrutiny revealed that the man had a knack for arranging himself in a fashion that caused him to blend with his surroundings.
"Lady, since the day I swore oath on your Natami, I have instigated diligent checks. I know of no traitor in our midst."
The lady made a frustrated gesture. "But why attack a Thaisa caravan between the estate and Sulankur unless somebody guesses what plans we have afoot? Arakasi, our next grain shipment
is to conceal our new silk samples. If that was information the Minwanabi sought to discover, our troubles might be grave indeed. Our Choja silk must take the merchants at the auctions by surprise. Revenue and standing will be lost if our secret is discovered beforehand.
Arakasi inclined his head, conveying both agreement and assurance.
The raid by Desio's soldiers might have been coincidence, but I concur with you. We dare not presume so. Most likely, he probes to discover why we arm our caravans so heavily.
Why not give them a red herring? Offered Kevin.
Herring!
Snapped Kyoke with impatience. By this time, Mara's force commander had grown resigned to the barbarian's out-of-turn remarks. He could not be made to think like a slave, and the lady at some point, and for reasons of her own, had decided not to enforce protocol. But Arakasi and the Midkemian had never encountered each other previously, and the impertinence came as a surprise. The spymaster's eyes glinted in the shadows as he looked at the tall man who stood behind Mara's shoulder. Never one to entangle his intellect with preconceptions, he discarded both the man's rank and his insolence as irrelevant, and fastened what proved to be an almost frighteningly intense interest upon the concept behind Kevin's suggestion.
You use a word for a species of fish, but imply something very different.
A ruse of sorts. Kevin accompanied his explanation with his usual expansive gestures. If something is to be hidden in a Thysa shipment, confuse the enemy by burying wrapped and sealed packages in every wagon that carries goods. Then the enemy must either spread his resources thin and intercept all outgoing caravans, and thereby make plain his intentions, or else abandon the attempt. Arakasi blinked very fast like a hawk. His thoughts moved faster still.
And the silk samples would be in none of these shipments, he concluded, but concealed somewhere else, perhaps even in plain sight, where silks might ordinarily be in evidence.
Kevin's eyes lit up. Precisely. Perhaps you could sew them as the lining of robes, or maybe even as a separate shipment of scarves.
The concept is sound, Mara said, and Arakasi nodded tacit agreement. We could even have servants wear underrobes of the fine silk beneath their usual travelling robes. That moment, someone outside knocked insistently at the screen. Arakasi faded into his corner as if by reflex, and Mara called an inquiry. The screen whipped back to admit the dishevelled Akoma first advisor in a red-faced state of agitation. Kyoke settled back on his cushions and loosened his tense hand from his sword hilt as Nakoya descended upon her mistress, scolding even as she made her obligatory bow.
"My lady, just look at your clothes!"
The former nurse turned her eyes heavenward in despair. Surprised, Mara glanced at her lounging robe, draped open in the heat, and showing dust about the collar from her earlier visit to the Choja hive.
"And your hair!"
Nakoya ranted on, now shaking a wizened finger in reproach.
"A mess! All tangles when it should be shiny clean and scented. We're going to need 12 maids at least."
Then, as if noticing Kyoke's and Arakasi's presence at the same time, she clucked in renewed affront.
"Out!" she cried. "Your mistress must be made presentable very quickly."
Nakoya, Mara snapped, what gives you cause to descend upon my private council and order my officers about like house staff? And why is the matter of my personal appearance suddenly so urgent?
Nakoya stiffened like a stung jiggerbird.
"By Yashima, most holy lady, how could you forget? How could you?"
Forget? Mara shoved back a fallen strand of hair in honest confusion. Forget what?
Nakoya huffed, speechless at last. Arakasi intervened very gently and answered for her.
"The little grandmother most likely refers to Hokano of the Shinzawai, whose retinue I passed on the road from Sulanku.
The Akoma first advisor now recovered poise with acerbity.
That young gentleman's letter of inquiry has sat on your desk for a week, my lady. You answered him with an acceptance, and now you offer him insult by not being ready to greet him upon his arrival.
Mara used a word not at all in keeping with her station. This brought another squawk from Nicoya and an outright grin from Kevin, whose command of Tsurani obscenities had been learned from a particularly colourful slave driver, and remained his most comprehensive vocabulary. Nicoya vented her frustration by clapping sharply for Mara's bath attendants. Through the resulting pandemonium, as slave girls descended with basins and towels and armloads of fine jewelled clothing, Mara dismissed her force commander. While 3 sets of hands removed her clothing, she fought one wrist-free and gestured at the bundled silk samples brought from the Chojar hive.
Arakasi, decide what to do with these. Jikam will tell you when they're due to arrive at Jamar. Contrive some subterfuge to get them there unnoticed.
The spy master returned an unobtrusive bow and departed with the bundle. Kevin remained. Forgotten in his place behind his mistress's cushions, he spent the next minute being tantalised by the sight of Mara standing in her tub while her servants poured hot water over her lithe body. Then she sat, slowly, gracefully. While she rested in the tub, her woman servants soaping her down and washing her hair, Kevin repeatedly caught glimpses of nude flesh. Motionless in the corner, he inwardly cursed the inadequate coverage of his brief Tsurani garment, as the sight of his pretty young mistress caused his manhood to rise up again in appreciation. Like an embarrassed kitchen boy, he stood with both hands folded before his groin and tried to focus on unpleasant thoughts to bring his unruly body back under control. When the lady of the Akoma emerged at speed from the attentions of her maids and bath servants, Kevin followed in his accustomed place, mostly because no one in authority had bothered to tell him otherwise. Jewelled, primped, and clad in a fine overrobe sewn with seed pearls and emeralds, Mara was far too agitated to note the barbarian slave who had been a part of her retinue for almost a month now. She swept through the hallways with a frown pinching the skin between her eyebrows. Kevin, grown familiar enough to guess at her moods, determined that this Hokano of the Shinzawai came for something outside the usual social visit. In many ways, Mara preferred involved financial discussions with her Hodonra to meeting the social obligations that fell to her as ruler of a time-honoured Tsurani house. At Nicoya's furiously whispered reminder, Mara slowed her step before the entry to the enclosed courtyard, which at this hour was the coolest place in which to make a guest comfortable. The first advisor patted her charge's wrist and delivered last-minute instructions.
Be charming with this man, daughter of my heart, but do not underestimate his perception. He is no importunate boy like poor Bruley to be swayed by the follies of romance, and you have certainly offended him by keeping him waiting.
Mara nodded distractedly and shed the protective Nicoya. With Kevin still on her heels, she stepped out into the dappled shade of the courtyard. Cushions had been laid by the fountain, and a tray with refreshments close by. Both appeared untouched. At Mara's entrance, a slim, well-muscled man paused between steps in what must by now have been the last of a dozen restless tours along the garden pathways. He wore blue silk, sewn with topaz and rubies, robes obviously tailored for the son of a powerful family. Now more practised at reading Tsurani inscrutability, Kevin did not look at the handsome but expressionless face for enlightenment. Instead he checked the hands, which were well-formed and strongly sword-calloused. He noticed the slight spring in the stride as the young man turned to greet the lady, and also noticed the tenseness in carriage that conclusively betrayed annoyance. Still, the voice emerged pleasantly tempered. "Lady Mara, I am pleased. Are you well?" Mara swept him a bow, her jewels flashing in stray flecks of sunlight through the leaves.
"Hokanu of the Shinzawai, I am well enough to know better. You are irked at my tardiness, and for that I plead no excuses."
She stood upright, the top of her forehead barely level with his chin. To meet his dark eyes, she had to tilt her head up in a manner that, entirely without artifice, made her stunning.
"What can the Akoma do but ask your forgiveness?"
Mara paused with a disarmingly sheepish smile.
"Quite simply, I forgot what time it was."
For a second, Hokanu looked outraged. Then, obviously at a loss before the lady's appeal, and taken by the fact she had not lied to him, his teeth flashed in a burst of honest laughter.
"Mara, you confound me. Were you a warrior, I should be trading sword blows with you. As it is, I can only note that you owe me a debt. I'll claim your company as my compensation."
Mara stepped forward and allowed him a briefly formal embrace.
"Maybe I should have met you at the door in the crumpled robe I wore to council,"
she suggested wickedly. Hokanu continued to grip her hand in a manner Kevin interpreted as possessive. The young man's ability to conceal his eagerness behind a facade of astonishing grace annoyed the Midkemian slave, although he could not have said why. When the nobleman responded to the lady's quip with another laugh, saying, "Do that next time," Kevin found himself scowling. Normally, Mara was quick-witted and assertive when dealing with her male staff and those few state visitors Kevin had observed during his tenure as her body servant. With Hokanu, her wit became less acerbic, and the spirit he had grudgingly come to admire became obscured by inexplicable diffidence. Mara seemed guarded against showing pleasure as she allowed the young warrior to settle her down on the cushions. Plainly, she found the young man's company enjoyable. With submissive courtesy, she called Kevin to serve food and drink. Hokanu accepted a dish of spirit-soaked fruits and a goblet of sour wine. His dark eyes flicked with interest over the Midkemian. Kevin momentarily felt inspected inside and out like merchandise. Then the nobleman turned teasingly to Mara. "I see that you have tamed this sour cat of a barbarian most admirably. He appears to have learned his place somewhat better than others of his kind." Mara hid amusement behind the rim of her chocha cup as she took a small swallow.
"So it might seem," she said quietly.
"Did you find the slaves your father acquired on the Ngagi swamps?" Hokanu's eyes flicked as he inclined his head. "The matter has been resolved satisfactorily." Then, as though aware that Mara had been as reticent with him as he was with her concerning their mutual but unspoken interest in Midkemians, he returned the subject to Kevin's physical attributes, as though the red-headed Midkemian were not present and listening. "He looks as strong as a Nidra bull, and should do very well at clearing the land for your pastures." Ill-accustomed to being discussed like an animal, Kevin opened his mouth and observed that he would rather take wagers over arm wrestling. Before he could be so bold as to challenge the elegant Shinzawai warrior to a match, Mara's face paled. With dramatically fast timing, she forestalled his next line. "Slave, you are no longer needed here. Send Misa to attend us. Then go to the front courtyard and help Jikan see to the needs of Hokanu's caravan." Kevin's lip curled daringly into a half-smile as he made his slave's bow, still slightly less than custom dictated, to Mara's everlasting irritation. Then, with a glance at Hokanu that came just shy of spiteful, he spun on his heel and departed. The only flaw in his performance was the fact that the short Tsurani robe looked ridiculous on him, a detail Hokanu did not overlook. The comment, half heard as Kevin stepped through the screen into the corridor, was close to indecent, considering the presence of the lady. With a vicious twist of anger, Kevin wished he could pick a fight. Then, with equally surprising candour, he realised he felt jealous.
Damn him. Damn her too,
he muttered to himself. To even think of an infatuation with Mara was sure invitation to get himself strung by the neck from the nearest ulo tree, probably head down over a slow fire. If he was to gain anything from this woman, it would not be through dalliance. Somehow, against all expectations and traditions, he would contrive a way to be free again. The outer courtyard was dusty, as if last night's rains had been a dream dispelled by sunlight. Nidra and wagons jammed the latticed enclosure. Drovers' shouts and the snorts of gelded bulls overlaid the confusion as slaves ran to and fro with fodder, thysa bowls and water basins. Kevin strode into the midst of the bustle, still preoccupied with his peak, and almost stepped on Jikan. The little Hadonra yelped in affront and leaped back to avoid being knocked down. He peered upward, took in the muscled expanse of Kevin's chest that the scant robe failed to cover, and frowned with a fierceness that his mistress had never seen.
"What are you doing, idle?"
he snapped. Kevin disarmingly raised his eyebrows. "I was taking a walk." Jikan's expression turned thunderous.
"Not any more. Fetch a basin and bring water to the slaves in the caravan. Move smartly, and don't offend any of the Shinzawai retinue, or by the gods I'll see you strung up and kicking."
Kevin regarded the diminutive Hadonra, who always in his lady's presence seemed as shy as a mouse. Although shorter by more than a head, Jikan held his ground. He snatched a basin from a passing slave and jabbed the rim into Kevin's middle.
"Get to work!"
The larger man grunted an expelled breath of air, then leaped back as a flood of cold water drenched his groin.
Damn,
he muttered as he caught the wooden implement before it fell and insulted his manhood more permanently. When he straightened, Jikan had moved on. Having lost his chance to slip through the press unobserved, Kevin located the water boy and obediently filled his basin. He carried its slopping contents across the dusty pandemonium and offered drink to two rangy, sunburned slaves who perched at their ease on the tailboard of a goods wagon. "Hey, your kingdom," said the taller, who was blonde and bore two peeling scabs on his face. "Who are you? When were you captured?" The three slaves exchanged names, as Kevin offered his basin to the slighter, dark-haired one, whose right hand was bound in a bandage, and whose expression was strangely cold about the eyes. This man proved to be a squire from Criddy, and was not known to him, but the other, who called himself Laurie, seemed familiar. "Could we have met before?" Kevin asked as he took back the basin from Squire Pug. The blond man shrugged with an instinctively theatrical friendliness. "Who knows? I roamed the kingdom as a minstrel and sang in the court at Zun more than once." Laurie's eyes narrowed. "Say, you're Baron—" "Quiet," cautioned Kevin. He glanced quickly to either side, ensuring no soldiers could hear. "One word of my rank and I'm a corpse. They kill officers, remember?" Conscious of how thin and weather-beaten his fellow countrymen looked, Kevin asked after their lot following capture. The dark, enigmatic man named Pug gave him a hard look. "You're a quick enough study. I'm a squire, and if they'd figured out that meant minor nobility, I'd have been killed the first day. As it is, they've forgotten my rank. I told them I was a servant to the Duke, and they took that to mean a menial." He glanced around at the hurrying Akoma slaves who moved with single-minded purpose to do the Hadonra's bidding. "You're new to this slave business, Kevin. You would do well to remember these Tsurani can kill you with no pangs of conscience, for here they hold the belief that a slave possesses no honour. Kevin of Zun,
Tread most carefully, for your lot could be changed on a whim.
Damn, said Kevin softly. Then they don't give you concubines for good conduct.
Laurie's eyes widened a moment. Then his broad laugh attracted the attention of one of the Shinzawai warriors. His plumed head turned in their direction, and instantly the expressions of the two Midkemians on the wagon went blank. When the soldier turned away, Laurie let out a quiet sigh. "They've not spoiled your sense of humour, it seems." Kevin said, "If you can't laugh, you're as good as dead." Laurie wiped his face with a rag dipped in the basin Kevin held and said, "As I tell my short friend here many times over." Pug regarded Laurie with a mixture of affection and aggravation. This from a fool who almost got himself killed saving my life. He sighed. If that young Shinzawai noble hadn't been in the swamps. He left the thought unfinished. Then his tone turned sombre. All the men captured with me in the first year of the war are dead, Kevin. Learn to adapt. These Tsurani have this concept of wall, this perfect place inside where no one can touch you. He put his finger on Kevin's chest. In there. Learn to live in there, and you'll learn to live out here. The redhead nodded, then, aware that Jikan watched his back, took his basin back for a refill. With a regretful nod to Laurie and Pug, he proceeded to the next wagon in line. If he could, he'd slip out of the slave quarters in the evening and spend some time with these two. Trading some information might not prove useful, but it might ease the pain of homesickness a bit. But, as the evening wore on, he was given more work until, exhausted, he was led back into the great house and commanded to sleep in the room set aside for him. A guard outside his door made any attempt to visit his former countryman useless. But, in the night, he could hear faint voices speaking words barely understood, yet familiar with accents well known. Sighing in frustration, he knew his own companions were visiting with the two Islemen from the Shinzawai caravan. He would get his gossip second-hand when he next had chance to speak with Patrick or one of the other men. Yet, the lack of first-hand contact caused the most bitter pangs of homesickness he had felt since capture. "Damn that bitch," he whispered into his hard pillow. "Damn her." Chapter 6. Diversions. The wet season ended. Lengthening days brought back the dry dust, and strong sunlight faded the plains grass surrounding the Minwanabi estate house. Within weeks the hills would begin to lose their lushness, until by midsummer all would be golden and brown. During the hotter weather, Lord Desio preferred to remain within the shaded comfort of his estate house, but admiration for his cousin often lured him outdoors. Tasayo might be serving his family as a senior advisor, but the day never dawned that he failed to maintain his battle skills. Today, while the morning mists burned off the lake, he stationed himself on a hillside with his bow and sheaves of arrows and straw figures set at varying distances for targets. Within a half hour, they bristled with shafts fletched in Tasayo's personal tricolours. Minwanabi black and orange, cut with a band of red for Turakamu. Desio joined him as his battle servant retrieved arrows between rounds. Aware of the young lord's approach for some time, Tasayo turned at precisely the correct moment and bowed.
"Good morning, my lord cousin."
Desio halted, panting from his climb up the hill. He inclined his head, wiped sweat from his pink brow, and regarded his taller cousin, who wore light hide armour studded with precious iron, garnered as a war prize from the barbarian world. Tasayo wore no helm, and the breeze stirred his straight auburn hair, clipped short in a warrior's style. The bow in his hand was a recurve, lacquered shiny black and tasselled at each horn with orange silk. Politely, Tasayo offered the weapon.
"Would you care to try a round?"
As yet too breathless for speech, Desio waved to decline. Tasayo nodded and turned as the servant approached, a bin of recovered arrows in each hand. He bowed before his master. While he remained on his knees, Tasayo removed the shafts by their nocks and pressed them one by one, point first, into the sandy soil.
"What brings you out this fine morning, cousin?"
Desio watched the arrows pierce the earth in perfect lines, like warriors arrayed for a charge.
"I could not sleep."
"No?" Tasayo emptied the first bin and started on the second. A jade fly landed on the battle servant's nose. He twitched no muscle and did not blink as the insect crawled across his cheek and began to suck at the fluids of his eye. To reward his perfect composure, Tasayo at length gave the man leave to brush the insect away. The man gratefully did so, having learned under the lash to ease himself only when given permission. Tasayo smoothed a parted cock feather and waited for his cousin to continue.
"I could not sleep, because months have passed, and still we have not uncovered the Akoma spies."
Tasayo set arrow to bowstring and released in one fluid motion. The shaft arced out through the bright morning and thumped into the painted heart of a distant straw figure.
"We know there are 3 of them,"
the warrior said evenly.
"and the field has narrowed. We have disclosed information leaks from our barracks, from our grain factor, and also from someone who has duties in the kitchens or among the house staff."
"When will we know the names of these traitors?"
Drawing his bow, Tasayo seemed totally focused, but an instant after the arrow left his string he said,
"We shall learn more this morning, when we hear the fate of our raiding party. The survivors should have returned by now."
Knocking another arrow to his bow, he continued,
"Besides, discovering this spy is but the first step in preparation for our much larger plan."
"So, when does your grand campaign take effect?"
Desio burst out in frustration.
"I want the Akoma ruined."
2 more arrows flew and sliced into targets.
"Patience, cousin."
Tasayo notched a third shaft and sent it through the neck of the straw figure farthest from his position.
"You wish the Akoma ruined beyond recovery, and the wise man plans carefully. The best traps are subtly woven and unsuspected until they close."
Desio sighed heavily. His body servant rushed to set a cushion under him as he settled his bulk upon the grass.
"I wish I had your patience, Tasayo."
Envy showed through his petulance.
"But I am not a patient man, cousin."
The arrows flew at regular intervals, and a straw figure toppled, riddled like a seamstress's pincushion with feathered shafts.
"I chafe at delay as much as, or perhaps more than you, my lord. I hate waiting."
He studied his distant targets, as if evaluating his performance.
"But I hate the flaw of impatience within myself even more. A warrior must strive toward perfection, knowing full well that it will forever be unobtainable."
Desio pulled his robe away from sticky flesh and fanned himself.
"I have no patience, I admit, and I was not gifted with coordination enough for the field as you were."
Tasayo waved his servant off to fetch arrows, though the line by his feet was not depleted. Then he set his bow across his shoulder and looked at his more corpulent cousin.
"You could learn to be, Desio."
There was no mockery in his tone. The lord of the Minwanabi smiled back.
"You have finalized your plan to destroy Mara?"
Tasayo remained still a moment. Then he threw back his head and sounded a Minwanabi battle cry. When he finished his ululation, he looked back to his cousin, a sparkle of excitement in his eyes.
"Yes, lord, I have a plan. But first we must speak with Nkomo and discover if the runners he dispatched have returned with word of the ambush."
"I will go back and call him,"
Desio grunted as he pushed to his feet.
"Join us in my chambers in an hour's time."
Tasayo acknowledged that his lord paid him deference by complying with his request for a meeting. Then his eyes narrowed. He spun, slipped his bow, and set another war arrow to his string. The servant on the field retrieving arrows saw the move and dropped to earth just a heartbeat before the shot hissed past the place his body had just vacated. He remained prone as more shafts whined by, peppering the dummy by his elbow. Wisps of straw drifted down and made his face itch, yet he did not move to brush them away until he saw that his master had depleted his arrows.
"You play with your men as a Sarkat plays with his prey before the kill,"
Desio observed, having lingered to watch the display. Tasayo raised one cool eyebrow.
"I train them to treasure their lives," he amended. "On the battlefield, they must fend for themselves against our enemies. If a servant cannot keep himself alive and be where I need him, he is of no use, yes?"
Desio conceded the point with an admiring chuckle. Tasayo said,
"I am done, I think. No need to wait an hour, my lord. I will accompany you back now."
Desio clapped his cousin on the shoulder, and together they started down the hill. The Minwanabi first advisor met them in the private study, his grey hair damp from his bath, and his back erect as a sword blade. He was an early riser, inspecting the estates with the Hodonra in the morning hours. Afternoons he spent over paperwork, but years of watching sunrises had given him the weather-beaten appearance of an old field general. He watched with a commander's perception as he made his bow before the cousins. Lord Desio was sweating, though he had already consumed 3 mugs of rare iced drinks. Runners continually drove themselves to exhaustion to provide him with the luxury. As the summer progressed and the snow line receded up the northern peaks, the young lord's craving for cold dishes could no longer be satisfied. Then he would turn to drink to dull the heat. But, unlike his father Jingu, he did not slacken his intake after sundown. With an inward frustrated sigh, Nkomo regarded Tasayo, who still wore his armour and archer's glove, but who showed no fatigue from his hours of practice in the hills. His only concession to comfort was the slightly loosened lacing at his throat. At all times, even just after rising, Tasayo seemed but a half-second away from being ready to answer the call of battle.
"Tasayo has finally devised his plan to defeat the Akoma."
Desio opened as his first advisor took his place on the cushions beneath the ceremonial dais.
"That is well, my lord," answered Nkomo. "We have just received word of our ambush on the Akoma Thaiza wagons." "How did it go?"
Desio rocked forward in his eagerness.
"Badly, my lord."
Nkomo's expression remained wooden.
"We were defeated as we expected, but the cost was much higher than anticipated."
"How costly?"
Tasayo's voice seemed detached. Nkomo shifted dark eyes to the cousin. Slowly he said,
"Every man we sent was killed. 50 raiders in all."
Desio sat back, disgust upon his face.
50? Damn that woman! Is every move she chooses ordained to win her victory?
Tasayo tapped his chin with a finger.
"It may seem so now, cousin, but victory belongs to the last battle. In the end, we shall see where Mara is vulnerable."
He inclined his head to Nkomo and asked,
"How did our enemy achieve so total a success?"
"Simple,"
answered the first adviser. "They had 3 times the guards on the wagons that we would expect."
Tasayo considered this, his fingers motionless on his knees.
"We expected them to know we were coming. That they responded with so much force tells us 2 things. First, they did not want us to capture that wagon at any price, and second—"
his eyes widened in sudden speculation.
That damn Choja hive must be breeding warriors like jade flies.
Desio seemed confused.
What does this have to do with uncovering Akoma's spies?
Nkomo smoothed his robes with the fussiness of a bird ruffling feathers. Unbreakably patient, he qualified.
Our offensive was aimed at tracing information leaks. Mara's too competent spy master has just confirmed the guilt of one or all three of our household suspects. Timing is all, my Lord Desio. Had we planned our attack on commerce more consequential than the grain trade, we would certainly have drawn notice to our purpose.
Tasayo broke his silence.
There could be something else at play here. A garrison as undermanned as Mara's should not have responded so forcefully to so minor a threat. This overreaction is meaningful.
Tasayo paused, his brow furrowed.
Suppose our action has in some way disrupted a plan the Akoma have underway. Suppose we just blundered into their next move against our interest. They were desperate for us not to capture that wagon, willing to pay a price far above the worth of the grain, or the minor loss in honor of abandoning a small caravan.
Now there is a point to pursue.
Nkomo broke in.
Our factor in Sulanko reports that since our raid, the Akoma have doubled the guards on all their trade caravans. Rumors circulate that secret goods lie hidden under every bushel of grain. By the flurry of covert activity, we could conclude that one real treasure exists, a treasure our enemies have determined at all costs to keep secret.
Nkomo's excitement dissolved in a frustrated sigh.
How I wish we had an informant in Mara's inner household. Something important is underway, something we nearly discovered accidentally in our raid near Sulanke. Why else should a minor sortie provoke such elaborate countermeasures?
Desio reached for his ice glass and swirled the last fast-melting chips in the dregs.
She has sent messengers to Dastari too, no doubt to invite Cipino of the Zacatecas to parley on his return from the borders. If he accepts, the Akoma will almost certainly gain an alliance.
Only Tasayo remained unmoved before the evidence of setbacks. Gently he said,
"Let that bide, cousin. I have a long-range plan for Mara that might take 2 years to bring to fruition."
2 years!
Desio slammed his mug on a side table.
If the Choja hive is breeding warriors each spring, Mara's estates become that much more unassailable.
Tasayo waved this aside.
"Let Mara grow strong at home, for we will not deal with her on her own ground. Gone are the days we could dream of overwhelming her estate by main force."
His voice turned reflective.
"We would win, of course, but be so depleted we would not survive the certain onslaught from other enemies. Were I Cipino of the Zacatecas or Andero of the Keda, I would welcome an open confrontation between the Akoma and the Minuanabe."
Desio became sulky when anyone else tried to tell him what to do. Nkomo watched as his master sucked his last ice cube between his teeth. Finally, the Lord of the Minuanabe said,
"I may come to regret my rashness in vowing Minuanabe blood should we fail to crush the Akoma. I had hoped to spur our people to end the matter quickly. But the Red God gave us no time limit."
He glanced heavenward and made a luck sign just in case he was wrong.
"So we might do well to proceed cautiously. We cannot spare 50 seasoned warriors for each grain wagon Mara sends out."
With a nod, Desio said,
"Cousin, let's hear your plan."
Tasayo responded obliquely.
Do smugglers still operate between the Empire and the desert lands in Suba?
He asked the first advisor. Nkomo shrugged.
Almost certainly. The nomads still covet luxuries, especially jades and silk, and they have to import swords from somewhere, since resin-producing trees do not flourish in the desert.
Tasayo nodded, almost imperceptibly.
Then I suggest we send an envoy to the ruins at Banganok to offer the nomads weapons and jades and rich bribes to step up their raids on the borders.
Zakateka's forces would stay preoccupied.
Desio jumped ahead.
His return to the mainland would be delayed, along with any possible alliance with Mara.
That is the least advantage, my lord.
Tasayo slipped his fingers out of his archer's glove. He flexed his hands as though warming up his grip for the sword and outlined the steps of a bold plot. The Minwanabi would cultivate relations with the desert raiders, beginning with bribes to keep the Zakateka's forces pinned down in defence. Over a period of 2 years, the bribes would be escalated, forming the pretense of alliance. Minwanabi soldiers would add to the raiders' ranks, disguised as tribesmen allies. At a moment judged most propitious, a grand offensive would be mounted on the Empire's borders. In emergency meeting, the High Council would order the Lady of the Akoma to go to the aid of the Lord of the Zakatekas. At mention of this, Nkomo brightened.
Mara must lead her relief troops in person, or spoil her overtures toward alliance, and if she sends less than her full support in the field, she proves lack of sincerity in her promises.
She would be drawn far from her estates, along with most of her choja.
Desio cut in.
We could mount raids.
Tasayo silenced him with a slightly raised eyebrow.
Better than that, cousin. Much better.
He went on, ticking off points on his fingers in the manner of a tactician. Mara had no military training, and her only officer with command experience in the field was Kyoke. If her call to arms in Dastari could be timed as a surprise, she would be handed a crisis. She must strip her outer holdings, hire mercenary guards to flesh out those garrisons of least strategic importance, and then leave the heart of her estates under the care of an officer only recently promoted. Or she must assign Kyoke to protect her family Natami and expose herself to risk. Tasayo elaborated.
Isolated in Dastari, far from help from her clan or allies, there would be no miracles for Mara. She would be alone on a field of our choosing, and forced to rely on the guidance of an inexperienced officer.
Tasayo paused, licked his lips, and smiled.
At best, Mara's lack of preparation will do our work for us. She may be killed or captured by desert raiders, or at the least blunder in the assignment, and earn the Zakateka's wrath while losing the heart of her army.
Interesting, said Nkomo. But the weak link is evident. The assignment left to Kyoke will almost certainly not be bungled.
Tasayo slapped his empty glove against his palm, and his smile widened.
That is why Kyoke must be removed. A raid that will deliver him to Turakamo must be carefully planned. Let us say the lady will receive summons from the High Council on the day of her force commander's death.
Tasayo folded his hands, the model of a Tsurani warrior in repose.
With Kyoke dead, Mara must leave Akoma welfare in the hands of lesser servants. A strike leader named Lujan, most likely, a flutterbug of a Hodonra, and an old nurse who calls herself First Advisor. Among these may be one we can subvert.
Brilliant, muttered Desio. Tasayo summed up.
As I read the situation, Without experienced officers, Mara could never gain from assignment to Dastari. Whichever strike leader she promotes to oversee the attempt at relieving Zacatecas will quickly learn the difference between commanding a strike force and planning a battle.
Brilliant! Decio said loudly and with shining enthusiasm. Incomo considered more practical ramifications.
Lord Decio would need to call favors from a great number of allies in the council, even become indebted to contrive for Mara to be assigned to a post in Dastari. Getting Zacatecas there was quite costly, and keeping him on the frontier another 2 years will be difficult. The nobles who supported us will demand even more concessions to be bought a second time, particularly since the setback of Jingu's death. We are not as strong or as influential as we once were. I regret to remind you, and the debt incurred will be great.
What price the death of Mara of the Akoma?
Tasayo said softly.
Decio swore blood oath to the Red God. The alternative is for us to slaughter every woman and child wearing Minwanabi black and orange, then march to Turakamu's temple and fall upon our swords.
Incomo nodded and turned shrewd eyes on his lord. Hot as Decio was to see Mara compromised, he still recognized the gravity of his decision. He did not commit himself or the resources of his house thoughtlessly, but pondered with knitted brows.
I think my cousin advises me well,
he said at last.
But can we be sure of the desert men?
Tasayo looked out of the window, as if something in the distance shaped his answer.
It's immaterial. For among those allies attacking will be a field commander ready to take the necessary steps to ensure Mara's failure. I will supervise the battle personally.
The suggestion filled Decio with delight.
Wonderful, cousin! Your reputation credits you too little. You are more crafty than I had been told.
He nodded enthusiastically.
Let preparation for these plans begin. We shall put aside haste in favor of completeness.
Tasayo nodded.
I have much to arrange, my lord. Our plan must proceed with perfection, or we risk enmity from 2 great houses rising in power. The army we gather 2 years hence must be smuggled in small numbers by boat to Hlama, then westward along the coast trail to Banganok. No one must suspect the movement of troops, and when Zacatecas is hard-pressed, we must be ready to kill Kiyoke the first moment he's vulnerable.
He blinked, as if recalling his focus to Decio.
Yes, I have much to see to. I ask my lord's permission to depart.
Decio waved him on his way. Though matters of protocol were furthest from his mind, Tasayo arose and made his bow, correct to the last. Incomo watched and wondered again if undue ambition lay behind such perfect poise. As the Minwanabi cousin departed from the study, he leaned closer to his lord and murmured a soft-spoken question. Decio stiffened in surprise.
Tasayo, turn traitor to his lord?
He exclaimed entirely too loudly.
Never!
His conviction rang with blind faith.
All my life, Cousin Tasayo has been an example to us all. Until the moment of my ascension to the rank of lord, he would have happily slit my throat to gain the mantle of the Minwanabi. But the moment I took my father's place, Tasayo became mine to command. He is the soul of honor and a devil for cleverness. Of all the men in my service, that one will bring me the Akoma Natame.
Satisfied with his own judgment on the matter, Decio ended his clandestine council. He clapped for servants and asked for pretty serving girls to bathe with him in the cool waters of the lake. Nkomo bowed, content that while Desio fathered bastard children, Tasayo would need his help to begin plotting the vast design to destroy Mara. If the Minwanabi First Advisor felt any resentment at Tasayo's usurpation of his role, he hid it even from himself. He was loyal to his master. As long as Tasayo served Minwanabi interests, Nkomo had no jealousy within his breast. Besides, the wry thought intruded, lords of great houses quite commonly came to youthful deaths. Until Desio married and fathered an heir, Tasayo remained next in line for the ruler's mantle. Should Desio perish untimely, it would never do to have one unexpectedly inheriting the title be displeased with the resident first advisor. Nkomo motioned for a servant to attend his desires.
Send word to Tasayo that I am at his disposal in any fashion for which he deems me worthy, and that I will happily lend my feeble efforts to his great work.
As the servant hurried off, Nkomo considered ordering a cool tub and a pretty woman to wash his sweaty, tired body. Shrugging off the wistful image, he arose from his cushions. Too much work remained undone. Besides, if he read young Tasayo correctly, he would be sent for within the hour. Mara moved between nodding rows of kakali blossoms, a basket on her arm. She pointed to a bloom and said, "That one," and the servant who trailed her obligingly cut the stem with a sharp knife. Another held up a lantern so the first might see clearly in the shadows of early evening. The servant lifted the indigo flower, inspected it briefly to see that the petals were unharmed, then bowed and handed the blossom to the lady. She pressed it to her nose to enjoy the fragrance before she added it to the others already piled in her basket. The Hadonra Jikan trailed her as she turned down a bend in the path.
"The ravine between your southernmost Nidra meadows has been flooded, my lady."
Mara pointed out another flower she wished cut, and a smile curved her lips.
"Good. The bridge across our new river will be completed before market season, I trust?"
Now Jikan chuckled.
"Planking is being added to the framework even as we speak. Jiddu of the Tuscarora sweats as he writes daily, begging permission to transport his chochala crops down the ravine by boat. However, as I politely pointed out on your behalf, my lady, the right-of-way you granted when you purchased the land permitted only wagons."
"Very good." Mara accepted the indicated blossom from her servant and carelessly stabbed her finger on a thorn. The pain she accepted with Tsurani impassivity, but the blood was another matter. Kelowani's superstition held that chance-spilled blood might whet the red god's appetite, making the deity greedy for additional death. Jikan hastily offered his handkerchief, and Mara bound up her stinging finger before any droplets could fall to the soil. Her plan to beggar Lord Jiddu of the Tuscarora and force him to become her vassal had been delayed by a season because of the attentions received by her house following the death of Jingu of the Minwanabi. Now, as events resumed their proper course, she found her planned victory over her neighbour to the south had partially lost its savour. Hokanu's visit had offered a welcome interlude, but his stay had been brief, owing to his need to return home. Nicoya blamed her restlessness on the lack of male company. Mara smiled at the thought and shifted her basket of flowers. The first advisor insisted that no young woman's life could be complete without a healthy male diversion now and again. But Mara viewed romance with scepticism. As greatly as she enjoyed Hokanu's company, the thought of taking another husband to her bed made her hands turn clammy with apprehension. To her, marriage and sex were simply a woman's bargaining chips in the game of the council. Love and pleasure had no place in such decisions.
"Where's Kevin?" said Jikan unexpectedly, making his lady start. Mara settled on a stone bench and motioned her Hedonra to join her. "He's being fitted for new clothes." Jikan's eyes brightened. He loved to gossip, but was seldom so bold as to trouble his lady outright on matters outside of estate finance. Mara indulged him. "Kevin went out with the hunters yesterday, and when he complained that his legs and backside had suffered from thorns, I allowed him to be measured for Midkemian dress. He's off to show the leatherworkers and tailors what to do, as they know little about his nation's odd fashions. I told him the colours must not be other than a slave's grey and white, but maybe he'll behave with more dignity once his knees are covered with, what did he call it? Ah, yes, hose." "More like he'll complain he's too hot," the little Hedonra returned. Then, as Mara dismissed the other servants, he added, "I have news of your silk samples, lady." Instantly, he had Mara's entire attention. "They were safely stowed aboard your message barge yesterday. The factors in Jamar will have them before the close of the week, in time for inspection before the price auctions." Mara sighed with relief. She had worried endlessly that the Minwanabi might discover her move into the silk market before time and give warning to their silk-producing allies in the north. Most Akoma revenues came from Nidra raising and weapon craft, but now she needed to strengthen her army and outfit the ever-rising number of Chojar warriors bred by the new queen. Hides and armour would be needed at home, cutting back on her marketable goods. The silk trade Mara hoped to create must balance out the loss. If the timing was spoiled, the northern silk merchants would undercut her prices and offer early deliveries to starve out her fledgling enterprise. Years of established trade had given them influence over the dyers' and weavers' guilds. Paying costly bribes to ensure guild secrecy and goodwill was an unavoidable necessity, until Akoma craftsmen could be schooled to mastery of these specialized new skills. But if Akoma silks arrived on the market at just the right moment, not only would Mara gain income, she would upset the revenues of the Minwanabi allies. "You have done well in this, Jikan." The Hedonra blushed. "Success would not have been possible without Arakasi's planning." Mara stared out over the gardens into the gathering gloom of twilight. "Let us not speak of success until the price auctions are dominated by demand for Akoma goods." Jikan returned a deep bow. "Let us hope the day comes without mishap." He made a sign for the good god's favour and quietly retired from her presence. Mara lingered, alone except for a few servants. She set down her basket and surveyed the gardens that surrounded the estate house's east wing. This had been her mother's favourite place, or so Lord Sezu had told the daughter whose birth had caused that lady's premature death. From this seat, the Lady Oskiro had watched her lord select his hunting dogs as the young ones were brought out for his inspection. But the kennel's runs were empty now. By Mara's command, the baying of the hounds had reminded the new ruling lady too painfully of the past, and her husband had cared more for battle practice and wrestling with the soldiers than coursing after game with fleet dogs. Or perhaps he had not lived long enough to appreciate the sport. Mara sighed and shook off her regrets. She excused her servants and stared over the distant meadows as the shatra birds flew at sundown. Normally, their flight calmed and reassured her, but today she felt only melancholy.
That no attack upon the Acoma estate seemed imminent did not reduce the threat. The most brilliant moves within the game of the council were those that came without warning. The tranquil passage of days only made her skin creep, as if assassins lurked in hiding at her back. Knowing that Tassaio stayed on as Desio's advisor promised subtle and devious trouble. Arakasi was worried also. Mara knew by his stillness as he stood to deliver his reports. He had survived the fall of one lord and lived to serve another. A matter that could trouble him would not be anything slight. Mara lifted a kakali blossom from the basket at her feet. The petals were soft and fragile, susceptible to the slightest chill and fast to wilt in extreme heat. The bushes themselves were hardy and armed with thorns for defence, but the flowers were short-lived and vulnerable. This evening, surrounded by the perishable beauty of the kakali, Mara missed the baying of the hounds at their dinner. More, she missed the strong presence of her father as he sat in the garden, enjoying the cool of the oncoming night, sipping on a bitter ale, while his son and daughter prattled on about childish things. Gold light faded from the western sky, and the chatraflocs settled to rest after their sky dance. A bare-footed slave lit the last lanterns along the path. The instant he finished his task, he hurried away for his meal of thysamush. In the kitchens and common dining hall, estate workers gathered for the evening meal. Still Mara lingered. Dusk deepened. Stars appeared, and the western hills became a silhouette against the last trace of afterglow. The silence peculiar to the hour descended, the bird-song of daytime now stilled, while night-singing insects in their myriad thousands had yet to waken and trill. Since this garden was farthest removed from the soldiers' barracks and servants' quarters, it was silent. Mara enjoyed a rare moment of peace. She found herself thinking of Hokanu. His visit a few months earlier had been disappointingly brief, a lingering dinner. Then, at first light after breakfast and what seemed a short chat, he took his leave and departed. Some development in the game had compelled his return to the Shinzawa estates sooner than Mara would have liked. Left with the sense that Hokanu felt he should have bypassed the house and returned straight upriver to his father's estates, Mara felt flattered he had compromised his sense of duty a little and stolen a visit with her. But she had said nothing to him, sheltering her feelings behind tradition's accepted behaviour. His wit might make her smile, and his intelligence inspire her own wit, yet she shied from contemplating any final outcome of this handsome noble's attentions. Attractive as she found Hokanu, the thought of returning to any man's bed made her shudder. Even now she had nightmares of her late husband's rages and the bruises he had inflicted in his passions. No, she decided she had no desire to encourage the company of a man. And yet, when Hokanu's small caravan had drawn out of sight, Mara had been astonished at how swiftly the time had fled. The young man's company had pleased her. She had not had a comfortable moment while he had been there, but she missed his lively company. Footsteps approached on the gravel path. Mara turned in time to see a tall, long-strided figure invade her temporary sanctuary. "There you are," called a voice. Even without the heavy accent, the disrespectful address and the boisterous tone identified the visitor as Midkemian. And as often as Mara was astonished by such directness, she was also attracted to it. "I've been looking for you since sundown," Kevin added, treading a winding path between kakali bushes to reach the bench where she sat. "I asked Nakoya and the old witch just grunted and shrugged. The servants looked nervous when I spoke to them, and finally I had to track down Lujan at the change of the guard." "He must have known you were following him," said Mara, unwilling to believe her best soldier would be so lax of his duties. Of course. Kevin rounded a last island of flowerbed and paused before her. We were discussing the fine points of swordplay. Your methods differ from ours. Ours are better, naturally, he added. Irritated that his intentional baiting always worked, Mara raised her head. She found him grinning in anticipation of her rejoinder and realized he played with her. She refused to be teased and studied his new attire. The lantern light caught Kevin in profile, burnished his wavy hair copper, and caught the long flowing sleeves of the white shirt just collected from the seamstresses. Over this he wore a jerkin belted tightly around his waist, and hose that clung tightly to a muscled length of leg. The neutral grey colour flattered him, for it set off his hair and beard and the deep tan of his face, and somehow made his blue eyes more intense. Mara glanced down to find the effect spoiled at the ankle by the same worn sandals he had been given on the day of his arrival. Aware of the lady's gaze on his feet, Kevin laughed. The boots aren't finished yet. He looked very exotic, handsome in a barbaric way. Fascinated by the sight of him, Mara forgot to reprimand his lack of form. However, this time, Kevin kept courtesy. He made his bow mid-Chemian style from the waist. "Is that how you show respect for your kingdom, ladies?" Mara asked somewhat acidly, mostly because she could not take her eyes off his wide, strangely clothed shoulders. Kevin gave back a wicked smile. "Not quite. Have I your permission?" Mara inclined her head, then started as he reached and took her hand. "We greet our ladies like this." He confidently touched her fingers to his lips. The caress was very soft, barely a brush of flesh against flesh. Mara shivered slightly and stiffened to pull away. But Kevin was not finished taking liberty. The feel of proper clothing and the mildness of the night lent him a spirit of recklessness. He firmed his grip, not so much that his mistress could not break away, but enough that she must struggle or follow his lead. "Sometimes we take the ladies dancing," he invited, and he drew her to her feet, grasped her lightly around the waist, and spun her in a circle through the lantern light. Mara laughed in surprise, not feeling in the least threatened. Glad to be distracted from the morass of difficult memories, the lady of the Acoma abandoned herself to this single moment of fun, and between Kevin's breathless laughter and the heady perfume of the flowers, she discovered that the touch of him was pleasing. His strength did not intimidate, but warmed her. Small as a doll in his arms, she tried to keep pace with him, yet she did not know the steps of his wild dance. Her feet got in his way, and he stumbled. She felt his muscles tense in response. He had reflexes swift as a cat's. But the back step he initiated to save his balance tangled disastrously with the basket she had abandoned on the path. The wicker container overturned, showering the gravel with kakali. Kevin tripped sideways, dragging Mara with him. The plunge happened too suddenly to allow the lady to cry out. Caught in Kevin's embrace, she felt him turn his shoulder to cushion her fall. She landed sprawled across his chest, slightly breathless, and still entangled in his arms. His hands moved, slid down her back, and paused at her waist. "Are you all right?" he said in a voice that was unfamiliarly deep. Overwhelmed by a rush of strange sensations, Mara did not answer at once. Kevin shifted under her. He freed one hand and picked up a kakali blossom from the ground. He pinched the stem in his teeth and, by touch, stripped off the thorns. Lantern light softened the planes of his face as he finished and carefully wound the flower in a strand of Mara's hair. "At home, we call flowers that look much like these by another name. Mara shut her eyes against a strange rush, something like dizziness, yet not. His fingers brushed her neck as he finished with the flower, then withdrew, leaving her aching. Huskily, she asked, "What name?" "Roses." Kevin felt the slight quiver that coursed through her flesh. The hand on her back moved, drew her closer. Softly he added, "Though we've none this wonderful shade of blue." His touch was tentative and gentle in a manner that did not frighten. Aware through her confusion that he offered comfort, Mara did not tear herself away. For a moment he went still, as if he awaited some form of reaction. Mara returned none. Her body felt strangely languid. When she made no move, Kevin held her more firmly. He shifted again until her hip lay cradled in the hollow of his flank, and her hair loosened from its pins and cascaded in a rush across the opened laces of his shirt. The hand on her back slid down and under her arm and traced the neckline of her robe. The touch raised fire in her, a warmth that seemed to melt her from within. "Lady," he said softly. His other hand brushed the hair back from her face. She saw that his eyes were very wide, the pupils dark in the lantern light, and the irises narrow bands of silver. "Do you want this? A man on my world gives roses to a lady when he loves her."
"I care very little for love," Mara answered, her voice oddly rough to her own ear. Now her body tensed against his. "My husband taught me more than I ever wished to know." Kevin sighed, changed his position, and lifted her. Overwhelmed by his strength, she felt a giddy sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a time when a tiny girl was held gently by her warrior father's powerful hands. Yet Mara sensed no danger, for despite the power of those hands, their touch was only loving. Mara felt a chilly rush of air as she and Kevin separated when he gently sat her upon the bench. Her robe had pulled askew. He did not stare at her exposed breasts, but sought something within her own gaze. Her eyes followed his as he carefully stepped back, awaiting her command. Mara settled against the stone seat and recovered the semblance of poise. Yet the control she had schooled to be second nature came with difficulty. Inside, she remained in turmoil. Despite the memory of her former husband's brutality, despite the ingrained fears, her body ached to be touched again by such tender strength. Kevin made no move toward her, and this only made her flesh cry out all the more. Battling to impose logic over confusion, Mara said nothing, which left Kevin the task of smoothing over the awkwardness of the moment. "My lady," he said, and bowed again from the waist. For some reason, the movement gave her the shivers. He turned his back, bent, and methodically began to gather the blossoms strewn across the path. "A man might also give a woman a rose if he admired and respected her. Keep the flower in your hair. It truly does become you." Mara reached up and touched the blossom which rested still, twined in the lock above her ear. She became absorbed by the play of muscles under his loose-fitting white shirt. The sensation in her middle mounted to an ache. She shivered again as Kevin stretched and recovered the tipped basket. Lantern light caught his hair and his sinewy wrists as he laid the recovered flowers inside. A few remained crushed by his body during the fall, and he arose to return the basket to her. He grimaced and said, "Curse the thorns." Instantly, Mara felt contrition. Moved by an unfamiliar instinct, she reached out and touched the back of his hand. "Did you receive a wound?" Kevin looked at her wryly. "No, lady.
I'd hardly call a few pricks in the back on your behalf a wound.
Let me see,
demanded Mara, pressed by a recklessness that made her giddy. The barbarian regarded her, his moment of surprise well hidden. Then his wryness expanded into a smile. As my lady wishes. He loosened the laces of his cuffs, shed the shirt in an enviably smooth movement, and straddled the bench by her side. Presented with a view of his back, Mara hesitated. Plain in the light she could see scratch marks studded with embedded kakali thorns. Shaky now, and frightened still, she fumbled until she found the handkerchief lent by Jikan. Tentatively, she dabbed at a cut. Kevin held motionless. The feel of his skin was silken smooth, not at all what she expected. The handkerchief fabric caught on a briar. Gently, Mara drew it out. She ran her fingers down and down, found more thorns and drew them, until finally none were left. Her hands did not want to leave him. She traced the side of his flank, felt the hard muscle there, and flinched back with a gasp as memory of Bunta Karpi made her start. Kevin swung his knee over the bench and spun to face her. "Lady, is something wrong?" The concern in his voice suddenly broke her heart. She fought against tears and lost. "Lady," whispered Kevin, "what makes you cry?" He gathered her to him, held her shaking against the hollow of his shoulder. Mara tensed, at any moment expecting his hands to turn brutal, to twist at her clothes and seek out her most tender parts. But nothing happened. Kevin simply held her, unmoving. And in time her fear unlocked. Mara realized that he was not going to be rough, but would only offer her comfort. "What troubles you?" he asked again. Mara stirred, then surrendered to his warmth and leaned against him. "Memories," she said softly. Now Kevin's hands did harden. He caught her firmly, lifted her, and resettled her in his lap. Mara caught herself just short of a scream. Shame burned her cheeks that she had so nearly disgraced her heritage. She choked a breath to call Lujan, but Kevin's hold loosened. He stroked her hair, gentle once more, and relief made her cry all over again. "Your memories must be painful," Kevin murmured in her ear. "I've never seen a beautiful woman so frightened at a man's attentions. It's as if someone beat you when another man would have kissed you with tenderness." "Panto," said Mara, her voice lowered to a near whisper. Her coldness was unexpected and prompted by a resentment she had never before given rein, except in confidence with Nicoya. He liked his women bruised. His concubine Tsurani loved such abuses. She paused, then added, "I don't think I ever could. Perhaps that makes me a coward. I don't care. I'm just glad I no longer have a husband to share my bed." Now Kevin was silent, shocked to an outrage that made him cup her chin until she faced him. "In my land, a husband who strikes his wife is nothing but a common criminal." Mara managed a weak smile. "How different our cultures can be. Here, a woman has no power over her fate unless she is ruling lady. A man may dominate his wife as he would a slave, and in the eyes of other men his manhood is increased by her submissiveness." Now Kevin's anger could be heard in his voice. "Then your lords are no better than barbarians. Men should treat women with respect and kindness." Excitement coursed through Mara. Time and again, Nicoya told her that all men did not behave like Bunta Karpi. Yet the fact that they owned the God-given right to be brutal had caused her to distrust even Hokanu, whose outward manner seemed mild. Where she had not dared to give herself to a suitor of her own culture,
With Kevin, she felt oddly safe. Then your people treat their wives and lovers like flowers, cherishing them without causing pain?
Kevin nodded, his fingers stroking her shoulders as lightly as the wings of small birds.
Show me,
Mara whispered. The touch of him made her tingle, and she felt through his breeches the pressure of his own aroused manhood. The barbarian's brows rose mischievously. Here? The ache inside Mara mounted, became unbearable.
Here,
she repeated softly.
Here, now. I command you.
When he looked as though he might protest, she added,
No one will disturb us. I am ruling lady of the Akoma.
Even now she tautened, as if at any moment she expected to be manhandled. Kevin sensed her tension. Lady, he said softly, right now, you rule more than the Akoma. And he bent his head and kissed her lips. His touch was soft as a whisper. Reassured, she yielded almost immediately. Then, as his lightness teased her to desire, she leaned into him, demanding more. But his hands stayed soft. He stroked her breast through the fabric of her robe, maddening her with his gentleness. Her nipple turned hard and hot. She wanted his fingers on her bare skin more desperately than she had ever wished for anything. He did not comply, not all at once. Barbarian that he was, he acted as if her very robe were precious. He slipped the silk slowly from her shoulders. Mara moaned and shivered. She tugged at his shirt, wanting the feel of him, but her hands tangled in his unfamiliar dress, and as her fingers encountered his skin, she hesitated, wanting to return the feeling he gave her, but uncertain what she should do. Kevin caught her wrists, still handling her as if her flesh was fragile. His care made her desire mount further, tormented her to an ecstasy she had never dreamed existed. She could not have named the moment he slid her robe off and touched his lips to her breast. By then her world had dissolved into dizziness, and she moaned for his touch against her loins. Midkemian clothing was more complicated than Tsurani dress. He had to shift her to remove his breeches. Somehow they ended up in the grass, lit by the golden sliver of Kelowan's moon, and also by a soft wash of lantern light. Abandoned to pleasure amid the scent of blooming kekali, swept away by the passion of a red-headed barbarian, Mara discovered what it was to be a woman. Later, flushed with the elation of newfound release, Mara returned to her chamber. Nakoya awaited her there with news of a business transaction in Sulankur and a tray of light supper. One look at her mistress's face, and she forgot the contents of the scroll.
"Thank Lashima," she said, correctly interpreting the cause of Mara's euphoria. "You've discovered the joy of your womanhood at last."
Mara laughed, a little breathless. She pirouetted like a girl and sat on the cushions. Kevin followed her, his hair still tousled and his face more guardedly sober. Nakoya regarded him closely for a moment. Then her lips pursed in mild disapproval. She turned upon her mistress.
"My lady, you must excuse your slave."
Mara looked up, her first flush of surprise changing to annoyance.
"First advisor, I shall do as I please with my slave."
Nakoya bowed deeply in respect for her mistress's prerogative. Then she went on as though Kevin were not present.
"Daughter of my heart, you have now learned the wonder of sex. This is good. And you are not the first great lady who has used a slave. It is not only useful, it is even wise, for no slave can use you. However, Desio of the Minwanabi will be waiting to take advantage of every weakness, however small. You must not make mistakes and let the pleasures of the flesh grow into infatuation. This Mitkebian should be sent away to keep your thinking clear, and you should take 1 or 2 different men to your bed soon to learn they are merely useful.
Mara stood motionless with her back turned.
I find this discussion inopportune. Leave me at once, Nakoya.
The first advisor of the Akoma returned a deeper bow.
Your will, lady.
Stiffly she arose, and with a last lingering glare at Kevin she left the room. As the indignant tap of her sandals faded down the hall, Mara motioned to her slave.
Join me,
she invited. Then she shed her loosened robe and dropped naked upon the cushions of the mat that served as her bed.
Show me again how the men in your land love their women.
Kevin returned his familiar wry grin. Then he raised his eyes toward heaven in a show of mock appeal. "Pray to your gods to give me the strength," he murmured. Then he slipped off his shirt and his drawers and joined her. Later, when the lamps burned low, Mara lay awake in the clasp of Kevin's arms and reflected upon the joy she had found in the midst of so many worries. She reached out and smoothed back her lover's tousled hair. She regarded the punctures traced across his shoulder by the sharpened thorns of the kikali. The wounds were slight, already scabbed over. Only then did Mara appreciate the bittersweet nature of the love that had overtaken her at last. Kevin was, and always would be, a slave. There were certain unarguable absolutes in her culture, and that fact was one. Caught up in a moment of melancholy, and frowning at the waning moon through the screen, Mara wondered whether the bad luck that had brought down her brother and father might not stalk her yet. Desperately, she prayed to Lashima that the blood from Kevin's scratches had not seeped through his shirt and touched the ground. Lord Desio of the Minwanabi had sworn the vengeance of his house into the hands of Turakamu, and with or without invitation, the death god walked where he would. If he chose to favour the Minwanabi, the Akoma would be swept away without trace from the land and the memory of man. Chapter 7. Target. Mara stirred. Her hand brushed warm flesh and she started awake. In the pre-dawn gloom she saw Kevin as a figure of greys and blacks. He was not asleep, but propped on one elbow looking at her. "You're very beautiful," he said. Mara smiled drowsily and snuggled into the crook of his elbow. She felt tired but content. Through the month since Kevin had come to her bed, she had discovered new aspects to herself, a sensual side, a tender side, kept hidden away until now. The pleasures she shared with the barbarian made the brutalities of her marriage seem a distant and unpleasant dream. Playfully, she ran her fingers through the hair on Kevin's chest. She had come to value their morning chat after lovemaking as much as counsel with her advisers. In ways not fully realized, she was learning from him. His nature was far more guarded than she had guessed upon first impression. She now understood that his direct and open manner stemmed from a cultural surface trait that masked an inner privacy. Kevin remained intentionally vague about his previous life and family, and though she asked often, he avoided talk of the future, as if he concealed his plans in that regard as well. Different as he was from a born Tsurani, Mara judged his character to be complex and deep. She found it astonishing that such a man could be a common soldier, and wondered if others with like potential lay undiscovered among her warriors. Kevin said something, disturbing her contemplation. Mara smiled indulgently. "What did you say?" Caught up by a thought, he mused, "What strange contrasts your world has." Brought to alertness by his uncharacteristic intonation, Mara focused her attention.
"What troubles you?"
Are my thoughts so transparent? Kevin shrugged in partial embarrassment. He remained silent for a moment, then added, "I was thinking of the poor quarter in Soulain-Court."
"But why?"
Mara frowned. She attempted to reassure him.
"You will never be permitted to starve."
Starve? Surprise made Kevin pause. He drew a fast breath, then stared at her, as if he might fathom her woman's mind by studying her intently. At last, moved to some inner conclusion, he admitted, "Never in my life have I seen people suffering in such numbers."
"But you must have poor folk in the kingdom of the Isles," Mara returned without inflection. "How else do your gods show their displeasure at man's behaviour than by returning him to his next life in low estate?"
Kevin stiffened. What do the gods have to do with starving children, disease and cruelty? And what of the righteousness of good works and charity?
"Have you no arms in this land?
Or are all Tsurani nobles born cruel?" Mara shoved herself upright, spilling cushions across the waxed floor.
"You are a strange man,"
she observed, in a voice that hid a note of panic. As often as she had bent tradition, she had never questioned the gods' omnipotence. To dare that heresy was to invite utter destruction. Mara realised that other nobles might be less firm in their adherence to their ancestors' faith, but she herself was devout. Had fate not destined her for the ruler's mantle, she would have dedicated herself to a life of contemplative service to the goddess Lashima. The ultimate truth was that the gods decreed the order of the empire. To question this was to undermine the very concept of honour that was the foundation of Tsurani society. It was this divine mandate that imparted order to the empire and made sense of everything from the certainty of ultimate reward for honourable service and the right of nobles to rule, to constraints in the game of the council, so that wholesale carnage never resulted. With one careless remark, the barbarian had challenged the very fabric of Tsurani beliefs. Mara clung to her poise, inwardly battered by a host of alarming implications. The pleasures Kevin brought her could never compensate for the dangerous new bent of his thoughts. He must not be allowed to speak such blasphemous idiocy, especially not within Ayaki's hearing. The boy had grown to dote upon Kevin, and the future lord of the Akoma's resolve as he led his house to greatness must never be shaken by uncertainties. To conquer the might of other families because the gods looked favourably upon such efforts was one thing. To vainly think accolades came solely through wit and skill and some random factor of luck was morally destructive and unthinkable. Cornered, with only one option, the lady of the Akoma chose her course. "Leave me," she said sharply. She arose at once from her bed and brusquely clapped for servants. Although the sun had not yet risen, and the screens were still closed for the night, 2 maids and a manservant answered her summons. "Dress me at once," she commanded. One maid rushed to select a robe, while the other took up brush and comb to attend to her mistress's tangles. The manservant tidied the scattered cushions and adjusted the screens. The fact that Kevin got in his way seemed not to faze him. Wizened and old, and ingrained in the habit of his duties, he went about straightening up the chamber as though he were deaf. Mara slipped her arms into the rose-coloured silken robe the maid held up for her. She turned and saw Kevin standing naked, his breeches and shirt across his arm, and a dumbfounded look on his face. The lady's expression remained stern, her dark eyes fathomless and hard. "Jikan tells me the work clearing the forest for my Nidra fields goes slowly. This is mostly owing to your countrymen, who complain and malinger over their appointed share of work." The maid with the comb lifted the hair from Mara's nape and began expertly piling it into an elaborately knotted headdress. Mara continued in a level tone, despite the fact that her head was tugged this way and that as the maid separated each long lock for arrangement.
"I wish you to take charge," Mara announced. "Spring will be upon us all too swiftly, and the Nidra herds will increase. You shall have power over my overseers and the authority to change any detail you see fit. In return, your countrymen will cease their laziness. They will cut timber and clear the new fields before the first calf is thrown. You may coddle their needs so long as the work gets done. Fail to complete this task, and I shall have one man chosen at random and hung for each day my new pastures remain unfinished past the spring welcoming festival."
Kevin appeared puzzled, but he nodded. "Shall I return tonight, or—" he began.
"You will need to stay with the workers in the meadow camp."
"When shall I return?" Coldly, Mara interrupted.
"When I choose to send for you. Now go."
Kevin bowed, his face revealing bafflement and anger. Still carrying his clothing, he departed the room. The soldier on duty by the door showed no change in expression as the barbarian stepped into the corridor. The Midkemian looked at the impassive soldier as if he had said something, then let loose a burst of ironic laughter. "Damned if I can figure her out either," he confided in tight frustration. The soldier's eyes fixed upon Kevin, but the features remained unchanged. Despite being surrounded by servants, Mara overheard Kevin's comment. She heard the pain that he did not bother to conceal, and closed her eyes against inexplicably threatening tears. Tsurani decorum kept her from showing emotion, though her inner self might cry out with the desire to call Kevin back. As a lover, she wished to ease his pain, but as Lady of the Acoma, she must not be ruled by the heart. Mara kept her anguish behind a mask, while her servants worked unobtrusively on her person. Afraid to move, afraid even to sigh lest her control break into an uncontrollable bout of weeping, Mara called in a small voice for a meal. As much as she longed for release, tears would be shameful for the Lady of the Acoma. To be shaken by a barbarian slave's words, to feel desolate over his absence, was not appropriate for the lady of a great house. Mara swallowed her pain, which was doubled by knowing she had wounded Kevin in saving herself. She found no relief in restraint, nor did the silent disciplinary chants learned in Lashima's temple help ease the ache. When her breakfast tray arrived, she picked at the food without appetite and stared into empty space. Her servants remained dutiful and silent. Bound to traditions as rigid as her own, they waited for her next command without judgment upon her behaviour. Mara at last signalled, and servants removed the breakfast tray, with the food barely touched. Determined to master her inner turmoil, Mara called her advisers to conference. They met in her study, Kyoke alert as always, his force commander's plumes the only decoration on his well-scarred common armour. He had been up before dawn to oversee a patrol on the borders, and his sandals were still dew-drenched and dirty. Nakoya, who usually dragged in the mornings, perked up sharply as she completed her bow and noticed Kevin's absence. She breathed a perceptible sigh of relief. At long last her mistress had come to her senses and sent the tall barbarian away. Angered by the old woman's worldly-wise satisfaction, Mara repressed a desire to slap Nakoya's wizened cheek. Then, shamed by her inappropriate resentment, she looked for her Hedonra's arrival. At the point when she was ready to send her runner-slave to find him, Jikan arrived. Puffing, he bowed very low and apologized profusely for his tardiness. As Mara belatedly recalled that his delay had been caused by her summarily rearranging the work roster, she cut Jikan's apologies short.
"I want a list of every asset we have that you feel might be vulnerable to exploitation by enemies," Mara instructed. "There must be other transactions aside from our silk interests that Desio could damage. either by undercutting prices or through buying off the guilds who rate the quality of our goods. There are markets he might strangle, trade routes he could disrupt, agents that could be bribed, and buyers who could be threatened. Boats could be sunk, wagons overturned, warehouses burned. None of this must be allowed to occur.
That does not seem to be Desio's style,
a dry voice said from the doorway that opened onto the outer pathways. Arakasi stepped in through the partially open screen, a shadow against the misty grey of dawn. Mara barely managed to repress her surprise. Kyoke and the guards in the hallway all lowered their hands from their weapons. The spymaster bowed and chose a place among the advisers, and the furrow over his brows indicated he had more to say. Mara indicated her permission, and the spymaster sat at the table, his long fingers folded in his lap. He continued as if his presence had been expected all along.
Except that the young lord of the Minwanabi has not held power for long enough to evolve much style.
As if he were still formulating his conclusion, the spymaster stroked the merchant's plaited scalp lock he had cultivated for his latest guise on the road.
One thing is clear, though. Desio is spending huge sums of money upon something. The markets from here to Ambolina are choked with Minwanabi goods, and from the scant information from our clerk in Desio's employ, I would presume the unaccounted money is being invested in gifts, bribes, or favours.
Agitated at this news, Mara chewed her lip.
Bribes for what? She mused softly. There must be some means of finding out.
Kyoke's deep voice interrupted.
This morning, my soldiers caught a strange herder lurking in the Nidra fields that border the Tuscarora estates. They took him for questioning, but he died on his dagger rather than name his true master.
Arakasi's eyes slitted speculatively as Nakoya said,
He was probably one of Lord Jidu's spies, sent to check the guard on the bridge across the gorge.
The first adviser pursed her lips, as if thought of the Akoma's southern neighbour brought a bad taste to her mouth.
The Tuscarora Chochala harvest is nearly ready for market, and by now even Jidu's thick-witted Hadonra must guess that his wagons will not be using Mara's bridge to reach the road without paying toll for their passage.
The spymaster leaned sharply forward.
I would not count on the possibility that herder was Jidu's.
Mara nodded.
Neither do I take your hunches lightly, Arakasi.
To Kyoke she added,
We must send a patrol to guard Lord Jidu's borders, unobtrusively, of course. His warriors are good, but they may not realize how much my enemies might gain if their master's crops burned.
Kyoke nodded, the hands at rest upon his sword unmoving as he contemplated this touchy assignment. Lord Jidu of the Tuscarora might be lax in his spending habits, but his soldiers were fine warriors. Jikan diffidently offered advice on this point.
Lord Jidu has migrant workers from Neskesha to help with the harvest when his crop is abundant. This has been a bountiful year. Perhaps some of the warriors could disguise themselves as Chochala pickers and infiltrate the workers in the fields. The overseers would not know every strange face, and since our men would be drawing no pay, their presence might pass unnoticed for many days.
Kyoke expanded this proposition.
Better, and for our warriors' honor, we could stage battle maneuvers in the meadows beside Lord Jidu's estates. Our own workers can infiltrate the groups of Tuscarora pickers, and if trouble arises, they could slip away and alert our troops.
Mara nodded decisively.
Let this be done.
She dismissed her advisers, assuring Jikan she would study the finance papers brought for her review after the midday meal. Then, atypically vague and aimless, Mara retired to the garden seeking solace. But the paths between the flowering kakali bushes seemed lonely and empty in the morning light. The growing heat of day oppressed her. As the lady wandered among the fragrant akasi blooms, her thoughts returned to her nights in Kevin's arms. Her feelings at the time had seemed so profoundly right. Now his absence made her ache, as if a piece of her being were missing. She contrived 1,000 excuses to send for him, only for a moment to answer a question, to play with Ayaki, to clarify some obscure rule in the game his people called knucklebones. Mara's eyes sheened over with tears, and she misstepped, stumbling over a raised stone in the path. Her musing dissolved into anger. She needed no reason. She was Mara, ruling lady of the Akoma. She could order her slaves where she would without explanation to anyone. Then, wakened to her own folly before she gave in to impulse, she firmed her inward resolve. Her house had stood at the brink of ruin since the death of her father and brother. She must do nothing to risk the gods' displeasure. If she failed, if she lost sight of the ways of her ancestors over an affair of the heart, every Akoma retainer, from the least servant in her scullery to her beloved senior advisers, would suffer. Their years of loyal service and the honour of her family name must never be sacrificed for the sake of dalliance with a slave. Nakoya had been right. Kevin was a danger to her, best put aside without regret. Damn the barbarian, she reflected with irritation. Couldn't he learn his place quickly and become a Tsurani slave? Couldn't he cease his poisonous, perilous thinking? Sadness pushed through her confusion and mixed with annoyance at herself. I am ruling lady, she scolded inwardly. I should know what to do. Miserably, Mara admitted, but I don't. The servant by the garden gate, who awaited his mistress's command, called out, My lady? Mara bit back a needlessly harsh reply. Send for my son and his nurse. I would play with him for a while. The man returned a proper bow and hurried to do her bidding. Immediately Mara's mood brightened. Nothing brought a smile to her lips more reliably than the boisterous laughter of her son as he chased after insects or raced till he was breathless through the garden. Desio hammered his pudgy fist into the tabletop, causing a candle to topple and a dozen jade ornaments to scatter and roll upon the carpet. A nervous servant hurried to gather the fallen items, and First Advisor Inkomo stepped aside to avoid being struck by the rolling pedestal that had supported a goddess figurine.
My lord, he implored cautiously, you must have patience.
But Mara is about to gain a vassal,
Desio howled.
That lazy idiot Jiddu of the Tuscarora doesn't even see what's coming.
The servant arose, a half-dozen precious carvings clutched to his chest. Desio chose that moment to bang the table again. The servant cringed, and with shaking hands began to restore the ornaments to their former resting place. Inkomo regarded his lord's flushed face and sighed with restrained impatience. He was weary from days spent indoors, each one filled with long and profitless hours in attendance upon a lord whose mind held no subtlety. Yet, until cousin Tasayo returned, Inkomo could do little except endure Desio's ranting.
If only we could arrange a raid to burn those chochala bushes,
the lord of the Minwanabi complained.
Then Jiddu would see his ruin staring him in the face, and we would rescue him with a loan that would compel his loyalty to us. Where did that
fat-headed Nidrabull find the foresight to disguise informants among his workers? Now we dare not intervene without damaging our credibility in the council.
Nkomo did not trouble to voice the obvious, that with their current outlays in bribes to get Mara assigned to duty in Dastari, the Minwanabi finances could hardly be extended any thinner, and Lord Jiddu was a poor prospect for a loan at any time. With his reputation for drinking, gambling, prostitutes, and bad debts. Not to mention that Mara would most certainly counter a Minwanabi loan by ruining Jiddu, ensuring no funds could be recovered. Even if she remained ignorant of an enemy's transaction, the problem would simply recur next year. Nkomo knew better than to waste his breath with explanations. He prepared to endure another hour of complaints, when a voice interceded from the doorway.
The informants among the workers were not Lord Jiddu's, but spies sent in place by Kyoki,
Tasayo said as he entered.
They are the reason 200 Akoma warriors stage maneuvers on the borders of Jiddu's estates.
Kyoki!
Desio echoed. His face turned deeper purple.
The Akoma Force Commander?
Tasayo's smile thinned at this statement of the obvious.
Seeing the Tuscarora Chochala safely through the harvest is in the Akoma's best interests, he reminded.
Mara's security is too tight,
Desio grumbled, but with a shade less heat. While the relieved servant finished with the ornaments and scuttled into the background, the portly young lord sought his cushions.
We could not send an assassin to poison this force commander with any assurance of success. We've already lost a man trying to infiltrate the Akoma herders, and from what we've discovered about that God's lucky strike leader Lujan, we might not benefit so greatly from Kyoki's death. The upstart might be recently promoted, but he could prove just as able a defender of Akoma honor. I say, he needs to be killed as well. But he guards the lady's own chambers.
Desio's anger reasserted itself.
And if I could get an assassin that damn close, I would order him to murder Mara instead.
True, Tasayo agreed. Before Desio's disgruntlement could mushroom further, the warrior threw off the mantle that draped his armoured shoulders. He tossed the garment to a hovering servant and bowed before his cousin with flawless deference. Then he sat.
My lord, there has been a new development.
Nkomo lost his sour expression, admiring the tact that transformed the lord's ill-tempered restlessness into attentive eagerness. Tasayo smiled, revealing straight white teeth.
I have ascertained the identity of Mara's 3 spies.
Desio was silent a moment. The anger fled his visage, quickly replaced by astonishment.
Wonderful,
he said softly. Then, with more pleasure than Nkomo had heard since the death of Desio's father, the young lord repeated himself.
Wonderful!
He clapped his hands together.
This calls for a celebration, cousin.
While a servant hastened off to fetch refreshments and a carafe of a rare vintage Sa wine, the lord sank back on his cushions, eyes narrowed with rapturous speculation.
How do you plan to punish these traitors, cousin?
Tasayo's expression never changed.
We shall use them as our pawns, send falsified reports to the Akoma, and arrange Kyoki's demise.
Ah!
Desio echoed his cousin's smile as his thoughts leaped ahead. The plan conceived in words the season before at last seemed a reality to him. To kill the Akoma force commander and force Mara to personally command troops in the field, where Tasayo could seek her out and kill her. He clenched a fist, his pleasure almost sexual in intensity.
I look forward to seeing the Akoma bitch's head on the floor before me. We shall feed the spies our false information this afternoon.
Nkomo muffled a grunt of annoyance behind his hand. But if Tasayo shared his impatience with Desio's short-sightedness, he showed no sign.
My cousin,
the warrior said evenly.
To send the reports today would be gratifying, I admit. But we must bide our time until precisely the right moment to utilize our knowledge. To use Mara's agents now would certainly reveal our infiltration and waste our advantage. These men are not simple servants, but men who, in their own way, are fierce in their loyalty to the Akoma. Like warriors, they have made peace with the gods and are ready to die at any moment. Should Mara learn that we have uncovered them, she will simply cut them loose. They would welcome death at her order, rather than betray her trust. They might try to flee to the safety of her estates, or they might fall upon their swords. If their courage fails, we might have the small satisfaction of executing them. But for Minwanabi advantage, we gain nothing.
Nkomo added his agreement.
Given the fact Mara has 3 agents here, her spy master will certainly work to install replacements. We could then be reduced to another lengthy search to smoke out the new culprits.
Tasayo urged his cousin,
Make no overt move until the fall. By then, I can smuggle enough of our warriors into Dastari to have a fair chance against the army Zacatecas and Akoma will send against the nomads. All through the summer, Mara must wonder what our crucial move will be. She will lie awake at night and sweat in the darkness and send out informants and learn nothing. Are we trying to strangle her grain markets, she will ask. Will we insinuate ourselves between her and potential allies in the council? Might we raid outlying warehouses where her finances are vulnerable? Let her conceive of 1,000 possibilities and agonize over each and every one.
Tasayo sat forward, his amber eyes afire.
Then, after harvest, when she has exhausted herself with worry and taxed her useless spies to their limits, we strike.
Fast as a sword stroke, the Minwanabi cousin clapped his hands.
Kyoke dies, along with a company of Mara's best soldiers. Perhaps her first strike leader Lujan falls as well. The Akoma household is left without military cohesion, and whatever surviving officer the lady promotes to wear plumes must assume a post for which he is unpracticed. Troops that have served under the same commander for 30 years cannot help but become disrupted.
As he looked directly at Desio, Tasayo's manner embodied confidence.
Now, cousin, suppose we further the Akoma disarray. Suppose that the summons to Dastari arrives from the High Council before Kyoke's ashes have a chance to grow cold.
Desio's eyes lit. Though the plan was as familiar to him as a prayer, the repetition swept away his doubts. His anger dissolved, and as Nkomo observed his master, he saw the wisdom of Tasayo's manipulation. When Desio doubted, he became unstable, a danger to his house, as he acted on impulse. The oath sworn to the Red God at the young lord's investiture might have brought such a disaster. But, like a master tactician, Tasayo would turn the blunder into victory. Not for the first time, Nkomo wondered why the gods had not switched fathers of the 2 cousins, that the truly brilliant man might wear the lord's mantle instead of the one who, at best, was merely competent. Desio heaved his bulk straight on his cushions and released a deep-chested chuckle. The sound gained force until the young lord rocked with laughter.
My cousin, you are brilliant!
he gasped between paroxysms. Brilliant! Tassayo inclined his head.
All for your honor, my lord, and for the triumph of the Minwanabi.
Summer came, and the Acoma silk samples disrupted all of the southern trading district's markets. The factors for the northern guilds were taken entirely by surprise. No longer could they market their lesser quality goods for premium prices in the south. The auctions were an Acoma triumph, and the talk of every clan gathering the breadth of the Tsurani Empire. Supplied with enough orders to busy the Choja for 5 years, Jikan had to restrain himself to keep from dancing in his mistress's presence. At one stroke, the Acoma's monetary position had gone from critically overdrawn to abundant. From a well-to-do house without much liquidity, the Acoma had become among the wealthiest in the Central Empire, with enough cash reserves to narrow any threat posed by enemies. Mara smiled at her Hedonra's elation. This victory upon the silk market had been a long time in the planning, but she was given no time to appreciate her hard-won fortune. Just 1 hour after word arrived from the auctions, another messenger delivered fresh news. Her southern neighbour, Jiddu of the Tuscarora, presented himself, asking audience, presumably to beg for Acoma vassalage to save his house from irredeemable debt. This touched off a flurry of activity. The Acoma senior advisers all gathered with Mara to meet Lord Jiddu in the Great Hall. An honour guard in ceremonial armour stood arrayed behind her dais. With Nakoya on her right hand and Kyoke and Lujan on her left, the lady observed the proper forms, as the fat lord, splendid in pale blue robes and clouds of expensive perfumes, presented his appeal. Once Mara's Tsurani soul would have revelled in the sight of an antagonist brought to his knees before her, particularly since Jiddu had tried to bully her as if she were an importunate girl after her husband's death. Though she and her honour guard had suffered an attack at this neighbour's command, and she had come close to being killed, the humbling of a man twice her age had lost all sense of triumph. Perhaps Mara had matured in the past year. Certainly the exposure to Kevin's alien concepts had changed her. Where once she would have seen only glory gained for the Acoma, now she could not escape noticing the hatred in Lord Jiddu's pouched eyes as he paid her obeisance. She could not block her ears to his overtones of anger, nor entirely absolve herself from his self-made burden of shame. With stiff shoulders and eyes that sparkled with frustration, too private for expression, Lord Jiddu admitted his dependence upon Acoma good grace. Almost, Mara found herself wishing she could turn this event to another ending, allow Jiddu to redeem his honour through Acoma generosity, and gain his gratitude and willing alliance. As Jiddu ground out his last sentence, she was haunted by Kevin's accusation on the last morning she had seen him. Are all Tsurani nobles born cruel? And yet leniency, where Lord Jiddu was concerned, was a dangerous indulgence. In the machinations of the great game, mercy could be dispensed only by the unassailably strong. In the small or the weak, it was considered weakness. The ruler of the Tuscarora might be lax in matters of finance, but he had strong warriors and a gift for strategy on the field. Given his penchant for gross overspending, his loyalty could all too easily be bought by an enemy, and Mara dared not leave such a threat unattended on her southern border. As her vassal, Jiddu could make no alliances without Acoma's sanction. The honour of his house would be entrusted to Mara's hands, and those of Mara's heirs for the span of Lord Jiddu's living days. Her sovereignty would become such that he could not fall upon his sword without her leave to die.
We'll drive hard and dangerous bargains, Lady Mara,
the Lord of the Tuscarora warned. Should the Tuscarora effectively be reduced to a pawn for Akoma ambitions, his clan and fellow members of the Yellow Serpent Party would be less willing to treat with her because of Akoma domination over one of their own.
"The great game is a dangerous undertaking,"
Mara replied. Her words were not empty platitude. Arakasi kept her informed of politics afield. If clan or party action brewed up against her family, she would hear well in advance of the fact. Her heart might be divided concerning Jiddu, but her option stayed unequivocally clear.
"I choose to take your oath, Lord Jiddu."
The ruler of the Tuscarora bowed his head. Pearl ornaments chinked on his clothing as he knelt in submission, to recite the formal words. Mara signalled, and Lujan stepped from the ranks, the rare metal sword of her ancestors in his hands. As the Akoma strike leader poised the shining blade over Jiddu's bent neck, the lord swore his oath of vassalage, his voice hard and deep with pent-up hatred, and his fists clenched helplessly in rage. He ended the last phrase and arose.
"Mistress,"
he pronounced the word as if he tasted poison.
"I'll ask your leave to withdraw."
On impulse, Mara withheld her consent. While Lord Jiddu flushed red and her on-the-guard went from ready to tensely nervous, she weighed her need for control against her wish to ease this man's humiliation.
"A moment, Jiddu,"
she said finally. As he looked up, suspicious, Mara strove to impart understanding.
"The Akoma need allies, not slaves. Give up your resentment over my victory and willingly join with me, and both of our families will benefit."
She sat back upon her seat, speaking as if to a trusted friend.
"Lord Jiddu, my enemies would not treat you so gently. The Lord of the Minwanabi demands Tanjin-Ke of his vassals."
The word she used was ancient, describing an absolute vassalage that granted the overlord powers of life and death over the members of a subservient household. Under Tanjin-Ke, not only would Jiddu become Mara's vassal, he would be her virtual slave.
"Bruli of the Kehotara refused to continue that abject service to the Minwanabi when he inherited his office, and, as a result, Desio withholds many of the protections the Kehotara have known for years. Bruli suffers because he wishes the appearance of independence. I do not shame you by demanding the lives of all your subjects, Jiddu."
The stout lord conceded this point with a curt nod, but his anger and humiliation did not lessen. His was not an enviable position, to be at the mercy of a woman he had once tried to kill. Yet something in Mara's sincerity caused him to listen.
"I will establish policies that benefit both our houses,"
Mara decreed.
"but the daily affairs of your estates remain yours to oversee. Profits from your Chochala harvest shall stay in the Tuscarora coffers. Your house will pay no tribute to the Akoma. I shall ask nothing from you save your honor to serve ours."
Then, given insight on how she might mollify this enemy, Mara added,
"My belief in Tuscarora honor is such that I shall entrust the protection of our southern borders to your troops. All Akoma guards and patrols will be withdrawn from the boundary of our two lands."
Kiyoke's expression did not change at this development, but he scratched his chin with his thumb in a long-standing secret code of warning. Mara reassured her force commander with a suggestion of a smile. Then her attention returned to Lord Jiddu.
"I see you do not trust that friendship might exist between us. I will show my good intentions. To celebrate our alliance, we shall mount a new prayer gate at the entrance to your estate in glory to Chochocan. This will be followed by a gift of 100,000 centuries to clear your past debts, that the profits from this year's harvest may be used for the good of your estate.
Nicoya's eyes widened at the amount, fully a fifth of the funds being forwarded from the silk auction. While Mara could afford to be generous, this honour gift cut considerably into Akoma reserves. Jikan was certain to become apoplectic when his mistress ordered the sum transferred to the wastrel lord of the Tuscarora. Jiddu searched Mara's face, but study as he might, he saw nothing to indicate that she toyed with him. Her words were spoken sincerely. Considerably subdued, he said,
"My lady of the Akoma is generous."
"The lady of the Akoma strives to be fair," Mara corrected. "A weak ally is a drain, not a benefit. Go, and know that should you have need, the Akoma will answer your call, as we expect you to honour ours."
And she gracefully allowed him leave to withdraw. No longer angered, but profoundly puzzled by his sudden shift in fortune, Jiddu of the Tuscarora left the hall. As the last of his blue-armoured guardsmen marched out, Mara abandoned her formal posture. She rubbed weary eyes and inwardly cursed her weariness. Months had passed since she sent Kevin off to oversee the crew clearing forests. She still slept poorly at nights.
My beautiful lady, let me compliment you on your deft handling of a particularly vicious dog,
said Lujan with a respectful bow.
Lord Jiddu is now well collared, and he may only whine and snap at your command, but he dare not bite.
Mara focused her attention with an effort.
"At least we won't need soldiers guarding that cursed Nidra bridge day and night after this."
Kyoke burst into sudden laughter to the astonishment of both Lujan and Mara, for the old soldier rarely showed pleasure.
"What?"
said Mara.
Your stated intention to strip our southern border had me concerned, my lady.
The force commander shrugged.
Until I understood that, without needing to patrol the Tuscarora side of our boundary, we have freed several companies to reinforce more critical defenses. And with no further worries from the north, Lord Jiddu can mount more vigilant defenses on other fronts. We have effectively gained another 1,000 warriors to guard one larger estate.
Nicoya joined in.
And with your generous gift, daughter, Jiddu can afford to ensure his men are properly armed and armored, and that cousins can be called to serve to expand his army.
Mara smiled at the approval.
"Which will be my first, request of my new vassal. His warriors are good, but they lack the numbers for our needs. When Jiddu recovers from wounded pride, I shall ask that his force commander consult with Kyoke on the best ways to protect our common interests."
Kyoke returned a guarded nod.
Your father would look upon your far-sightedness proudly, Lady Mara.
He bowed in respect.
I must return to duty.
Mara granted him permission to leave. Beside her, Lujan inclined his plumed head.
Your warriors will all drink to your health, pretty lady.
A playful frown creased his forehead.
Though we might do well to assign a patrol to ensure that Lord Jiddu does not tumble headfast from his litter and bash in his skull on the way home.
"Why would he do that?"
Mara demanded. Lujan shrugged.
Drink can spoil the best man's balance, lady. Jiddu smelled like he had been guzzling since dawn.
Mara's brows rose in surprise.
"You could smell? Through all that perfume?"
The strike leader returned an irreverent gesture around the scabbard of the ancestral sword.
You didn't have to lean over the Lord's bared neck with a blade.
Mara rewarded him with a laugh, but her moment of levity did not last. She waved dismissal to her honour guard, then retired to her study with Nicoya. Since her wedding to Buntakapi, she was disinclined to linger in the great hall, and with the red-headed Midkemian slaves sent away, she found no relief in solitude. Day after day, she immersed herself in accounts with Jikan, or reviewed clan politics with Nakoya, or played with Ayaki, whose current passion was the wooden soldiers carved for him by her officers. Yet even when Mara sat on the nursery's waxed wooden floor and arranged troops for her son, who played at being Lord of the Akoma, and who regularly routed whole armies of Minwanabi enemies, she could not escape the realities. Desio and Tasayo might die 100 deaths on the nursery floor, to Ayaki's bloodthirsty and childish delight, but all too likely the boy who played at vanquishing his enemies would himself become sacrificed to the Red God, victim of the intrigue that shadowed his house. When Mara was not fretting about enemies, she sought diversion from heartache. Nakoya had assured her that time would ease her desires, but as the days passed and the dust of the dry season rose in clouds as this year's Nidra culls were driven to market, Mara still woke in the night, miserable with longing for the man who had taught her that love could be gentle. She missed his presence, his blundering ways, his odd thoughts, and, most of all, his intuitive grasp of those moments when she most wanted sympathy, but was too much the proud ruling lady to show her need. His willingness to give strength and his kindness were as rain to a heart parched by troubles. Damn that man, she thought to herself. He had her trapped more helplessly than any enemy ever would. And perhaps for that reason Nakoya was right. He was more dangerous to her house than the most vicious of her foes, for somehow he had insinuated himself within her most personal defences. A week passed, then another. Mara called on the Chojar Queen and was invited to tour the caverns where the silk makers industriously worked to meet the auction contracts. A worker escorted Mara through the hive to the level where dyers and weavers laboured to transform the gossamer fibres into finished cloth. The tunnels were dim and cool after the sunlight outside. Always when Mara visited the hives, she felt as though she entered another world. Chojar workers rushed past her, speedily completing errands. They moved too swiftly for the eye to follow through tunnels lit by globes that shed pale light. Despite the gloom, the insectoid creatures never blundered into one another. Mara never felt more than a soft brush as the rapidly moving creatures negotiated the narrowest passages. The chamber where the silk was spun was wide and low. Here, Mara raised a hand to make sure the jade pins that held her hair would not scrape the ceiling. The escort Chojar paused and waved a forelimb.
"The workers hatched for spinning are specialized," it pointed out. When Mara's eyes adjusted to the near darkness, she saw a crowd of shiny, chitinous bodies hunched over drifts of raw silk fibres. They had comb-like appendages just behind their foreclaws, and what looked like an extra fixture behind the one that approximated the function of the human thumb. While they crouched on their hind limbs, the forelimbs carded fibres that seemed almost too delicate to handle without breaking. Then the mid-limbs took over, and, in a whirl of motion, spun the fibres into thread. The strand created by each Chojar spinner led out of the chamber through a slot in the far wall. Beyond this partition, dyers laboured over steaming cauldrons, setting colour into the threads in one continuous process. The fibres left the dye pots and passed through yet another partition, where small, winged drone females fanned the air vigorously to dry them. Then the passage opened out into a wide, bright chamber, with a domed roof and skylights that reminded Mara of Lashima's temple in Kentosani. Here the weavers caught up the coloured strands and performed magic, threading the fine silk weft through the warp into the finest cloths in the empire. The sight held Mara in thrall. Here, where Tsurani protocol held little importance, she acted like a girl, pestering the escort worker with questions.
She fingered the finished cloth and admired the colours and patterns. Then, before she was aware of herself, she paused before a bolt of cloth woven of cobalt and turquoise, with fine patterns of rust and ochre threaded through it. Unconsciously, she imagined how this fabric might set off Kevin's red hair. Her smile died. No matter what the diversion, it never lasted. Always her thoughts returned to the barbarian slave, however much she might long to sink her attention to something else. Suddenly, the rows of bright silks seemed to lose their lustre. "I wish to go back now and take my leave of your queen," Mara requested. The Chojar escort bowed its acquiescence. Its thought processes differed from a human's, and it did not think her change of mind was either unmannerly or abrupt. How much simpler life must be for a Chojar worker, Mara thought. They concern themselves entirely with the present, immersed in the immediacy of the moment and guided by the will of their queen, whose interest was the needs of the hive. These glossy black creatures lived out their days untroubled by the 1,000 nagging needs that human flesh was heir to. Envying them their peace of mind, Mara wended her way back through the press towards the Queen's chamber. Today, unlike every other day, her curiosity was quiescent. She did not long to beg the silkmaker's secret from the Chojar Queen, nor did she make her usual request to visit the nurseries, where newly hatched Chojar young blundered on awkward legs to complete their first steps. Her escort guided her to the junction of two major passages, and was about to turn downward to the deepest level, where the Queen's chamber lay, when a warrior in a plumed helm raised a forelimb and intercepted them. Confronted by the razor-sharp edge of chitin that the Chojar could wield like a second sword, Mara stopped at once. Though the edge was turned away at an angle that indicated friendliness, she did not know why she was being stopped. Chojar did not think like individuals, but reacted according to the mind of their hive, and the consciousness that directed that collective purpose was the Queen's. Chojar reactions were frighteningly fast, and their moods could change as suddenly.
"Lady of the Coma!"
intoned the warrior Chojar. He squatted down into the same bow he would give to a queen, and, as his plumed helm bobbed, Mara recognized Laxel, force commander of the hive. Reassured that intentions were not hostile, she relaxed, and returned the nod due a commander of Laxel's rank.
"What does your queen require of me?"
Laxel stood erect and assumed a statue-like stillness that seemed unreal amid the bustle of workers that continually passed around him and the lady with her escort.
"My queen requires nothing of you, but wishes you best health. She sent me to report that a messenger has arrived from your estate house, asking with some urgency for your presence. He waits on the surface."
Mara sighed in frustration. Her morning should have been free of commitments. She had scheduled no meetings until afternoon, when she was due to review figures from the Nidra sales with Jikan. Something must have come up, though it was summer's end, and the game usually underwent a lull, as most lords involved themselves with finances prior to the annual harvest.
"I must return to find out what has happened," the Lady of the Acoma said regretfully to Laxel. "Please convey my apology to your queen."
The Chojar force commander inclined his head.
"My queen returns her regards, and says further that she hopes the news that awaits you holds no word of misfortune."
He flicked a forelimb to the escort worker, and Mara found herself turned around and bustled toward the upper tunnels, almost before she had a chance to think. As she stepped outside, the sudden re-entry into sunlight dazzled her. Mara squinted against the glare while her eyes adjusted. She made out the presence of 2 officers' plumes among the slaves who awaited with her litter. One was Zauchi, a junior officer recently promoted by Kyoke for his valour in defence of a caravan. The other, with a longer, more sumptuous plume, could only be Lujan. Surprised that he should be bearing the message, and not a lesser servant or her runner-slave, Mara frowned. Whatever news awaited her would not be a matter for ears that could not be trusted. She dismissed her Chojar escort with absent-minded politeness and hurried toward her strike leader, who had seen her emerge from the hive and who strode briskly to meet her.
"My lady!"
Lujang completed a hasty, if proper, bow, then took her arm and guided her through the traffic of Chojar workers streaming to and from the hive. The instant they reached open ground, but well before they came within earshot of the slaves within the litter, Lujang said,
"Lady, you have a visitor. Jiro of the Anasati is currently in Sulankur, awaiting your word. His father, Tekuma, has sent him to discuss a matter too sensitive to entrust to a common messenger."
Mara's frown deepened. "Go back and send a runner to town," she instructed her strike leader. "I will see Jiro at once." Lujan saw her to her litter, helped her inside, and bowed. Then he was offered a run down the lane that led back to the estate house. The bearers shouldered the lady's litter, and Zalchi mustered the small company of soldiers who marched as her escort. More slowly, the cortege followed in Lujan's footsteps. "Pick up the pace," Mara commanded through the curtains. She fought to keep the concern from her voice. Before her marriage to Buntakapi of the Anasati, that ancient house had been second behind only the Minwanabi among Akoma enemies. Since she had engineered her husband's death, the family had more cause than ever to hate her. Only the common interest of Ayaki, son of Bunto and grandson of Lord Tekuma, kept the two houses from open conflict. The thread that held that alliance together was slender indeed. For very little excuse, Tekuma might wish her out of the way, so that he could install himself as regent of the Akoma until Ayaki came of age to assume the title of lord. A matter too sensitive for even a bonded messenger was unlikely to be good news. A familiar tightness clutched Mara's middle. She had never underestimated her enemy's ability to plot, but lately a lack of any overt threat had caused her to come dangerously close to complacence. Mentally, she readied herself for a difficult interview. She would need 500 warriors armoured and at the ready, and an honour guard of 12 within the hall where she received Jiro. Any less would offer him insult. Mara settled her head against the cushions, sweating in her thin silks. Maddeningly, endlessly, between planning what her life might depend on, she thought of a barbarian slave, who, at this moment, stood in hot sunlight, directing men cutting timber into fencing, 6 rails to a span, and shoulder-high to a tall warrior. The Nidra fields were nearly finished, too late for this season's calves, but well in time to fatten the weanlings for the late fall markets. Mara blotted her brow in fussy annoyance. She had enough on her mind without adding the question of what she was going to do with Kevin when the new pastures were finished. Perhaps she would sell the man. But her mind dwelt on this idea only a moment before she resolved that some other task must be found to keep him away. Mara took her place beside the entrance to the estate house, while Jiro's litter and escort approached the Akoma borders. Her first adviser stood at her side, looking uncomfortable beneath sumptuous fine robes and jewels. Although Nakoya enjoyed the authority inherited with her promotion, in some things she outspokenly preferred the duties of a nurse. State dress was one of them. Had Mara been less nervous, she might have smiled at the thought of the elderly servant resenting the fussing and attentions of maids that Mara had been forced to endure lifelong, at Nakoya's tireless instigation. The only surcease the Akoma daughter had known had been during her novitiate in the Temple of Lashima. Those days, with their tranquil simplicity and hours of scholarly study, seemed far behind her now. Mara glanced about her to be sure all was in readiness. Amid the clutter of footmen, soldiers and servants, she noted one person missing.
"Where's Jikan?"
she whispered to Nicoya. The first adviser inclined her head, forced to raise a hand to rescue a loosened hairpin. She reset the errant finery with an impatience that had much to do with being awakened from a nap for the purpose of greeting a personage still regarded with venom. Nicoya's dislike of Buntakarpi extended to all his relations, and, though Mara knew she could rely on the ancient woman to maintain perfect protocol, the household was likely to suffer several days of grouchy aftermath.
Your Hadonra is in the kitchens, making sure the cook slice only first-quality fruit for the refreshment trays.
The former nurse answered tersely. Mara raised an eyebrow.
"He's more of an old lady than you are. As if the cook needs to be told how to prepare a meal. He would do no less than his best for the sake of Akoma honor."
Nicoya whispered,
"I told Jikan to supervise. The cooks might wish to slip an Anasati guest something less than appetizing. Their view of honor is different from yours, daughter."
Buntakarpi had not made himself popular in the kitchen either. Still, Mara kept to herself the thought that even the Akoma chief cook would not shame her house for something as petty as slipping sour fruit to Jiro, no matter how much he would have enjoyed doing so. Mara glanced at Nicoya. Silently, she considered how easily she had come to regard her house servants as part of the furnishings. That they had actively resented Bunto's brutality as much as she had never occurred to her. She remembered how rough he had been on them. Her servants and scullions had perhaps suffered worse than she during Buntakarpi's tenure as lord, and, belatedly, Mara remembered to sympathise. Had she been one of those kitchen girls, or her brother, father, or lover, who had been dragged into service in Bunto's bed, she, too, might have been tempted to feed his brother leavings from the garbage set aside for the jiggerbirds. Mara repressed a smile at the thought.
"I must pay more attention to the feelings of my staff, Nicoya, lest I perpetuate Bunto's thoughtlessness."
Nicoya only nodded. Time for talk was past as the painted red and yellow litter and rows of marching warriors filed into the dooryard. Mara fingered the emerald and jade bracelet on her wrist and strove to maintain decorum as the Anasati honour guard snapped to a halt and Jiro's bearers set down his litter before her doorway. At the last possible moment, Jikan hurried through the door to take his place beside Nicoya and Tassido, who, as senior Akoma strike leader, commanded the ladies' honour guard. Wishing Kyoke or Lujan were present in his stead, Mara observed the Anasati soldiers through narrowed eyes. They were not relaxed, but spaced in a formation that allowed free access to draw weapons. She had expected no less. Yet, to be confronted by such readiness for hostility with an elderly officer in charge was not a comfortable circumstance. Old Tassido had arthritis and cataracts. In better times he would have seen honourable retirement by now. But the Akoma forces had taken too many casualties on the barbarian world when Lord Sezu was betrayed to his death for even one officer to be spared. In another year, or perhaps two, the old man would be given a hut near the river where he could live his remaining days in peace. But today, not one sword could be dispensed with. Mara had not seen Jiro since her wedding day nearly 4 years past. Curious as well as cautious, she watched the young man step from his litter. He was well dressed, but not in the gaudy style preferred by his father. His robe was black silk, sparingly trimmed with red tassels. His belt was tastefully adorned with shell and lacquer bosses, and his hair was cut plainly, as a warrior's. He stood taller than his brother Buntakarpi had. His build was leaner, and he held himself with considerably more grace. The face resembled his mother's, with high cheekbones and a haughty mouth. His square jaw kept him from looking overbred, but his hands were as fine as a woman's. He was a handsome man, save for a certain cruelty betrayed around his lips and eyes. Jiro bowed with sarcastic perfection. "Welcome to the house of the Akoma," Mara greeted without inflection. She returned his bow, but kept the courtesy brief, in pointed reference to the fact that the Anasazi son had brought an armed retinue into her courtyard out of all proportion for a social visit. As was her right as senior in rank, she waited for her guest to begin the formal inquiries. After a pause through which Jiro kept still, in the expectation that Mara might blunder and ask after his health, he finally said, "Are you well, lady?" Mara gave a curt nod.
"I am well, thank you. Are you well, Jiro?"
The young man smiled, but his eyes stayed serpent cold. "I am well, as is the father who sent me." He rested a languid hand on the dagger sheathed at his belt. "I can see that you are well also, Mara, and if anything, grown more beautiful in motherhood. It is a pity for one so lovely to be widowed so young. Such a waste." If his tone was impeccably polite, his words bordered upon insult. This was no visit of reconciliation. Aware that his attitude approached that of an overlord visiting a vassal, Mara swept up her robes and led the way through the entry, leaving him to follow like a servant. Let him play his parlour games too long, and she might be manoeuvred into putting up with him for more than the afternoon. Since Takuma would be expecting the boy to bring back whatever information on the Akoma he might be able to pry loose, Mara had no intention of letting Jiro gain excuse to stay the night. Servants had laid trays of light refreshments in the great hall. Mara seated herself on the dais. She appointed Nakoya the place on her right and granted Jikan the permission to retire that he longed for. Then she waved for Jiro to make himself comfortable on the cushions across from her. The place she accorded him was that of an equal. Given this voluntary courtesy, he could not protest the fact that Tassido and his sub-officers would be standing at his back. To place her honour guard on the dais was done only when hostile parties met for parley. This not overtly being the case, Jiro's bodyguard must remain by the door. Mara's most trusted house servant plied her noble guest with a bowl to wash his hands and a towel. He politely inquired what Jiro would prefer to drink, his timing perfectly arranged to keep the guest occupied with trivia. The lady of the Akoma spoke before Jiro could seize the chance to regroup.
"Since a man would not require so many soldiers on a visit to console his brother's widow, I presume your father has some message for me?"
Jiro stiffened. He recovered his bearing with admirable control and looked up. Mara had struck hard and to the heart. She had turned the memory of the brother who had died to further Akoma standing in the game back upon him, and also implied that Jiro wished to console his brother's widow in a manner more intimate than Tsurani custom found acceptable, and further, that he was nothing more than his father's errand boy. It was the verbal equivalent of a slap to the face. The look the Anasazi son turned upon her was icy and possessed a fathomless hatred. Mara hid a shiver. By Nakoya's white-lipped stillness, she was aware that she had made a mistake. She had also underestimated Jiro's enmity. This boy despised her with a passion beyond his years. In his cold silence, Mara realized he would lurk like the poisonous relly of the swamps, biding his time until he saw his opening. He would not move against her until his trap was perfected and he was absolutely certain of his victory. "I will not repeat the rumours concerning my lady's preference in lovers since the loss of her noble husband," Jiro said with a diction so clear that, while not over loud, could be understood by even the door servants. To emphasize how demeaning the matter was, he raised his drink and sipped with a steady hand. "And yes, I did leave off an important trade transaction in Solancourt to stop here by my father's suggestion. He has heard of secret meetings between certain council members,
that he believes might indicate plots that pose danger to his grandson Ayaki. As regent to the Akoma heir, you are being sent a warning.
Your words are vague,
Nicoya pointed out, with the acerbity of an elder who has lived long enough to see many a youth succumb to folly. Using a tone well practised from her days as a servant in the nursery, she added,
Since neither the Anasati nor the Akoma stand to gain if Ayaki fails to inherit his lordship, I suggest you be more specific.
Jiro inclined his head with the barest suggestion of malice.
My father is not privy to these plots, First Advisor, dearest lady. His allies have not spoken directly to him, which he believes might be due to heavy bribes. But he has eyes and ears in strategic places that see and hear for him, and he wished you to know that factions who are partial to the Minwanabi have met more than once in secret. The Omechan were heard to compliment Lord Desio's restraint in the face of Akoma affront, and while they are powerful, their dependence upon Minwanabi goodwill in the alliance for war makes them chary of losing supporters at this time. More than the Omechan applaud Desio's cold-blooded planning, and that approval works against your heir's interests. In short, you have few allies voicing support in the High Council.
Mara waved for a servant to carry away the refreshment tray, which Jiro had not touched. Although she regretted provoking Jikan's disappointment that the finest fruits in the kitchens should be spurned, she was too tense to indulge herself. She did not like the way Jiro's eyes darted about, taking in every detail of the Akoma hall, servants and guardsmen. His interest held the hunger of an officer in an enemy camp who gathered information in preparation for an assault. Never as straightforward as his elder brother Halesko, Jiro thought in subtleties that were rooted in ambition. Mara strove to sort out how much of what he spoke was truth, and how much was exaggeration designed to scare her.
What you say is not exactly unknown to me, Jiro, at least in general. Surely your father need not have sent you from your important transaction to tell me these things, she ventured, testing. A bonded messenger might have sufficed. Jiro returned a detached poise.
This is a family matter, he replied. My father wished you to understand that the plot within the council is deeply disguised and clever. He would not compromise his sources by trusting a hired runner. The sending of a bonded guildsman would remain on public record, and watching enemies would know. Desio has paid to have every guild book in Sulanke open for his inspection. A message from Anasati sources would be too obvious.
Jiro inclined his head with the barest suggestion of irony.
But none would question an uncle who stops to visit a fatherless nephew. Not even one who interrupts an important transaction to pay social calls on a 3-year-old,
Nicoya interceded politely. Jiro didn't even blush, which required commendable control.
We are none of us in a position to trade accusations, as the first advisor to my brother's widow should remember. Besides, what harm if Desio thinks we share secrets? He can only imagine what they may be.
His look at Mara was a disturbing mix of covetousness and hatred. Mara regarded Jiro with a searching stare until he could not but feel uncomfortable. His family had treated Buntakapi as an awkward afterthought. It had been their own neglect of his education that had permitted her an opening to exploit. Although the fact that she had taken advantage of a man's frustrated desires and clumsiness did not make her proud. Mara had reviewed the situation through eyes tempered by regret. She knew she did bear all the guilt by herself. Tired of Jiro's intensity, and more stung than she dared to admit at his implied slander of Kevin, Mara prompted an end to the visit.
I thank you for the news of Desio's compromising the commercial guilds. That is valuable to know. And of the Ometchen willingness to pander to the Minuanabi. You have done your duty by your father. None could say different. I would not delay you from completing your important transactions in Sulanke.
Jiro returned the driest smile and anticipated her closing line.
Unless I should wish to stay for a meal which your servants would take elaborate and lengthy pains to prepare?
He inclined his head in the negative.
Your company has no compare, but I am forced by circumstances to decline. I shall be on my way. Without so much as setting eyes on the fatherless nephew you came to visit?
Nicoya interjected, more pointedly dry than usual. She turned eyes on her mistress.
Your guest sets great store by your security, my lady, that he feels confident no rumours of this will reach the wrong ears.
Now Jiro did change colour, but his pallor was more due to annoyance than embarrassment. He rose and bowed shortly to Mara.
I see that the regent for the Akoma heir learns much by keeping the company of sour old women. They keep impertinent young men in their places far more readily than their younger, prettier sisters.
Mara rose also.
Return my regards to your father, Jiro.
The fact that the young noble bore no title before his name plainly vexed him no end. Given this insight into what might have motivated his bitterness, Mara saw her guest to the door. He climbed into his litter without once looking back at her, and snapped his curtains closed the instant she completed the obligatory words wishing a departing guest safe journey. As the bearers bore up their haughty burden, and the Anasati soldiers formed into columns and began their departure down the lane, Nicoya sighed with relief.
Thank the gods you did not marry that one, daughter of my heart. He is much too clever for his own good.
He bears me no friendship, that much is certain. Mara turned back into the cooler shadow of the house, her brows tightened into a frown. Nicoya regarded her mistress keenly.
What did you expect after you chose his younger brother over him? From the first instant you and Tekuma agreed to your hand fast with Bantokapi, that boy began to hate. He considered himself the better candidate for your title, and he will carry that grudge to his dying day. More, he hates doubly, because at the root he desires you. He would take you still, should you but allow him your bed.
Then the old woman sighed.
Yet, after, he would still kill you, daughter, for I think this one has been permanently twisted by envy.
Mara captured a stray wisp of hair, then lowered her hand, the rare metal bracelet on her wrist jangling.
Lashima's folly, but men's pride is easily bruised.
Her eyes betrayed pain that had nothing to do with Jiro's anger over her past rejection of him. Nicoya shook a finger at her.
You're thinking of that no-good barbarian again.
Mara ignored the accusation.
Kevin has nothing to do with this. Why should Jiro come all this way and take such elaborate lengths to provoke me, all on the excuse of some not-so-very-well-documented clandestine meetings within the council?
Now Nicoya looked shocked.
My lady, you would do well to heed Lord Tecuma's warning. His spies may not be as widespread as yours, but they are no less gifted. Never mind that Jiro's passions clouded the delivery. You stand in very grave danger.
Mara dismissed her first advisor's concern with irritation.
Nakoya, surely I have enough of real import on my mind without burdening myself with trivia. If there was plotting afoot in the council, surely Arakasi's network would keep me informed of the fact.
Sunlight fell through a half-open screen, catching the first advisor's face like some wizened caricature of a cameo.
Lady, she said gravely, you rely far more on Arakasi's spies than you should. They are only men. They cannot see into Desio's mind, and they cannot hear every whisper that is exchanged in dark corners behind closed doors. They can be in only so many places at one time, and, as mortal men, they may be corrupted or misled.
Nakoya, you worry beyond duty's call. You have my permission to retire and pursue some recreation.
While Nakoya completed a stiff-backed bow, Mara pulled at her heavy robes. She wanted a bath and a change, and maybe some players to make her laugh. Her morning with the Choja seemed very far away. Jiro's icily schooled antagonism bothered her far more than Takuma's concerns with the council. And she missed Kevin unbearably. Starved for his friendly company in a way that made her ache, she impulsively sent her runner to fetch a scribe. When the man she had summoned made his bow, burdened down with chalks and slates, she cut his courtesy short with a gesture.
Go out to the new Nidra fields and observe the workers. Make a transcription of everything that happens there, with particular regard for the red-headed man who is slave master. I wish to know all that he does and says, so that I may evaluate the efficiency of his work team.
The scribe bowed low over his satchel. It was not his place to question his mistress's will, but he left with a puzzled look. For the lady concerned herself with a detail that was normally her Hadonra's responsibility. In the days he had served since apprenticeship, the scribe had never received so unusual a request. Chapter 8. Reconciliation. Tasayo smiled. Startled by his unusual expression, the Lord of the Minwanabi watched suspiciously as his cousin crossed the grand hall upon his return from his trip downriver. Then, recalling that Solencoeur was the city nearest the Acoma estates, Desio recovered his wits.
"What has passed?"
he inquired, as his cousin paused and bowed before the dais. Not the large one with its throne, but a cushioned level off to one side, reserved for less formal occasions, where Desio was not forced to loom over his councillors. To one side, Force Commander Irilandi waited without resentment to listen to the man who had supplanted him in everything but title. Tasayo was both nobly born and a brilliant field commander. As the warlord's second-in-command in the campaign on the barbarian world, he was surrogate for Desio as clan war chief. By Tsurani tradition, service to such greatness could bring only honour to the Minwanabi.
"My lord,"
said Tasayo, rising in full and flawless courtesy before his cousin,
"it has begun."
Desio tensed with anticipation. Inspired by his cousin's example, he had undertaken to practice the martial traditions. As he sat in his finery on a brocaded mat, his waistline sagged less, and his florid face had lost its puppyish appearance. Diligent work on his swordsmanship had improved his skills to the point where his sparring partners need not offer a blatant opening to allow their lord the victory. Desio no longer cut a comic figure when he wore armour for ceremonies. The older servants whispered among themselves that the boy carried himself at least as well as his father Jingu had in his youth, and perhaps was even more manly. Physical prowess was not the least of Desio's gains. In Tasayo's absence, he had successfully pressed his claim as war chief of Clan Shonshoni, the first public step toward recovering the prestige surrendered upon his father's death. More assured than ever before, Desio drew himself up to full height. Afternoon sun from the skylight slashed down upon his shoulders, raising sparkles from his precious ornaments.
Tell me the details.
Tasayo handed his helm to a waiting servant. He ruffled sweat-slicked hair from his temples, then began unbuckling his gauntlets while he spoke.
We have again received word from Mara's clansmen.
Two servants rushed forward. One poured water from a ewer into the bowl held by the other. Without break, Tasayo rinsed hands and face, then allowed himself to be dried by a third servant.
They would consider the utter obliteration of Mara's house a difficult proposition, but they are also disinclined to incur our wrath should they discover it an accomplished fact.
The servant folded the soiled linen and departed, while from the shadowed alcove beside Desio's cushions, Inkomo thrust forth a withered hand.
My lord, it is as Bruli of the Keotara claimed.
With novel lack of petulance, Desio allowed his first adviser to continue.
Clan Hadama is politically factioned. They squabble among themselves enough that they never keep common war council. They will seek no quarrel with Clan Shonshoni, yet we must be cautious. We must not grant them incentive to unite. In the heat of crisis, I suggest they would put aside differences and come to Mara's aid should she call upon clan honor with any justification. We must ensure we give them no such cause, lest we face an entire clan. We would be forced to marshal Clan Shonshoni in return.
Any conflict of that magnitude would bring intervention from the Assembly of Magicians,
Tasayo pointed out,
which would be disastrous.
He flicked a fingernail that harboured an invisible fleck of dirt.
So we act with circumspection, and after Mara and her son are dead, Clan Hadama will cluck their collective tongues, mouth regrets, and go about their usual business. Yes.
Desio held up his hand for silence and considered. Inkomo withheld his urge to press counsel, pleased by his lord's newfound maturity. Tasayo's influence had proved a gift of the gods, for the young lord seemed on his way to becoming the confident, decisive leader not seen in the Minwanabi Great Hall since his grandfather's reign. Now, sensitive to nuance, the lord surmised,
So, you have determined the moment to spring the first part of the trap?
Tasayo smiled again, broadly and slowly as a sarcat's yawn.
Less time than I had anticipated, but not as swiftly as we would like. Word must be passed through the Akoma spies that we are moving to attack their cursed silk shipments.
Desio nodded.
Logical choice. We were punished enough by the chaos caused by their surprise entry into the silk auction. Mara's advisers will readily believe that we raid to regain some lost wealth and damage her ill-gotten profits.
Tasayo fingered the marks left by his gauntlet straps. Yet if this was a sign of eagerness, the rest of his demeanour stayed cool.
On your word, should we let it be known that bandits will raid the caravan heading down the river road to Jama?
Once, Desio would have nodded in transparent eagerness. Now he frowned in concentration.
Foot troops will not be enough. Be sure to send the impression that we hold boats in readiness as well. Should Mara's Hadonra reroute the caravan by barge, have her understand that river pirates will fall upon them.
But, of course, my lord. Tassayo no longer needed to act as if the suggestion were novel.
Such tactics will force Kyoke to send a strongly guarded decoy caravan by the main highway, while he personally escorts a small, fast-moving band of wagons across Tuscarora lands.
Where will you take him?
Decio asked, intense concentration on his face. Tassayo signalled the runner slave, who in turn summoned the aide who waited outside the main hall. The warrior entered, bearing a heavy roll of parchment. He made proper obeisance before his lord, then threw his burden to the floor where two servants rushed to unroll it. Tassayo drew his sword. In a short, neat movement, he indicated the meandering blue line that represented the river Gargajin.
Once through Sulanku, Mara will send her wagons southward on the Great River Road, or else she will put them aboard barges and take the water route. She will draw much attention upon this false caravan, so she will not risk her real wares to follow through the woodlands to the east of her holdings. It is too close to the false cargo.
His sword scratched across the river that offered the main avenue of trade through the heart of the empire, east and west. Major roads were inked in red lines.
Here,
said Tassayo, stabbing his sword at a minor line twining south from the Acoma border.
Kyoke is certain to cross south through Tuscarora lands and pass through the foothills of the Kayamaka Mountains. He will make for the delta north of the Great Swamp and continue directly for Jamar, gateway to the southern markets.
Leaning forward over the chart, Decio anticipated him.
You'll attack in the foothills.
Tassayo tapped his weapon at a serpentine bend in the road.
At this narrow pass. Once into it, Kyoke's forces can be bottled up at both ends, and with the Red God's blessing, no Acoma warrior will survive.
Decio tapped his full lips with a finger, silent.
But Mara might keep her force commander with her. Suppose her strike leader Lujan is sent in Kyoke's place.
Tassayo shrugged.
Mara has shown cleverness in trade, but in battle she must delegate command. Her options, besides Kyoke and Lujan, are a half-blind old strike leader soon to retire, and two others newly promoted. She'll do the only intelligent thing, send her proven officers with her two caravans, and trust her Choja allies' raw power to protect her home estates.
Yet Decio was not satisfied.
Can we arrange an accident for Lujan also?
Tassayo considered this with abstracted interest.
Difficult. Mara's soldiers will be expecting trouble, and even a gifted assassin would be unlikely to get near their commander.
Unless...
Decio arose from his mat and squatted on the stair above the map. After a studied moment he said,
What if we arrange to have our young strike leader come rushing down to aid his commander?
Tassayo's eyes widened.
You'll need to be clearer, my lord.
Pleased to have surprised his cousin even slightly, Decio set his chin on clenched knuckles.
We expose one Acoma spy, torture him enough to convince him we're serious, and, while doing so, brag about our trap. We'll even tell him where it will occur. Then, at the moment Kyoke cannot be recalled, we'll let him escape.
Tassayo's face was expressionless.
And he'll run home to the Acoma.
Deliberate in his movements as always, he returned his sword to his scabbard. The click as the laminated blade slid home resounded through the near-empty hall. "About here," Desio went on, shifting position to touch the river road line with his toe. "Just to the south of Sulenqueux, our released spy will encounter Lujan and his caravan. By then, the Akoma strike leader will be jumping at every sound, expecting our overdue ambush. When he hears that Kyoke is the real target, he'll turn his army and race downriver to try a rescue." Smugly, Desio concluded, "By the time relief arrives, Kyoke will be dead and our men in position to ambush Lujan's force." Tasayo's lips thinned in serious doubt.
"I think the plan a bit overbold, my lord. Removing Kyoke with his little troop should pose no problem, but Lujan will be commanding as many as 3 companies of 120 men each, hot for a battle."
Desio brushed such concerns away.
"At the worst, Lujan will prove too difficult a foe, and will withdraw, leaving Kyoke dead and the Akoma's most likely new force commander shamed by his failure to effect a rescue."
"Better," Desio finished, a finger upraised for emphasis.
"With a little luck, we could remove at one stroke the only other able field commander the Akoma bitch has. That's worth the risk."
"My lord,"
Tasayo began.
"Do it!"
Desio shouted, overriding his cousin's caution. Then, with all his lordly authority, he calmly repeated his command.
"Do it, cousin."
Tasayo bowed his head, turned and left. While the aide who had carried the map hurried belatedly to catch up, Desio motioned to Nkomo.
"I shall be drilling with my personal guard for the next hour. Afterwards I shall bathe, instruct the Hadonra to have serving girls ready. Then I shall dine."
Uncaring that he had demeaned his first adviser with instructions more suitably put to a body servant, the lord of the Minwanabi arose. Slaves hastened to set crumpled cushions to rights and to clear away trays that held discarded fruit rinds. Force Commander Irilandi, in his orange-plumed helm, trailed his master unobtrusively from the hall. Nkomo watched with narrowed eyes. As the doors boomed closed, and only slaves and servants remained, he bent his leathery neck and regarded the map still spread on the floor by the dais, creased now where the lord had trodden across it. Nkomo descended the stair. Posed like a shore bird with one foot in Lash province and the other poised over the border to Hokani, he shook his head sharply.
"If Lujan is a fool, our lord is a genius," he mused to himself. "But if Lujan is a genius—"
He pored over the map and muttered,
"Now, if our headstrong young lord would listen, I would—"
"I see several problems,"
a crisp voice interjected. Startled by Tasayo's silent return, Nkomo jerked his chin upward.
"You might explain?"
Tasayo pointed.
"I came for the map."
Nkomo removed himself from the parchment as if walking on eggs. Tasayo was dangerously annoyed, and if he chose to elucidate, he would do so best without badgering. Tasayo motioned, and his aide knelt down to roll the chart. The first adviser waited, still with patience.
"What could go wrong?"
said Tasayo in candour. He took the rolled map from his officer and slung it casually under his arm.
"My cousin's boldness does him honour as head of the clan. However, He depends far too much on events proceeding as Minowanabi desires would have them. From experience, I suggest it is wiser to prepare for the worst.
Then you expect the double raid to go wrong?
Inkomo prodded skillfully, implying a defeat that Tasayo would face death rather than to allow. Tasayo lifted tawny, black-lashed eyes and returned a merciless stare.
I will not be able to stay and lead this raid to ensure that things will go right. Nevertheless, it is often said that battles are won and lost before the first arrow is shot. The Akoma will certainly emerge with losses. I will spend my last hours before I depart for Dustari, preparing for every imaginable contingency. And our force commander will receive instructions as detailed as I can make them. Irilandi was Kyoke's boyhood friend and knows his temper. He should be able to anticipate which action Kyoke will take in response to our efforts. If I give Irilandi detailed instructions for each option, he will emerge victorious.
Inkomo bristled at the doubt implied in Irilandi's skills. Still, the criticism was fair relative to the man who had been the warlord's sub-commander, the first adviser conceded, as Tasayo and his aide marched smartly from the hall. Desio's cousin was probably the most skilled field officer in the Empire, having earned a reputation for valour and cunning in the rise of the Minwanabi under Jingu, then refining his natural talents through 4 years of commanding the Alliance for War on the barbarian world. Inkomo sighed. His only sign of regret that, after one last night of planning, this gifted young noble would depart by river to begin this journey across the sea of blood to the ruins at Banganok. There, Tasayo would join the men already in camp with the desert raiders to effect the second stage of the plot to be set in motion by the Silk Raid. The campaign against the Zacatekas in Dustari must be stepped up, else the demand for an Akoma relief force could never be bribed through the council. Assigned the more demeaning worries of bathwater and pretty serving girls, the Minwanabi first adviser skirted a sweeper as bent as time and shuffled his way out of the vast hall. Mara paced. She spun in a tight circle, repressed an impulse to kick a pillow, and said, "Call him back at once." The scribe, whose slates lay in a disorderly stack by the desk in the lady's study, bowed low and touched his forehead to the floor. "Your will, mistress." He scrambled erect and hurried from the room, too intimidated by Mara's anger to resent the fact that she had ordered him off to the farthest reaches of the estate as though he possessed a runner-slave's fitness. As the servant's footsteps dwindled down the passage, Nicoya clucked in reproof.
"Daughter, the troubles you shoulder are difficult, but that should not let you take liberties. You have worked yourself into a deplorable state."
Mara whirled, white with fury.
"Old woman, your nattering is most unwelcome."
Nicoya raised a furrowed brow.
"Worry has made you unreasonable."
Her gaze fastened unerringly upon Kevin's name, repeatedly scribed on the slate strewn around the floor. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to peer into her foster-daughter's heart, the former nurse said,
"Or love has."
Now Mara did kick the cushion. It sailed through the screen and through close-woven branches of acacia. Flower petals exploded in profusion, and a cloud of pollen showered the floor.
"Old woman, you try me beyond tolerance. Love has nothing to do with this. I'm angry because I allowed myself to send him away out of fear, and cowardice of any sort is unacceptable."
Nicoya fastened at once on the key phrase.
Fear. A barbarian slave.
I feared his blasphemous opinions on the working of fate's wheel and the effect that attitude might have upon my son. And I'm put out with myself for feeling this. Kevin is my property, is he not? I may have him sold or killed at my whim, yes?
Mara sighed in frustration.
For these last 2 months I have had his behaviour watched, and he has conducted himself well. The fields are at long last clear, and not one of his countrymen has been hanged to speed things along. And the entire time he has shown the proper respect toward his superiors.
Nicoya's sternness softened. She considered her mistress's fevered eyes and the flush of her cheeks, then regrettably concluded that little more could be done. The girl had come to love the barbarian. Though Mara still didn't understand that fact yet, neither tact nor reason could turn back time. Against any sane judgment, Kevin would be back by nightfall. Nicoya shut her eyes in long-suffering patience. The timing could hardly be worse, with news of a coming Minwanabi offensive just delivered from Arakasi's able hands. But one could not fault a young woman for turning to comfort in a crisis. Nicoya could only pray that Mara would tire of the slave quickly, or at least learn that nothing more than sexual release could come from such a relationship. The lady must see reason and give attention to more appropriate suitors. Once married to a man of rank, firm on her seat as ruling lady with a fit consort at her side, Mara could sleep with anyone she chose. Her husband must accept this was a right of her office, as mistresses would be for a ruling lord. But finding a consort, that was the problem. Since the shaming of poor Bruli of the Kehotara a year before, most young noblemen shied clear of the ruling lady of the Akoma. Tsurani street gossip consistently took the breath away with its detailed accounts of what occurred in supposedly private bedchambers. While only a handful of servants had witnessed Bruli's embarrassment, within days every street vendor in the central provinces had repeated the tale. Perhaps some potential suitors had learned of that incident and decided the strong-willed lady was more trouble than her wealth and title were worth. Or perhaps lingering suspicions regarding Lord Buntakapi's dishonour and death kept others away. Certainly, a majority of potential suitors were simply waiting to see if Mara survived much longer. Even someone as overt in his interest as Hokano of the Shinzawai could not be expected to wait while Mara indulged in her follies. Each night that Mara dallied with Kevin was an hour she was unavailable to entertain noble sons. Nicoya threw up crabbed hands and made a disgusted sound through her nose.
My lady, if you must call him back, at least ask the herb woman to mix you a potion of barrenness. Bed sport is all to the good, but not if you have the misfortune to conceive accidentally.
Out!
Mara flushed red, then paled, then blushed again.
I am calling my slave back for reprimand, not to indulge his rampant lust.
Nicoya bowed and beat a retreat as quickly as her ancient bones allowed. In the hall she sighed. Reprimand for what? For being efficient and showing respect to his betters? For extracting more work from his barbarian countrymen than anyone else had been able to do? With a look of unbreakable patience, Nicoya walked to the servants' building and called upon the herb woman herself to ensure that an elixir of teriko weed would be left in the lady's room by nightfall. With the Minwanabi hot for Akoma blood, all the family needed for folly was a ruling lady burdened with a pregnancy. The afternoon was well spent by the time the exhausted scribe returned from the farthest meadows, accompanied by Kevin the barbarian. Having forgotten she had sent other than a runner-slave on the errand, Mara's temper had not improved with the delay, nor at the realization her judgment had been clouded by emotion. Hungry, but too nettled to eat, she waited in her study, while a poet, whose verse she had not listened to for the better part of 2 hours, read from a seat on the bare wooden floor. Mara waved him silent each time she heard footsteps in the corridor. The poet resumed with feigned patience each time the tread turned out to be that of a passing servant. If not for the great lady's patronage, he would be on the streets in Sulankur trying to eke out a living composing verse for passers-by. When the expected party arrived at last, he graciously bowed at his dismissal. Mara was generous in her ways, and if he felt slighted by her inattention through the afternoon, she would make up the discourtesy to him later. Cued by striding footfalls, accompanied by the quick patter of feet as a much shorter servant attempted to keep up with the long-legged barbarian, Mara bade the pair enter before either had a chance to knock. The nearly incapacitated scribe pushed the screen open, his face bright red as he gasped, "Lady, Kevin." Too preoccupied to be contrite, Mara dismissed him to rest and leave her alone with her slave. When the screen clicked shut, she regarded Kevin, framed in the space before the doorway. For a long moment neither spoke. Then Mara made a curt gesture for the barbarian to step closer. Kevin complied, deeply suntanned and freckled over the nose, his blue eyes in startling contrast to his darkened skin. His hair had bleached red gold, and the untrimmed ends fell curling to his shoulders. He wore no shirt. Hours spent digging with his work crews had left him calloused and heavily muscled across the back and arms. The intensity of the summer's heat had taken its due. His precious Midkemian-style trousers had been hacked short at the thigh, and his knees showed old scars and new scratches from the briars. Absorbed with taking in details, and unprepared for the leap of her heart as she saw him again after so long, Mara did not anticipate his anger. Kevin bowed with insulting brevity. He locked gaze with her and gestured in his un-Tsurani fashion. "What do you want of me, lady?" He fairly spat out the title. Mara stiffened on her cushions, and the colour left her face. "How dare you speak so to me?" she whispered, barely able to speak. "And why should I not?" Kevin shot back. "You pushed me about like a chess Shah pawn, here, there, now here again, because it suits you, but never one word of why, and never 1 second of warning. I've done as you've bid, not for love of you, but to save the lives of my countrymen." Startled into the defensive, Mara broke poise and found herself near apology as she attempted to justify her acts. "But I gave you promotion to slave master, and allowed you charge of your Midkemian companions." She gestured at the slates. "You used your authority to see them comfortable. I see they have been eating jiggerbird and nidra steak and fresh fruits and vegetables, along with their thaisa mush." Kevin threw up his hands. "If you work your men at heavy labour, you've got to feed them, or they weaken and take ill. That's common sense. And those fields are a lousy place to be, filled with stinging flies and insects and all manner of 6-legged pests. Any kind of cut gets infected in this climate. You think my men have been enjoying banquets? You try sleeping on the ground out there, where the dust chokes your nostrils, and what passes for slugs and snails on this god-forsaken world invading your blankets after dark. And when you do rid your kit of guests, you lie awake unable to catch a breath of air." Mara's eyes darkened. "You will all sleep wherever I bid, and keep your complaints to yourselves." Kevin tossed back his untrimmed bangs, the better to glower at her. "Your damned trees got cleared, and the fences are nearly complete. Give me another week. That's something, considering our Tsurani counterparts wilt and take siesta every time the sun crosses the zenith." "That does not give you leave to take liberties," Mara snapped. She caught her voice rising and controlled herself with an effort. "Liberties, is it?" Kevin sat down without permission. Even then she had to look up to him, and that gave him perverse satisfaction. Mara reached out, picked up one of the slates scattered at her feet, and read, "The barbarian's words to the overseer as follows. Do that again, and I'll rip off your balls, you lying son of a ditch monkey." Mara paused, sighed and added, "Whatever a ditch monkey is, my overseer took it as an insult." "It was intended that way," Kevin interrupted. Mara's frown darkened. "The overseer is a free man, you are a slave, and it is not permissible for slaves to insult free workers." "Your overseer is a cheat," Kevin accused. "He steals you blind, and when I found that the new issue of clothing for my men went to the markets to line the man's pockets while they continued to wear rags, I threatened to stuff his ripped-off manhood between his teeth," Mara interjected. She touched the slate. "It's all here." Kevin said something rude in Mid-Chemian. "Lady, you had no business spying on me." Mara's brows rose. "About my overseer, you happened to be right. He has been punished for his thefts. But as to spying, these are my estates, and what happens is certainly my affair. It is not spying to oversee one's estate operations." She paused, about to say more, then changed course. "This interview did not begin as I had planned." "You expected me to come back to you with kisses after sending me off like that? After months of breaking my back labouring to get fences built under a threat of death for men whose only crime was to suffer from heat and malnourishment?" Kevin said another word in Mid-Chemian, this one short and to the point. "Lady, I might be forced to serve as your slave, but that doesn't make me a mindless puppet." Mara bridled again, controlled herself, then threw up her hands in a manner more Kevin's than her own. "I had intended to compliment you on your work team's efficiency. Your methods might be unorthodox, even rough by our standards, but you got results." Kevin regarded her keenly, his mouth a compressed line. "Lady, I can't believe, after being silent so long, you called me all the way back here to give me a pat on the head." Now Mara felt confused. Why had she called him back? Had she forgotten how much of a distraction he could be with his outspoken barbarities and headstrong manners? She felt his anger toward her and his bleak and frustrated resentment. Having smoothed over the intensity of him in her memories, she tried to distance his presence and the appalling havoc he was playing with her heart and mind. "No, I did not call you back here for compliments. You are here because—" She glanced around, apparently seeking something, while she calmed herself, then reached out and selected another slate, the one that had touched off her fury in the first place. "Offence rails." Kevin rolled his eyes, his hands clamped hard enough to bring white marks out on his forearms. "If I'm going to build a fence, I am not going to do it with rotten posts that will fall down in the wet season sure as there are flies in the fields. I can see me sitting here being lectured for shoddy barbarian workmanship. Not to mention the fact that next year I'll be stuck with repairing the miserable job." "What you'll be doing next year is not your concern." Mara fanned herself with the slate. However she tried, she could not seem to control this conversation. "But taking the merchant who sells us the posts and tying him upside down over the river by the feet is an outrage." Kevin unlocked his hands, folded his arms across his chest, and looked smug. "Oh? I thought it was perfect justice. If the post held, the merchant stayed dry. If the wood was unsound, he got a dunking. Made him think twice when we pulled him out of the water about selling us inferior lumber." "You shamed my name," Mara broke in. "The man you dunked happened to come from a guild house and an honourable family, even if they are not noble. Jikan had to pay significant compensation to redress the injury done to the man's dignity." Now Kevin sprang to his feet with the sudden wild grace that always startled Mara. He paced the floor. "That's what I don't understand about you, Tsurani," he shouted, shaking an accusatory finger in the air.
"You're obviously cultured, educated, and the factors you have in your service aren't stupid. But this confounded honour code you have, it makes me crazy. You cut off your toes to spite your feet with it. Keep lying, lazy, or just plain incompetence in positions of authority because they happen to be born to an honourable house, while better men are wasted in jobs of low demand and reward."
He spun in a tight stride and faced Mara. "No wonder your father and brother got killed. If your people thought in straight logic instead of in tangles of duty and tradition, your loved ones might still be alive." Mara went white. Kevin didn't notice, but went on shouting. "And my people from the kingdom might not be in such straits were your generals to play a straight war."
"But no. They advance here, savage a town without mercy, then retreat for no apparent reason and go off and ravage someplace else. Then they camp for months and do nothing."
Mara fought to hold her ebbing composure.
"Are you saying my people are fools?"
Vivid in her mind were the memories of the family killed through Minwanabi treachery. The thought that fate might have provided means to bring them home alive if Tsurani honour had been somehow ignored was cause for unanticipated anguish. Though the loss by now was 6 years past, the grief still lingered. Kevin drew breath to answer, but Mara interrupted.
"Say no more."
Her voice broke over the words, and tears welled in her eyes. Daughter of a proud heritage, she tried to rein them in, but did not succeed. She averted her face to hide this shame, but not quite quickly enough. Kevin saw the sparkle in her eyes, and his anger abruptly drained away. He knelt down and reached an awkward hand toward her shoulder.
"Lady,"
he said, his tone gone gritty with honesty,
"I never intended to hurt you. Mostly I was mad because I thought I pleased you before you sent me away."
He took a deep breath and shrugged. "I am only a man, and like most, I don't like to find out I'm wrong."
"You weren't wrong."
Mara spoke softly, without turning her head.
"But you frightened me.
Many of your ideas are constructive, but others are an affront to the gods, to what I believe in. I would not see the Akoma be ground down into the dust because I listened to your outworld logic, to the exclusion of wisdom and spurned divine law." Her shoulder spasmed with a sob, and Kevin's heart went out to her. Had he stopped to think, he would have hesitated, but analysing emotions was not his habit. He gathered her small, tense form into his arms. "Mara," he spoke softly into her hair, "sometimes powerful, greedy men interpret the laws of heaven to suit themselves. I've learned a bit of your gods from your countrymen. Your Lashima is much like our Killian, and Killian is a kind and loving goddess. Do you think Lashima in her generosity would shrivel the hands on your wrists if you took pity and gave coins to the poor?" Mara shivered in his grip.
"I don't know. Please, say no more. Kyoke and Lujan lead our warriors to counter a Minwanabi offensive, and at such a time, the Akoma must not tempt the gods' anger."
His hands gentled her, pulled her around to face him. His calluses felt rough, and his person and his hair smelled of sun-warmed sweat and meadow grass. Yet the feel of his skin upon hers made her heart race. Finding a calm in his presence that until now had eluded her, Mara wrinkled her nose.
"You need a bath."
"Do I?" Kevin drew her closer and lingeringly kissed her lips. "I missed you, though I'm foolish to admit it." Mara's body burned in response, and she leaned into him, feeling his strength. The pressure of his hands on her flesh made her throw caution and Nicoya's advice to the winds.
"I missed you also, Maybe we both need a bath.
Kevin's face split into a grin. Here. Now. Mara clapped her hands, and servants rushed in, ready to answer whatever request she might choose. Impishly, the lady of the Acoma looked up at the tall barbarian who held her.
Call my attendants and have them draw bath water.
As an afterthought, she added,
And erase these slates. They contain information that could start a rebellion, and I don't want my other slaves to learn impertinence as this one has.
As the servants hurried about their assigned tasks, she reached up and touched the scratch of stubble that grew on Kevin's cheeks and chin.
I don't know what it is that I see in you, dangerous man.
Unaccustomed to sharing intimacies in a room filled with bustling activity, Kevin flushed beneath his tan. One by one, he pulled out the pins that bound up Mara's hair. When the rich locks fell free, he reached into the midnight mass and used it to screen both of their faces from public view. You're quite the ruling lady, he murmured into the scented gloom, and their next kiss swept away reason. Letting his hand slide playfully along the curve of her neck, he felt her shiver in delight and anticipation. Whispering in her ear, he said, And sorry sod that I am, I have missed you, lady. Mara moved far enough away to see if his expression was mocking, but instead she read something in his eyes that caused a weakness to flow through her. Leaning against his hard body, the sunburn on his chest hot against her cheek, she answered back,
And I have missed you, my barbarian. Gods, how I've missed you.
Chapter 9. Ambush. Kyoke motioned a halt. Behind him, the first heavily laden silk wagons creaked to a standstill, the stamp of the Nidra team scattering ochre dust on the breeze. Kyoke blinked grit from his eyes. The weight of his much-used battle armour made his knees ache and his back cramp. Getting too old for campaign in the field, he thought. Yet the warrior within him prevailed. Neither age nor fatigue reflected in Kyoke's stance as he turned keen eyes towards the crest of the hill and scanned the roadway ahead. To the men who stood in neat ranks behind their officers, Kyoke was, as he had always been, a craggy, sun-beaten figure that seemed carved from indestructible rock. Ahead, the trail wound like a looped cord through promontories of cracked granite. Dirt lay rutted where the rainy season had gouged away soil loosened by Nidra hooves and caravan wheels. But the rise ahead of the pass was not empty, as it should have been. Against a sky fogged with dust, Kyoke perceived movement and a sparkle of sunlit green armour. A trail breaker had lingered in wait for the caravan, sure sign that something was amiss. Kyoke motioned to his newly promoted strike leader, a short man with a scar that marred an eyebrow named Dakati.
Pass the word to be ready.
The order was superfluous. Warriors stood poised in their lines, hands rested lightly on sword hilts. They had marched at the ready since leaving friendly borders. Not one had been lulled by the uneventful passage of days or the fatigue of levering wagon wheels mired in the ruts of ill-kept mountain roads. These lands were rife with bandits and laid out by the gods for ambush. Mara's finest soldiers had been selected to escort the precious silk to Jamar, for while attack was expected upon the decoy wagons, they were defended by a large force. Should Kyoke's small band encounter battle, each warrior would be required to fight like two, and no one doubted that the scout who waited in the roadway meant trouble. The trail breakers had been men who had once foraged in these very hills as grey warriors. They knew these valleys and would not be jumping at shadows. Kyoke motioned broadly, and the scout up ahead disappeared. Moments later, he arrived at the head of the caravan, striding out of the roadside brush with the silence of sun-moved shadow. He paused before his force commander and gave a stiff nod of respect to Kyoke and Ducati.
"Report, Wialo,"
Kyoke said. His body might feel its burden of years and service, but his memory was yet sharp. He made a point of knowing every soldier's name. The scout passed a last uneasy glance over the slope, then spoke.
"I've hunted here often, sir. Before evening, mullaks and kodja birds should be flying above the lake beyond that ridge."
He indicated the sun-dappled shade of the forest.
"And Sanaro, Lee, and other songbirds should never be quiet at this hour."
He glanced meaningfully towards Kyoke.
"I do not like the silence and the sound of the wind."
Kyoke knuckled back his helmet, letting a gust of breeze evaporate the perspiration under his hair. Then, slow and deliberate, his seamed fingers tightened the chin strap. Veteran Akoma warriors knew their force commander prepared for a fight.
"Other birds roost in these trees, do you think?"
Wialo grinned.
"Large birds, force commander. Ones who wear dogs' tails instead of feathers."
Ducati licked his teeth, uneasy.
"Minmanabi or bandits?"
Wialo's smile died.
"Grey warriors would give this company a wide berth."
Kyoke snapped his chin strap tab through the keeper under his jawbone.
"Minmanabi, then. Where would they be likely to hit us?"
Wialo frowned.
"A clever commander would see us over this next small rise."
He pointed at the ridge that rose like a knife cut against late-day haze.
"About halfway up the slope on the far side of the next valley, the road rises sharply again and snakes through a chain of steep gullies."
Kyoke nodded.
"The enemy would keep to higher ground, while we, under bowfire, would be forced to whip the Nidra uphill over rocks to escape."
His clear eyes met those of Wialo.
"That's where I would strike, with a follow-up company to plug the valley from the rear and cut off our chance of retreat."
He glanced around.
"They are most likely infiltrating behind us right now."
Behind the rows of nervous soldiers, a Nidra bawled. Traces creaked, and a carter cursed, and a patter of running footsteps approached.
"Make way! A scout returns!"
Somebody called from the rear. Neat ranks parted, and a warrior stumbled through, white-faced and gasping for breath. Ducati stepped forward and caught the runner as he rocked unsteadily to a stop.
"Force, Commander!"
Kyoke turned with a calm he did not feel.
"Speak clearly."
"Soldiers upon the road behind us."
The man dragged in a painful breath.
"Perhaps 100, 150, and Koshazun says he recognized their officer. Minwanabi."
Kyoke's first reaction was a softly spoken,
"Damn."
Then he touched the heaving shoulder of the runner and added,
"Well done. Is this army travelling covertly?"
The runner scrubbed his palm over his salt-wet brow.
"They march openly. We estimated the troop size by the cloud of dust they raised."
Kyoke's eyes narrowed. Briskly, he concluded,
"That's no raiding band. That's a company strength. 100 men at least to drive us into the trap."
Ducati ventured an opinion.
"If we have an ambush waiting for us, and an army closing from behind." "They knew we were coming,"
finished Kyoke. The implications were chilling, but academic, unless someone survived to warn Lady Mara she had an intelligence leak within her household.
"I hate to abandon the silk wagons, but if we don't, we are all sacrifices to the Red God, and the silk's lost anyway."
The force commander prepared to deliver grim orders. A touch from Wialo stopped him.
"Force commander,"
offered the one-time grey warrior,
"there might be another way."
"Tell me quickly,"
Kyoke demanded.
"There's a foot trail hidden by boulders near the base of this rise. It leads to a narrow canyon that bandits used as a camp. The wagons cannot pass, but the silk could be hidden, and the position at least offers hope. There is only one entrance, and that can be defended with very small numbers of men.
Kyoke's gaze shifted to the horizon, as if searching for sign of the army that approached to destroy them.
How long could we last there? Long enough to get word to Lady Mara, or to recall Lujan?
Wealo was silent. He said on a frank note,
A message, perhaps, to our mistress. Long enough to hold until relief arrives from home. The Minwanabi could force their way through if they were willing to endure a terrible slaughter.
Dakati slapped his thigh in a startling display of anger.
What honor! To abandon that which we are pledged to defend!
Curtly, Kyoke said,
The wagons are lost in any event. We cannot defend them and sully against 100 men in the open. More important, Mara must not go uninformed of Minwanabi's access to her secrets. No. Better we make a stand and send a messenger while the Minwanabi are kept occupied at the canyon. Lashima's wisdom guide us all.
Kyoke prayed inwardly. Then he raised his voice and said,
There are better ways to defend the trust than to fight to the death before letting the enemy seize the prize.
He added a swift string of orders. The soldiers made a display of relaxing. They removed their helms and shared refreshment from the bucket and dipper carried around by the water boy. They gathered in knots and told jokes, and laughed as though nothing under the sky could be wrong, while behind them servants worked swiftly to unleash the covers from the wagons and bundle the precious silk bales inside. Wealo showed them where the rocks dipped into crevices. A third of the silk was quickly hidden out of sight and covered with brush, but room remained for no more. The servants redistributed what remained in the wagons and spread the covers to hide the gaps. Then Kyoke shouted, and the soldiers formed up, and the caravan creaked forward once again. The company wound downward from the crest into a valley mantled and deep with late afternoon shadows. The caravan reached the base of the hill, and the Nidra bawled as the drovers reined them in once again. Through the rising pall of their own dust, Kyoke squinted behind and saw a sky gone light with the gold of coming sunset. But the heights they had recently left were now marred with a cloud of dull grey. A moment later, a scout confirmed his foreboding over that patch of dirty sky.
It's dust kicked up by marching soldiers. The Minwanabi tire of waiting,
the runner reported breathlessly.
Perhaps they think we camp here.
Kyoke pursed creased lips. He waved for Dakati's attention and called,
We'll need to hurry.
Then, feeling every mile his feet had travelled, the force commander watched his strike leader give orders. In an unusual moment of reflection, he wished for Papewayo's intuitive presence. But Pape was dead, murdered by a Minwanabi assassin while defending Mara. Kyoke hoped he would accomplish as much, for he had no illusions. He knew that every warrior here would likely meet the Red God on the end of a Minwanabi weapon. Masked from observation by the trees, the silk was unloaded, the Nidra unhitched. Then, with poles cut from the forest, the Akoma soldiers levered the wagons onto their sides, forming a barrier behind which 20 archers took cover. These men volunteered to stay behind and fight to the death, buying time for the rest of the company to make their way to Wealo's canyon. That such a haven might not exist, or that the ex-grey warrior could have mistaken its location, posed a possible disaster no one spoke of. Sunlight left the valley early, but held the heights in bright aspect like fingers dipped in gilt. The dust raised by the Minwanabi army deepened the gloom down below. Kyoke ordered,
Let every man carry as much of the silk as he may.
Wealo returned a puzzled glance. Kyoke said,
Those bolts can be better used to stop arrows or build a bulwark against a charge. Now have the servants lead the Nidra and guide us quickly to this canyon.
Soldiers with silk bales piled on their shoulders marched between drovers and servants who whipped the balky Nidra over a ragged barrier of boulders. Darkness fell fast, and the footing was poor. The gutted remains of the caravan moved over treacherous terrain, pushing past branches that whipped and caught at armour, and over gullies that grabbed at the ankles. Several times men fell, though not one uttered an oath. In silence they arose and gathered up their dropped bundles, and pressed forward into brush-dense forest. By moonrise, the company reached a narrow defile in the trail. Here, forest vines clutched at the trees as if they sought to strangle, and from their choking outgrowth thrust an upstanding promontory of rock on either side.
"The cannon lies just ahead, perhaps 3 bow shots from that formation,"
Wialo said. Kyoke peered through the gloom and made out a boulder that bulked like an overhang above the path. He raised his hand, and the column behind came to a halt. A bird called and fell silent. No way to determine whether the creature wore feathers or armour. Kyoke touched 2 of the nearest warriors and waved them forward.
"Stand guard here. The moment you see any sign of pursuit, one of you send me word."
The chosen men shed their bundles and assumed their posts without protest. Kyoke saluted their bravery and wished he had time to say more. But words could not lighten necessity. When the Minwanabi marched on their position, one man would race with the warning, and the other would die to provide his colleague enough of a lead to get through. Mara would be proud, the force commander thought sadly. The company and its servants scrambled along the trail. They moved in the half-dark like men driven by demons. At a narrow V in the rocks, where each man needed to scramble on hands and knees and have his bundled goods passed through, and the Nidra had to be forced against their nature to jump downward, Kyoke waved Wialo to his side. Above the bawling of frightened animals, he asked,
"What chance you could make your way cross-country from here to Our Lady?"
Wialo shrugged in impassive Tsurani modesty.
"I know this area as well as any man, Force Commander. But in the dark, with Minwanabi soldiers coming from all sides, a shadow would need the god's favour to pass unseen."
The squealing bawl of a Nidra momentarily defeated thought. Kyoke glanced to one side and pointed to a slight overhang.
"Then climb up there and hide. When the Minwanabi dogs march past, judge your moment and double back to the main road. Make your way swiftly to the estate. Tell Lady Mara where the goods have been hidden. When it is clear the Minwanabi are close to breaking through, I shall burn the silk we carry. With luck, our enemies will assume we have destroyed all to deny them spoils. Most important, tell our mistress that we have been betrayed. We may have a spy in our house. Now go!"
Honoured at being chosen for the important assignment, Wialo nodded smartly and began to climb. At the top of the boulder, he removed his helm and crouched to avoid being seen by the enemies soon to pass below. Staring downward, Wialo called,
"May the gods preserve you, Force Commander. Send many Minwanabi dogs to the halls of Turakamu tonight."
Kyoke returned a quick nod.
"Amechocha can guide your steps."
The next man in line gathered up Wialo's abandoned bolt of silk and stoically resumed his march. Silent, grim, and too preoccupied to dwell on his aches, Kyoke bent his knees and crawled over ground turned jagged with gravel. With the reek of Nidra droppings sharp in his nose, he wormed under the stone outcrop and pressed forward to lead his struggling company. The night deepened, and the moonlight flashed and vanished behind a rim of black rock. Insects chittered in a forest where night birds did not sing, and the wind whispered secrets in the leaves. Men moved like ghosts through the mist-shrouded defile, their feet sliding to find purchase upon wet roots and moss-covered rocks. The clack of lacquered armour echoed down the ravine. cut by the whine of the hide whips the drovers used to prod the Nidra. Of the soldiers and servants hurrying through the night, none reached the small canyon without bloodied arms and knees, and the Nidra stood shivering and lamed, their coats rankly matted with sweat. Under starlight, Kyoke issued brisk orders as he surveyed the canyon where they would make their stand. Men shed their loads of silk and began to throw up a barricade of boulders, logs and earth dug in haste from the stream bed between the water-smoothed walls of rock that formed at the canyon's entrance. Servants slew Nidra and piled the still kicking carcasses into breastworks to provide cover from the archers that would surely be deployed above them on the canyon's rim. The night air grew thick with the reek of fresh blood and the heavier odour of excrement. Kyoke ordered the servants to butcher one of the carcasses and build a small fire to cook and dry the meat. Soldiers could not fight without sustenance. Finally, soldiers stacked the bolts of precious silks like a palisade in a hollow to the rear of the canyon. Piled before the rise of the cliff wall, the beautiful iridescent rolls of cloth would serve as a niche to fall back to in the extremity of a final stand. Then, hoarse from calling orders, Kyoke knelt before a pool of water fed by a small waterfall that splashed through an unscalable cleft in the rim. He unstrapped his helm, rinsed his parched face, then did up the buckle with hands that betrayed him by shaking. He was not afraid. He had led charges in too many battles to fear any death by the blade. No, it was age and weariness, and sorrow for his lady that set his fingers trembling at their task. Kyoke checked his sword and then his knives in their sheaths, and lastly looked up to find the water boy with his dipper awaiting a turn at the brook. The boy was also shaking, though his shoulders were held straight as any man's. Proud of even the smallest member of his company, Kyoke said,
"We have enough water here to last as long as we need. See that the soldiers drink deeply."
The boy managed an unsteady smile.
Yes, Force Commander.
He splashed his pail into the pool, as ready to die for his mistress as the most hardened soldier. Kyoke arose and turned his gaze over the bustling activity. The servants huddled over the smothered campfires, the warriors on guard at the barricades. There was no laxity in discipline. These soldiers resisted the novice's tendency to look toward the light. They needed no reminder to know their survival depended upon unspoiled night vision. Kyoke sighed imperceptibly, knowing nothing was left to be done but to make rounds and give encouragement to men who knew their lives were measured now in hours. Kyoke swallowed Nidra steak, whose juices held no savour. To the cook who took his empty plate, he said,
"Be my spokesman to the servants. Should the Minwanabe break past our front barricade and our last soldiers lie dying, use the shields to scoop up the burning brands and hurl them into the silk. Then throw yourselves at the Minwanabe that they must kill you with swords and grant you honourable deaths."
The cook bowed his head in abject gratitude.
"You honour us, Force Commander."
Kyoke returned a smile.
"You will honour your lady and your house by carrying out your orders. In this, you must be like warriors."
The old man, whose name Kyoke couldn't recall, said,
"We shall not fail Lady Mara's trust, Force Commander."
Kyoke had given orders that 1 man in every 3 should move to the rear of the narrow canyon and eat a quick meal. The second company had finished eating, and now the third took their places near the campfire. Strike leader Dakati held back as Kyoke left the cook fire. In barely suppressed uneasiness, the younger officer fingered the unblooded crest of his officer's plume.
"What are your tactics, Force Commander?"
Kyoke glanced one last time around the gully that already smelled like carrion, now rendered grey, black and flickering orange by the blaze of shielded fires. Since nothing more could be done, he answered with clipped deliberation,
"We wait, then we fight."
With a wariness learned during his years as a bandit leader, First Strike leader Lujan scanned the perimeter. The moonlight shone down much too brightly, and the flatlands along the river road were open, not at all to his liking for a pitched fight. But level ground gave him the advantage of seeing an enemy's approach, and he had at his command every soldier that could be spared from Mara's estate. It would take a major assault by at least 3 full companies of warriors to break through the circled wagons, and the Minwanabi would need to send no fewer than 500 men to be certain of victory. Nonetheless, Lujan suffered an uneasy stomach and an urge to pace. Again, he reviewed his defences, studying the archers atop the wagons, and found nothing amiss as cooks cleaned up after the evening meal. His foreboding did not lessen, but only increased, for battle was long overdue. The Minwanabi should have struck by now. At first light tomorrow, his caravan would roll towards the gates of Sulankeu. The report from Arakasi's spy said a major attack was a certainty. And to Lujan's practised military mind, the most likely site for ambush had been a forested bend in the road passed uneventfully the previous afternoon. That left a night attack, for it was inconceivable the Minwanabi would try to seize the caravan inside the city. Again, Lujan surveyed the road. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. For lack of anything better to do save sleep, he walked the perimeter, and, as he had done only minutes before, he spoke a quiet word with guards who were growing edgy from his repeated surveillance. His worry was hampering the vigilance of the sentries Lujan knew. The strike leader passed through the narrow corridor between the backs of his guards and the rows of leather-lashed wagons shielding the central fires, the Nidra pickets, and the men who slept in shifts. The wagons were laden with theiser bags under their linen coverings. For appearance's sake, 2 bolts of silk showed beneath one bulging mist-tied corner. The cloth glistened by moonlight, smooth as water and opulently perfect in quality. Lujan fingered his sword. He repeatedly reviewed what he knew and couldn't escape the same conclusion. The delayed attack made no sense. After sunrise, the enemy would be forced to wait until the caravan left the gates on the south road to Jamar. Ambush then would be complicated by the possibility that the cargo might be loaded onto barges and sent downriver by water. Could the Minwanabi have mounted 2 forces, one on shore and one on boats, to attack upon the river? They had enough warriors, gods knew. But battle on the swift-flowing Gagajin would pose difficulties. "Strike leader!" hissed a nearby sentry. Lujan's sword left its sheath, seemingly by its own volition. The Akoma strike leader forced a calm he did not feel into his words as he urged the man to speak. "Look there! Someone comes!" Lujan cursed his nerves, which had caused him to face the fires but a moment before to inspect his sleeping men. Now he waited impatiently for his night vision to return. Shortly, he made out a lone figure down the road from their position. "He staggers like he's drunk," observed the sentry. The approaching man stumbled unsteadily on his feet. His stride was awkward, as if he could not use the heel of his right foot, and the arm at his side swung slack like something gutted. As he closed the last few yards and came into the light, Lujan saw that he wore a blood-stained loincloth and clutched a rag of a shirt over his shoulders. His deadened eyes did not register the presence of soldiers or camped caravan. Lujan said,
"He's not drunk. He's half dead."
Lujan motioned a nearby warrior to accompany him as he stepped away from the perimeter. Together, officer and soldier caught the man by his shoulder and upper arm, and the half-held shirt fell away to reveal a chain of bruises, overlaid with scabs and dusty clots of dried blood. Looking in horror at a face that showed no expression, Lujan forced his breath past his teeth. This man had been beaten to madness.
"Who did this?"
demanded the strike leader. The man blinked, worked his lips, and seemed to emerge from a daze.
"Water,"
he whispered hoarsely, as if he had been screaming full-throated and for a long time. Lujan called a servant to fetch a waterskin, then gently eased the injured man to the ground. Something inside the man seemed to break as he drank. His abused legs quivered in the dust, and suddenly he was fainting. The soldier's strong hands propped him upright, and the servant splashed water on his wrists and face. Dust and blood rinsed away to reveal more bruises and a sickening smell of burned flesh.
"Gods!" said the soldier. "Who did this?"
Ignoring his abused state, the man attempted to rise.
"Must go,"
he muttered, though it was clear he could not continue. Lujan ordered 2 warriors to lift the man up and carry him through the wagons to a fire. Settled on a blanket and exposed at last to the light, the extent of what he had suffered was revealed. No portion of his body had been spared from torment. The tale was told in ugly lesions, ragged at the edges, where caustic solutions had been applied. The hand wrapped in the shirt tatters was a mass of blackened burns and without fingernails, and the skin over sensitive nerve centres was congested and purple with bruising. Whoever had tortured this man had been an artist of pain, for while the man yet survived, several times during the process he must have begged for passage to the halls of Turakamu. Lujan spoke softly in sympathy.
"Who are you?"
The man's eyes struggled to focus.
"I must warn her,"
he insisted, in a voice made feverish by pain.
"Warn?"
asked Lujan.
"I must warn my lady."
Lujan knelt and bent closer to the man, whose voice grew faint.
"Who is your lady?"
The man thrashed feebly against the soldier's grasp, then seemed to weaken.
"Lady Mara."
Lujan glanced at the soldiers who stood upon either side.
"Do you know this man?"
he questioned quickly. A warrior from the old Akoma garrison indicated he had never seen the wounded man and knew every servant by sight. Lujan motioned the others to stand away and leaned down. Near the man's ear he whispered,
"Acasis bloom."
The man struggled upright and fixed a bright, fevered gaze on Lujan's face.
"In my lady's dooryard,"
he muttered back.
"The sharpest thorns."
Lujan finished,
"Protect sweet blossoms."
"Gods! Gods! You're Akoma!"
said the man in relief. For an instant, it looked as if he might shame himself and cry. Lujan rested his knuckles on his knees. His eyes never strayed from the tortured man's face as he called for the healer to dress and bind the wounds.
"You are one of my lady's agents,"
he concluded softly. The man managed a nearly imperceptible nod.
"Until a few days ago,
He paused, winced, and seemed to maintain lucidity with an effort.
I am Kanil. I served in the Minwanabi household.
I carried food to Desio's table and stood by to meet his demands. Much of—"
His voice faded. Gently as possible, Lujan said,
"Slowly. Tell us slowly. We have all night to listen."
The injured servant jerked his chin violently in the negative, then sank back into a faint.
"Give him air, and tell the healer to bring a restorative to rouse him,"
Lujan snapped. A warrior hurried off to comply, while the men who had been steadying the man gently eased a blanket under his head. Moments later, the healer arrived, unlimbering his bundled box of medicines and bandages. He quickly prepared and pressed a strong-smelling medicine to the unconscious man's nose. He roused with a groan and thrashed his arms. Lujan caught his tortured gaze.
"Tell me, you were discovered."
"Somehow."
The man blinked, as if trapped by unpleasant memories.
"The first advisor in Como found out I was an Akoma agent."
Lujan said nothing. Besides the spymaster, only 4 people in the Akoma household, Mara, Nicoya, Kyoke, and himself, knew the passwords changed at irregular intervals that would identify an Akoma agent. The possibility could not be dismissed that this man might be a Minwanabi imposter. Only Arakasi would know for certain. If torture could force the password from the real agent, any number of enemy warriors might agree to this abuse to ruin the Akoma. Kanil clawed weakly at Lujan's wrist.
"I don't know how they found me out. They called for me and then took me to this room."
He swallowed hard.
"They tortured me. I lost consciousness. And when I awoke, I was alone. The door was unguarded. I don't know why. Perhaps they thought I was dead. Many Minwanabi soldiers were rushing to board boats and cross the lake. I crept out of the room in which I was a prisoner and stowed away on a supply boat. I passed out, and when I was again conscious, the flotilla was docked at Sulancur. There were only 2 guards at the far end of the docks, so I slipped off into the city."
"Strike leader, Lujan,"
The healer interjected.
"if you question this man too long, his survival may be threatened."
At the mention of Lujan's name, Kanil stirred in sudden and shattering agitation.
"Oh, gods!"
he whispered hoarsely.
"This is the false caravan!"
Lujan's only betrayal of shock was a tightening of his hand on his sword hilt. Taut, dangerous, and wary, he ignored the healer's plea and leaned close to the man. Too softly he said,
"For what reason would the spy master inform you of this deception?"
The man lay uncaring of his peril. Whispering, he said,
"Arakasi didn't. The Minwanabi know. They laughed and boasted of what they knew of Lady Mara's plan while they tortured me."
Chilled by this answer, Lujan pressed,
"Do they know about the real silk shipment?"
Kanil returned a painful nod.
"They do. They sent 300 men to plunder it."
Lujan stood. Curbing an impulse to fling his plumed helm to the ground, he cried,
"Damn the fickleness of the gods!"
Then, aware of curious eyes that turned in his direction, he waved healer and soldiers away, leaving him alone with the tortured man. Night wind stirred the fire. Kneeling, Lujan seized Kanil by the back of the neck and hauled his battered face near to his own so they might speak without being overheard.
"Upon your soul and life, do you know where?"
Tremors coursed through Kanil's body, but his eyes were steady as he said,
"The attack will happen on the road through the Kayamaka Mountains beyond the Tuscarora border, in a place where wagons must climb out of a depression towards a western ridge. That is all I know."
Lujan stared unseeing into features ravaged by enemies. He thought with a clarity that came on him in moments of crisis, and reviewed every dell and hideout and cranny he remembered in the mountains, where he had once led his band of grey warriors. There were many an army might use for an ambush. Yet only one place that was suitable for concealment of the 3 full companies matched the description. As if dreaming, Lujan said,
"How long ago did the Minwanabi dogs pass Sulanka?"
Camille's head sagged sideways.
"A day, perhaps 2. I cannot say. I fainted in a hovel in the city, and the gods only know how long I lay unconscious. An hour, or perhaps a full day."
He closed his eyes, too spent to add more, and the strength of purpose that had sustained him drained away with the deliverance of his message. Lujan lowered his hands and settled the limp head on blood-marked blankets. He made no protest as the healer hurried forward and began to tend the man. Lujan completed his inner calculations. Knotted inside with concealed rage, he shouted loudly enough to wake the most sluggish of the sleeping servants.
"Break camp!"
To the worried presence of his sub-commander, he added,
"Assign a patrol and wagon to take this man to Lady Mara in the morning, and then detail half a company to see the rest of the wagons safely to our warehouses in Sulanku at dawn."
The officer saluted.
"Yes, strike leader!" "The rest of us march now,"
Lujan finished. He wasted no breath with elaboration. Every second counted. For if the Minwanabi attacked Keoke in the pass, there was only one place to make a stand. The bandits' canyon would be known to the scouts, but in the heat of ambush and battle, had any of them found the chance to mention its presence? Curse of Turakamu, Lujan thought. The silk could be lost already, and Keoke might at this moment be a corpse staring sightless at stars. Only a fool would hold to hope, and only an even greater fool would risk another 2 companies. Yet Lujan could not conceive of any alternative but action. For Lujan loved Mara with a devotion deeper than life. She had returned him to honour from the meaningless existence of a grey warrior. And the force commander Lujan had come to admire with the affection a son reserves for a father had become ensnared in a Minwanabi trap. Keoke had embraced the tattered soldiers from Lujan's band as if they had been born to Akoma Green, and he had supported Lujan's promotion to first strike leader with a fair judgment few men maintained in old age. Keoke was more than a commanding officer. He was a teacher with a rare talent for sharing and for listening. Looking southward, with eyes flat as pebbles, Lujan raised his voice to his company.
"We march! And if we must steal every boat and barge in Sulanku to make passage southward, we shall. By dawn, I want to be on the river, and before another day passes, I want to be hunting dogs in the foothills of the Kayamakas."
The forest was silent. Night birds did not cry, and the high steep rim of the canyon cut off even the whisper of wind. Except for a brief hour when the moon had crossed the narrow slice of sky overhead, the darkness was unrelenting. Keoke refused all pleas to unbank the fires, though the air was chill at this altitude, and the lightly clothed servants shivered. Soldiers sought to snatch sleep in full armour on damp ground, while others stood at their posts carefully listening. Only unwelcome sounds reached their ears. The scrape of disturbed stones and the muffled grunts of effort as climbers tested canyon walls in the dark. The enemy had arrived, but the wait, most cruelly, did not end. Keoke remained by the barricade, his face impassive as old wood. Committed to battle in a place he had never seen in daylight, the Akoma force commander prayed that Wialo's assessment had been accurate, that the cliffs above were too steep to descend. As it was, Keoke could do little but detail sentries to follow the rattling falls of pebbles set off by men prowling the heights. Once his soldiers were gratified by a muffled cry and the thud of a fallen body. The corpse that lay sprawled in the canyon was raggedly dressed, but too well fed and kempt for a bandit. His weapons were first quality and stamped with the maker's mark of an armourer well known in Zetak province. No further proof was needed. That craftsman's trade supplied the Minwanabi, as his forebears had for several generations. Kyoke squinted at stars and found them paling. Dawn was approaching, and soon the enemy would have light enough to try arrows. Kyoke knew that if the Minwanabi force commander Irilandi opposed him, he would have archers in crannies in the rock against any counterattack. One of Irilandi's more predictable tendencies was always to be ready for a counteroffensive. Come daylight, his archers could fire blindly down into the ravine. Most bow shafts might fall harmlessly, but some might strike chance targets. A secondary, but nonetheless pressing worry was the shortage of healers' herbs and unguents. The wagons had carried little by way of supplies, and no healers travelled with the soldiers. The assault came as the Kelowanese sky brightened to jade green in the east. The first wave of Minwanabi soldiers struck the rough barricade with a battle scream that shattered the stillness. They could charge only 4 abreast through the rock passage, and their attempt to climb the breastwork brought them swift death on Akoma's swords and spears. Yet the enemy came on, climbing over dead and dying comrades in bloodthirsty waves. At least a dozen Minwanabi soldiers lay fallen before the first Akoma warrior took a wound. Almost before his sword faltered, a fresh man shouldered forward to take his place. Minwanabi archers fired ineffectively over their comrades' heads. For nearly an hour, the enemy hammered at the barricade. By 1s and 3s they died, until the corpses lay close to 100 deep. Akoma casualties numbered fewer than a dozen injured and only 1 dead. Kyoke detailed servants to give what care they could to the injured. Although movement within the canyon was hampered by the insistent fall of enemy arrows, no man who took wounds for Akoma honour was permitted to lie without care. Kyoke raised his voice to Dakati.
"Bring up fresh soldiers to the barricade!"
Dakati dashed to relay the order. Within minutes, the relief company undertook the defence of the barricade, and the Akoma strike leader brought word back.
"The enemy are making little progress, Force Commander. They have tried having men crawl on their bellies to pull away some of the dead and to undermine our breastworks. If they try sappers, we're in trouble."
Kyoke shook his head.
"Sappers are useless here. The soil is sandy, yes, but the water lies too close to the surface, and there is not enough room for engineers to dig."
The force commander pushed his helm back to fan cool air on his scalp. The chill of mountain night had fled, and the breezeless canyon warmed under even the earliest sunlight.
"Our flimsy breastworks are the greater problem. If they charge the line and send men behind the assault to pull at the breastwork, put spearmen on their knees behind the first line and see if they can discourage any such activity."
Dakati hastened to effect this deterrent. Kyoke surveyed the rest of his defences, his plumed head held high despite the arrows arcing overhead. Most shafts bounced off the sheer walls of the canyon, but a few sped downward. One struck a handspan from Kyoke, but he barely noticed. As if the quivering shaft by his foot had no existence, he motioned for servants to carry water to his fighting men. Then he surveyed his command yet again. The Minwanabi seemed frantic to engage the Akoma. Why? Kyoke considered. If the canyon was defensible, it was also a trap. The Minwanabi would pay dearly to enter, but the Akoma would die attempting to leave. An attacker not pressed to haste would be better to sit and wait, holding the canyon until starvation forced the defenders to desperation, then let Akoma bodies be the ones piling up at the base of the barricade as hunger drove them to escape. Kyoke reviewed what he knew of his opponent. Irilandi was in no way stupid. He had been competent enough to remain the Minwanabi force commander for nearly 2 decades, and in this foray he was almost certain to be operating under battle orders from Tasayo. Why should 2 men so skilled in war spend men by the hundreds? To capture the silk would be no mortal blow to the Akoma, and certainly not worth the lives that would be sacrificed before the sun reached mid-heaven. Time must be a factor. But why? Disturbed, Kyoke turned away from unanswerable questions and selected soldiers for the next rotation. Before each warrior took his turn behind the barricade, Kyoke inspected weapons and armour and briefly placed a hand upon each lacquered shoulder guard. He spoke quiet words of encouragement, then sent the relief forward. There they waited until a weary Akoma warrior would step back and his replacement move forward, the change taking only a moment. Kyoke assessed the blood-spattered soldiers who removed their helmets and washed sweat-soaked hair and faces in the creek. He decided to step up the rotation. The Minwanabi were still able to send only 4 men at a time against the barricade, and the spearmen had held off any further attempts to destroy the fortification of tangled branches and rocks. Better to keep the men as fresh as possible, Kyoke judged. A sudden shout arose from behind Minwanabi lines. Uncertain what this might signify, Kyoke signalled every man in the canyon to stand ready. Strike leader Dakati hastened to his force commander's side, sword pointed at the barricade. But no foray came against the defenders. Rather than choke the defile with more soldiers, the Minwanabi unexpectedly withdrew. Dakati expelled a pent breath.
Perhaps they tired of seeing their men die for naught.
Kyoke shrugged non-committal. Retreat was not Irilandi's style, and certainly not Tasayo's.
Perhaps,
he conceded.
But our enemies were willing enough to waste lives until this moment.
On the verge of speaking, Dakati fell abruptly still as an object was launched into the air from a point beyond the canyon's rim. Dark against the daylight sky, it came flying into the gully, a bundle of soaked rags and knots. It struck the hard dirt and rolled, servants scattering from its path in case it contained a nest of stinging insects, an old siege trick, or something equally unpleasant. Kyoke signalled, and Dakati moved to investigate. The strike leader lifted the bundle and unwrapped it. When he pulled away the last turn of cloth, his lips tightened and his face blanched grey beneath his tan. As Dakati glanced up, Kyoke nodded almost imperceptibly. His strike leader covered the bundle in response.
"It's Uyalo's head,"
he murmured softly.
"I thought so."
Kyoke's voice betrayed no hint that he shared the same hopeless, helpless rage. Mara, he thought, you and Ayaki are in grave danger, and I can do nothing to help. Equally mindful of the threat to the Akoma household, Dakati added more.
"They included a bit of rope, so we might know they hanged him before they cut his head off."
Kyoke repressed a flinch at the mention of an honourless end.
Uyalo told them he was a deserter, no doubt. He may have been hanged, but he died with courage. I'll attest to that before the Red God himself.
Dakati nodded grimly.
"Your orders, Force Commander?"
Kyoke did not answer immediately. He was pained beyond measure by the fate of his messenger Tamara. The canyon was sealed, irrevocably. Now no one could win free to warn her of the spy unnoticed in her house. His bitterness came near to showing as he said,
"Only to stand ready and kill as many Minwanabi as possible, and to die like men of the Akoma."
Dakati saluted and returned to the barricade. The assaults continued through the day, halting only to allow the Minwanabi to regroup and send fresh soldiers into the van. They no longer made pretense of being outlaws, Kyoke observed with old hatred. The ranks that assaulted the breastwork now wore orange and black armour. Dedicated to their mission, the enemy warriors threw themselves against the Akoma defenders. They died and died, until the flow of their lifeblood soaked the soil and mixed into sucking mud. The Minwanabi were not the only casualties. Akoma soldiers fell also, more slowly, but with a finality that wore away at their numbers. Kyoke tallied 11 dead and another 7 wounded beyond the ability to serve. He estimated this had cost the Minwanabi 10 times that number dead or critically injured. More than a company of slain enemies would rise to sing of his valour when Kyoke's soul stood in judgment before the Red God. But he despaired to be sent in defeat, that his mistress might never discover that her security network had been breached until too late. For while Lujan was a quick enough study that Kyoke counted him a fit successor as force commander, he was untested in large battles, and his training was unfinished. Kyoke forced himself away from agonizing over this. There was no profit in it. He approached the senior servant.
"How fare our stores?"
The man bowed.
If our soldiers take minimum rations, we have ample food for several days.
Kyoke considered a moment.
"Double the rations instead. I doubt we'll survive for several days. The Minwanabi seem determined to waste lives as a drunkard spends centis in a tavern."
Shouting arose from the canyon mouth, and Kyoke spun around, his sword out of its scabbard with the speed of reflex. Minwanabi soldiers had contrived to gain a position on a ledge behind their own lines, and archers were shooting at the heads of the Akoma defenders, forcing them down while the attackers at the barricades threw shields across the bodies of fallen comrades to enable them to leap over the top into the canyon. The first Minwanabi soldier attempted the jump only to land upon a ready Akoma spear, but the soldier who made the kill took an arrow for his trouble. Kyoke whirled and shouted to Dakati, who stood by with a reserve company.
"Prepare to sortie!"
Dakati called his men into ranks. To the men at the barricade, Kyoke shouted,
"Withdraw!"
The defenders fell back in tight order, and a pair of Minwanabi soldiers sprang into the clear space behind the barricade, only to crumple as Akoma archers cut them down. The grating sound of rocks and heavy branches pushed across stone resounded through the canyon as the Minwanabi attempted to force through the barricade. Kyoke issued a command, and a pair of husky servants hauled on ropes tied to the end of the heavy log that was the mainstay of the defences. The tree trunk drew aside, and the barricade gave way. Branches and rock shoring burst inward, and off-balance Minwanabi soldiers fell forward onto their faces. Kyoke showed his teeth in satisfaction, just as Dakati called for the charge, hurling his company at a run into the astonished and ragged line of attackers. The fresh Akoma reserve pushed the vanguard back, while archers on the Akoma flanks fired upon their Minwanabi counterparts. The air was alive with arrows, thick enough to shadow the sunlight that now beat unmercifully from above. With the enemy unable to fan out past the rocks, their concentrated numbers made them easy targets. Within moments, the orange and black arrows ceased. The vigorous assault by the Akoma drove the Minwanabi up the defile, and Kyoke called the next wave of soldiers forward. They rushed to the breached barricade, pulled the dead from the branches and rocks, and threw Minwanabi as well as Akoma corpses into the canyon. Servants stood ready to strip the fallen of armour and arms, saving anything that might be turned to Akoma use. Swords that were not too badly damaged, shields and daggers, an occasional hip bag of food, all were quickly added to the Akoma stores. Other servants scrambled around the area, inspecting arrows, in search for those that hadn't been broken against the stone walls of the canyon. Akoma archers fired black and orange marked arrows as often as green ones. The bodies were left naked where they lay, while soldiers and servants rushed to restore the barricade. Kyoke mourned inwardly for Ducati's reserves still fighting on the other side. He prayed their deaths would be hard won and their pain honourably brief. The sacrifice would lend their fellows the time to restore the broken barricade and inflict more disproportionate damage on the Minwanabi. 50 or more Minwanabi casualties lay in the clearing. Kyoke revised his estimate to nearly 300 enemies dead or critically injured. The sky showed the day half done, and their position no worse, perhaps even stronger than at first light. And yet, no man knew how many companies the Minwanabi had sent against them. Kyoke repositioned himself to gain a view over the barricade. If any in Ducati's small band were alive to effect a retreat, they would shortly be attempting to return. Kyoke knew his own soldiers were well drilled in the plan, but more than once he had seen battle stress confuse orders. The Akoma Force commander stayed at hand to restrain any hotheads from attacking their brother soldiers. They waited under the blistering sun in an airless defile that now stank of sweat, excrement, and death. Sounds of battle echoed off sheer walls of damp rock. Minutes dragged by, and flies swarmed. Kyoke and the other seasoned warriors watched anxiously for the first green Akoma helm to appear on the trail beyond the barricade. In time, Kyoke accepted what he had expected all along. Ducati and his company had continued their charge past all chance of retreat. They had no intention of returning. The strike leader who led them understood as well as Kyoke that eventually the Minwanabi must prevail. Beyond hearing orders, Ducati's little band was simply intent on killing as long and as many as possible before death overtook his company. Kyoke raised his eyes to heaven and silently wished them a great killing. Putting aside feelings of loss for his own brave warriors or concern for what this defeat would mean for Lady Mara, Kyoke bid 3 more servants and the small, nimble water boy to attempt to slip away over the barricade. If Ducati had driven the enemy far enough up the defile to enable the 4 to escape into cover in the wood, word might yet reach the estates. But such hopes were dashed in an instant, as a wave of Minwanabi soldiers charged down the mouth of the canyon. The blades of swords, still bloodied from dispatching Ducati's men, took the lives of the 4 even before they could turn and run. If there was panic, there were no screams, and the water boy died on his feet, facing the enemy with a kitchen knife clutched in his hand. Turakamu receive such valour kindly, Kyoke prayed, as quietly he accepted his coming death as inevitable. He fingered his battered sword hilt, familiar to him as a brother. What a price his foe would pay. Sundown came. Gloom fell into colourless twilight, smothered under a descending mantle of mist. Exhausted soldiers trudged from their shifts at the barricade, and stiffly Kyoke limped over to assess their condition. His forces had dwindled. Of the 100 soldiers and 50 servants who had left the Akoma estates, fewer than 40 soldiers and 20 servants remained on their feet to serve. Most of the rest were dead, though about a dozen wounded soldiers and a like number of servants were ministered to in a makeshift camp around the pool. The incessant random arrows of the Minwanabi still caused enough damage to keep men on edge. No one could lie down, lest he offer a better target for a descending shaft. A few men attempted to rest under a pair of shields, but the experience encouraged cramping rather than rest. Most warriors simply sat with knees drawn up under chin, shoulders hunched, and heads bowed as tight against the walls of the canyon as possible. Night came, and the fighting wore on by the flickering flames of enemy brands. The mist in the defile glowed with their light, like some twisting, fog-tendrilled spirit. The Akoma warriors considered that light, and sharpen their weapons, and if their voices expressed courage through quips, their thoughts were bleak. The fighting would probably not last until the morning, and certainly not to midday. They knew this as well as the force commander, who tirelessly made his rounds to bolster their spirits. Hours passed, and men died, and the stars stayed hidden by the mist. Kyoke was crossing the clearing to inspect two men who appeared injured by thrown rocks when something struck him in the right leg like a Nidra calf's kick. He staggered and all but dropped to his knees as pain exploded in his right thigh. Two soldiers ran to assist him as he began to collapse from the arrow that protruded from his upper leg. They carried him a short way and gently placed him so he could sit with his back against a relatively sheltered part of the canyon wall. Fighting off a threatening blackness that circled his vision, Kyoke said, "Gods, that hurts." He forced himself to look at the shaft that was buried in his thigh. It had struck downward, one of the random shots into the canyon, and he could feel the head scrape the bone.
"Push it through and cut off the feathers," he ordered. "Then pull it out."
The two soldiers exchanged glances, and he had to repeat his order, shouting through clenched teeth that they should pull the accursed shaft free. The soldiers' eyes met again, over the dusty plumes of Kyoke's helm. Neither wished to speak the truth, that to pull the arrow free would likely tear an artery and cause death in a spurting flow of blood. Kyoke cursed very clearly. He pulled one gnarled arm from the supporting hold of one warrior and, with a surprisingly steady hand, reached out, grasped the arrow, and snapped the arrow.
"Push it through,"
he demanded. The shaft that still held the head remained embedded in flesh. The hole bled sullenly, swelling rapidly to purple.
"That will fester," one warrior said gently. "It should be cut out and the wound allowed to drain."
"I haven't time,"
Kyoke said, his voice not as steady as his hand. The agony that cut through him had little to do with pain, which he had known before and endured as now when necessary.
"If the arrow is not removed, and the god's damned head keeps rubbing against my leg bone, I will likely lose consciousness. Most certainly, I will not be able to walk and continue commanding our troops."
The soldiers said nothing, but their unspoken reproach was noticed. Kyoke reined in his anger.
"Do you think any one of us will be alive for long enough for me to die of a wound gone bad? Tie off this leg and push the damn thing through."
They reluctantly obeyed. Pain caused Kyoke's vision to swim, and for a few minutes he lost his sense of time and place. After a few moments of darkness, his wits returned, and he found the soldiers binding the wound. The agony in his leg fell off to a dull ache. Kyoke ordered the warriors to help him to his feet, and he stood unsteadily for a few moments. He refused to cut a cane from the brush, but stumped about with half steps, his thigh throbbing angrily, and each bump and jostle of motion a torment. But no man in Acoma Green would dispute his authority. He was still in command of his army. He promoted a particularly bright young soldier, Sezamel, to acting strike leader, only to watch the man die less than an hour later. Reacting in inspired frenzy, Sezamel had repulsed the largest Minwanabi offensive since sundown, the second near breaching of the barricade. His sortie drove the attackers back, but only in exchange for heavy losses. The Acoma were tiring, while the Minwanabi warriors seemed inexhaustible. Kyoke took no time to promote anyone else. There was no need. With Acoma numbers fallen below that of a small strike force, a second commander would be superfluous. Kyoke shuffled wearily over to the servants and instructed a distribution of rations. Given the fatalities, there was now enough food for every man to eat as he wished. If the soldiers could not have enjoyed a hot meal, at least they would be restored by a full stomach. Kyoke took a cake and piece of jerked nidra. He had no appetite, but he forced himself to chew. The painful throbbing in his right leg and the burning ache of swollen tissue were incessant. In the end, when no one was looking, he spat the tasteless morsels on the ground. He drank when the waterskin was passed and controlled the heave of his stomach. His throat still seemed dry from the cake, and he wondered if he was beginning to get feverish. Then, as always, his thoughts returned to his command. Kyoke estimated that more than 350 Minwanabi had fallen before the barricade throughout the day. The night's numbers would be fewer, lessening as his soldiers tired. At least 50 enemies had perished after the hour of sundown. His soldiers were killing Mara's foes at a rate of 5 to 1. Losses were increasing, however, and very soon would become critical as his own forces were cut down until, inevitably, the Minwanabi would win past the barricade and rush through to slay the survivors. Kyoke concluded his review with pride. The Akoma forces had surpassed expectations, and the end might be prolonged until dawn. Sitting back against the icy damp of the rock wall, Kyoke removed his helm. He scraped back soaked grey hair and reflected that he had never known such fatigue in his life. The exhaustion brought on a regret, that he should be guilty of an old man's vanity. He berated himself for not spending more time training Lujan and the other strike leaders. He should have insisted all the officers dine with him in the servants' hall, instead of in the barracks with their own companies, while he took his meal with Lady Mara or Nakoya or Jikan. Every chance missed to educate those young soldiers came back to haunt him. Too late now to wish a younger man here in his post. A hot flash of pain from his wound reawakened anger. Cursing himself for a fool, he put aside his sorrow. He refused, at the last, to be a man caught up in black contemplations. A battle continued to be fought, and morbid reflections required effort better spent on the field. Kyoke propped his wounded leg out before him and was racked by a stab of agony. He made no sound, but only sweated under the weight of his armour. By the gleam thrown off by banked coals, the flesh around the puncture looked red, a deception of light or inflammation, he had no means to tell, and it throbbed unmercifully. No matter, he thought. A wound was but a way to measure growth for a warrior. Life was pain, and pain was life. His circling thoughts drifted as his body attempted to fight off the aches of battle, injury, exhaustion, and age. He must have dozed. For the next he knew, a soldier was shaking his shoulder, exhorting him to wake. Kyoke blinked gummed eyelids and fought to clear senses that normally came instantly alert. Without thought, he attempted to rise, but pain seared the length of his leg and caused him an audible gasp for air. The soldier offered a steadying hand and tried to keep pity from his eyes.
"Force Commander, we hear armed men approaching in the hills above the canyon."
Kyoke squinted at the narrow crack of sky above the cliff walls. There were no stars, nor any lessening of darkness to indicate the hour. He had no way to estimate how much time had passed.
"How long until dawn?"
he asked. The soldier frowned.
"Perhaps 2 hours, Force Commander?"
"Bank the fire!"
Kyoke snapped. Sure that the enemy had by now encircled the mountains and flanked his position, he hobbled over to the men, who readied themselves for the next assault. A frown marred his forehead.
"If Irilandi has sent troops to crush us from the hills, why attack in the darkness?"
he said softly, unaware through his fever and his pain that he did his musing aloud. Then a crack resounded across the clearing. The barricade exploded backward under a wave of orange and black armoured bodies, and Akoma defenders were hurled in all directions. A heavy log burst through with a grind of stones and a tearing of stinking Nidra flesh. The canyon had been breached by a ram, run by short defile under cover of darkness and wielded with devastating effect. Minawanabi soldiers rushed screaming into the canyon while the Akoma sprang to engage them. Kyoke called to the servants to take cover behind the bulwark of silks. Soldiers fell, thrashing in death throes or groaning in mortal pain. The fighting spread into the breached canyon, bodies draped, twitching and crushed between the stones and large branches of the shifted barricade. Others writhed, impaled. Some few fumbled to lift swords while they lay with broken legs and backs. Kyoke absorbed this without pause to register the horror, for Minwanabi soldiers poured through the gap. The defile might only admit 1 or 2 men at a time, but it was open, and the Akoma were in retreat. Kyoke drew his sword. His helm was off, abandoned on the ground where he had slept. He rejected the idea of searching for it, not trusting his bulky leg enough to attempt unnecessary steps. Only the will of the gods might determine whether he should die proudly as a Akoma force commander or as just another nameless old soldier. With Mara left threatened, in the end, he judged it mattered little.
"Burn the silk!"
he called to a servant who hovered awaiting orders by his elbow. The man bowed stiffly and left, and, in the soft, untrustworthy light of blossoming torches as loyal hands threw flaming brands upon piled silk, Kyoke hurried forward in a stumbling half-hop. Through a spinning haze of fever, he was aware of the screams of dying soldiers and the clash of arms, punctuated by the crackle of silk and dry wood exploding at his back in a leaping wash of fire. A Minwanabi soldier spun backwards, stumbling from the blow of an Akoma warrior. Kyoke dispatched him with a reflexive slash, and a grim smile stretched his lips across his teeth. His leg might be ruined, but by Turakamu, his sword arm still functioned. He would see the Minwanabi as his escorts into the halls of the Red God. The battle raged across the narrow draw, hemmed between rock walls and a blazing barrier of silk. Men struggled in a dance with death, their swords shining red in the night. Fighting, stumbling ahead, Kyoke squinted against the glare and tried to sort friend from foe. The warriors of both sides looked like nothing so much as a scene from some demented battle hell as the fire burned in brilliant fury. Beset by another Minwanabi, Kyoke ducked a sword thrust and countered with a single chop to the throat. The warrior fell, gurgling, and precious seconds were lost because Kyoke could not raise his injured leg high enough to step over the man's death throes. The Akoma force commander's knee trembled as he limped around, and pain jabbed him from ankle to thigh each time the limb bore weight. The agony knotted his belly, and he swallowed to keep from voiding his stomach. Dizziness teased at his balance, and his vision swam. Kyoke hobbled headlong into his last fight, where 2 Minwanabi soldiers hammered at the shield of an Akoma. Hide and wood parted with a crack, and a blade struck home. The Akoma warrior went down, and his dying eyes met those of his officer.
"Os, Commander!"
he called clearly, before an attacker trampled over his face. Then, a figure in orange and black was shouting and pointing his sword, and warriors turned and converged. The clash of arms swelled on all sides. Believing the sound to be amplified by his fever, Kyoke focused only on the recognition reflected on enemy features.
"The Akoma Force Commander!"
Someone called clearly, and Kyoke was beset by enemies. His sword spilled their blood, but his feet were not nimble. His guard was hampered by his lameness, and, in the press of cut and thrust, he was aware of other soldiers rushing him from behind. He could do nothing to prevent himself being surrounded. Driven to his knees and crippled, he wrestled through spinning vision to ward off the blows hammered down on him. The Minwanabi soldier before him suddenly stiffened. His expression of astonished disbelief was swallowed by darkness as he fell. Kyoke caught sight of a meat cleaver protruding from Minwanabi armour, and a frightened servant backing away. Kyoke cut sideways with his sword, and at least one more enemy died before he could avenge his fallen comrade. The servant perished anyway, cut from chest to crotch by another soldier, and then the same bloody sword was pointed and slashing at Kyoke. More men pressed in from the sides. He fought them with a skill honed by 40 years on the field. Sweat ran down Kyoke's temples. He blinked salty drops from his eyes and slashed through a white haze of pain. Dimly, he noticed an Akoma servant crouched near him and hands attempting to prop him upright. Then the servant's eyes went round and he lurched forward. His back lay open to show the white ribs, and his weight drove Kyoke to the ground. Blinded by dust and agony, Kyoke struggled to rise. His ears rang, and his hands would not grip. Numbed fingers could not find his sword, and he was conscious of wetness flooding down his flank beneath his armour. He gasped, but there seemed to be no air to fill his lungs. Above him, he made out the shape of a Minwanabi soldier pulling back his blade from the thrust that had dispatched the valiant servant. Kyoke groped in the dirt, found his sword, and struggled against the twitching weight of the corpse to raise his guard. The soldier pulled the servant aside, then aimed a killing stroke at the beaten old force commander at his feet. Kyoke raised his arm to parry and drew upon his last shred of strength to commend his wall to Tsurakamu. Then sword met sword, and the laminated hide screeched with the impact. The blow deflected, but barely. The Minwanabi stroke missed the heart and glanced down to pierce through armour and gambeson and, finally, through the flesh of Kyoke's belly. The soldier jerked back his blade. Flesh tore and bled, and Kyoke heard a distant hoarse cry as torment forced his own lips to betray his weakness before an enemy. At the ending of life, Kyoke invoked his soldier's will to greet death with head up and eyes open. Through the pounding of blood in his own ears, the force commander heard a distant voice crying, "Akoma!" He felt only pride for that one brave soldier. Blurred shapes swam in and out of focus. Time seemed unnaturally slowed. Through the darkness, a hand caught the Minwanabi soldier's arm, yanking back the descending sword. Kyoke frowned and faintly wondered whether this was the god's reward for lifetime service. For his valour in Akoma defence, he would not feel the death blow.
"Tsurakamu,"
he muttered, believing himself bound for the red god's halls. Then the earth overturned, and he knew nothing as the sword slipped from his hand. Chapter 10. Master Plot. Sounds intruded. Through an encompassing dark, Kyoke heard voices. They echoed dreamlike through his mind, amid a growing awareness of pain. He listened for the singing of warriors, the Minwanabi dead who would attest to his valour as he entered the hills of Tsurakamu. But there came no singing, only spoken words in a voice that sounded like Lujan's. No, thought Kyoke. No! Through a stirring rush of anguish that mushroomed into despair. He listened more carefully. There had to be singing.
"Not regained consciousness since the battle,"
Lujan's voice continued.
"Been delirious with fever. Serious wounds in his belly and side."
Another voice interjected. Nicoya's, surely.
"Gods, Mara must not see him like this. It will surely break her heart."
And then a bustle amid the darkness, and someone that sounded like his mistress crying out in an anguish too sharp to rein back, "Kyoke!" There was to be no singing then, the old warrior understood in cold sorrow. Accolades would not herald a warrior who died in defeat. The Akoma must have been vanquished for Mara, Lujan, and Nicoya to be present here in the halls of Turakamu. The Minwanabi army must have gone on from the canyon to attack the estate, and the Choja defenders must have fled or been overwhelmed. The end must have come with the enemy in triumph and the Akoma crushed.
"Mistress,"
murmured Kyoke in his delirium.
"Lady."
"Listen, he speaks!" someone exclaimed. "Kyoke?"
Mara's voice said again. Cool hands brushed his brow, the fingers lightly trembling. Then light shone, blindingly bright through half-opened eyelids, and consciousness flooded back, along with full awareness of the pain.
"Kyoke?"
Mara said again. Her hand settled on either side of his temples, gently and insistently framing his face.
"We are all well. Ayaki is well. Lujan speaks of a battle bravely fought in a canyon. The Minwanabi brought 500 men to attack, and we hear your small company battled to the death defending the silk."
The force commander struggled through a haze of fever and managed to focus his eyes. His mistress bent over him, her dark hair still loose from her sleeping mat, and her pretty brow furrowed with concern. He was not in the halls of the Red God, but in the courtyard before the doors of the Akoma estate house. The grounds were peaceful. Shapes stirred in the surrounding mists as warriors of Lujan's company dispersed to their barracks. A servant with a cloth hovered nearby, ready to wipe his sweating face. Kyoke drew a difficult breath. Through the fiery pain of his injuries, he gathered his wits and spoke.
"Lady Mara, there is danger. Lord Desio has breached your security."
Mara stroked his cheek.
"I know, Kyoke. The spy who was tortured escaped and brought us word. That's how Lujan knew to rush his company to the mountains to your aid."
Kyoke thought back to the sounds of fighting that had broken out at last in the hills behind the canyon. Lujan then had flanked Lord Desio's army and put it to rout up the ravine.
"How many are alive?"
Kyoke asked, his voice barely a croak. Lujan said,
6 men, force commander, counting yourself. All seriously wounded."
Kyoke swallowed hard. Of the 100 warriors and 50 servants, only 5 besides himself survived the Minwanabi trap.
"Don't mind that the silk has been lost," Mara added. "The Choja shall eventually make more."
Kyoke fumbled a hand free of the blankets that lapped over his chest. He grasped Mara's wrist.
"The silk is not lost,"
he gasped clearly.
"Not all of it."
This brought an exclamation from Lujan and a whispering stir among the servants. Only then did Kyoke notice the presence of Jikan, hovering bright-eyed to one side. He forced out the necessary phrases and told where the bolts were left concealed in the rocks leading into the pass. Mara smiled. The expression lent her face the delicate, glowing beauty that had once been her mother's, Kyoke recalled. He also noticed the tears that glittered brightly at the corners of her eyes, which she bravely blinked to keep back.
"No mistress could have asked so much. You have served honourably and superbly well. Now rest. Your wounds are very grave."
Kyoke did not ask how grave. The pain told all he needed to know. He loosened his breath in a sigh.
I can die now,
he added in a whisper. The mistress did not protest, but arose and imperiously called out orders for her force commander to be given her finest chamber.
Light candles for him, and call poets and musicians to sing him tribute. For all must know that he has fought as a hero and given his life for the Akoma.
Ruling lady she might be, Kyoke thought, but her voice shook. From him, who knew her as a daughter, she could not hide her grief.
"Do not weep for me, lady,"
he whispered.
"I am content."
There was a noise and a jostle of motion, and consciousness wavered.
"Do not weep for me, lady,"
Kyoke repeated. If she heard, he could not tell, for the darkness lapped over him once more. Later, he was aware of scented candles and soft music, and a stillness that enveloped him like peace, except for the pain, which seemed endless. Forcing his tired eyes open, he saw that he lay on a mat in a beautifully appointed chamber, one painted with scenes of warriors displaying the virtues of arms and valour. Between the reedy notes of two viols, playing in counterpoint, he heard a poet reciting the deeds and the victories he had accomplished, which extended back into Lord Sezu's time. Kyoke let his eyes fall closed again. He had not lied to his lady. He was content. To die of great wounds for her honour was a just and fitting destiny for a warrior grown old in her service. But a disturbance outside in the corridor rang over the notes of the instruments, and the poet faltered in his lines.
"Damn it! Are you just going to let him lie there until he dies?"
cried a strident nasal voice. The barbarian, Kyoke identified, as always challenging custom. Lujan's voice interjected, unaccustomedly distressed.
"He has served honourably. What more can any of us do?" "Get a healer to fight for his life!"
Kevin almost shouted.
"Or do you wait for your gods to save him?" "That's impertinence!"
snapped Lujan, and there followed the sound of a hand striking flesh.
"Stop it! Both of you!"
Mara broke in, and the voices merged together in a spill of sound that rose and fell like waves. Kyoke lay still and wished the arguing would end. The poet had reached the stanzas that referred to the raid he had once staged with Papewayo against Takuma of the Anasati, and he wanted to listen for inaccuracies. No doubt the bard would not mention the celebration that had followed, nor the jars of sa wine he and Pape and the master had shared to celebrate the victory. They had all paid with a hangover, Kyoke recalled, and he had hurt afterwards nearly as much as he did now. But the poet did not resume his verses. Instead, Kyoke heard Mara's voice carrying from the hallway.
"Kevin, it would be no kindness at all to save the life of a warrior who is missing a leg. Or didn't you know that Lujan's field healer had it cut off, since Kyoke took an arrow wound that festered?"
Kyoke swallowed hard. The agony that racked his body masked his awareness of the missing limb. He kept his eyes closed.
"So what?"
Kevin said in exasperation. "Kyoke's value lies in his expertise, and even your gods-besotted healer knows a man's brains are not in his feet." Silence followed. Then Kyoke heard the screen swept back, and someone stepped through. Kyoke opened one eye and looked in the direction of the disturbance. Entering the room was the tall barbarian. His hair blazed like fire in the candlelight, and his height threw dark shadows on the wall. He shoved determinedly through the musicians, then shot a glance of disgust at the poet. "Get out," he said imperiously. I want to talk with the old man and see what he thinks about dying. Kyoke looked up into the face of the barbarian slave, his eyes dark with fury. He forced his voice to be as firm as his condition permitted.
You are impertinent,
he echoed Lujan.
And you intrude upon matters of honor. Were I armed, I would kill you where you stand.
Kevin shrugged and sat down at the old warrior's side. If you had the strength to kill me, old man, I wouldn't be here. He crossed his arms, leaned his elbows upon his knees, and regarded Kyoke, who was very much a general of armies, even propped like a figurehead amid a sea of cushions. His flesh might be drawn with illness, but his face was still that of a commander. Anyway, you are not armed, Kevin observed with his shattering outworld bluntness, and you'll need a crutch to rise from that bed, so maybe your problems can't be answered with a blade anymore, Force Commander Kyoke. The pain dragged at his belly as the old man drew breath to reply. He could feel the weakness sucking at him, the darkness in the wings that waited to draw him in, but he gathered himself and managed to speak with the tone that had stopped many a young warrior from cockiness.
I have served.
The words were delivered with unassailable dignity. Kevin shut his eyes for a moment and inwardly seemed to flinch. Mara still needs you. He did not look at Kyoke. Apparently his rudeness had limits, but his hands tightened white against his forearms, and Lujan in the doorway turned away his face. Mara still needs you, Kevin grated out, as if he struggled for other words that eluded him. She is left with no great general for her armies, no master tactician to take your place. No sound and no movement issued from the man in the cushions. Kevin frowned and, with obvious discomfort, tried again. You need no legs to train your successor, nor to advise in matters of war.
I need no legs to know that you have overstepped yourself,
Kyoke interrupted. The effort taxed him. He sagged back against his pillows.
Who are you, barbarian, to judge me in my service to this house?
Kevin flushed darkly and rose to his feet. Embarrassed in his transparent way, but also unknowably stung, he clenched his fists and added, I did not come to hound you, but to make you think. Then, as if angry, the huge redhead stalked from the bedside. At the doorway, he half-turned, but still would not meet Kyoke's eyes. You love her too, he added accusingly. To die without a fight is to deprive her of her finest commander. I say you seek an easy way out. Your service is not discharged, old man. If you die now, you desert your post. He was gone before Kyoke could summon the strength for rejoinder. The candles seemed suddenly too bright, and the pain intense. Quietly, the musicians resumed their play. Kyoke listened, but his heart found no ease. The poet's verses lost their lustre and became just empty words, recounting events long done and mostly forgotten, as he lapsed into sleep. Mara waited outside in the hallway. No attendants were with her, and she stood so still that Kevin almost missed her in the shadows. Only quick reflexes stopped him as, wiping moisture from his eyes, he saw her barely in time to prevent crashing into her.
You will answer to me for this,
she said, and although her poise was perfect and her tone even, Kevin knew her well enough to read the anger in her stance. Her hands twisted in the fabric of her sleeves as she went on.
Kyoke has led our soldiers into battle for more years than I've been alive. He has faced enemies in situations the rest of us would have nightmares just contemplating. He left a war and his own lord to die though the orders broke his heart, to keep the Akoma name alive by coming to take me from Lashima's temple. If we have an Atami in the glade to hold our honor sacred, Kyoki is worthy of the credit. How dare you, a slave and a barbarian, imply that he has not done enough?
Well, said Kevin, I admit that I have a big mouth, and also that I don't know when to keep it shut. He smiled in that sudden, spontaneous way that never failed to disarm her. Mara sighed.
Why must you continually interfere with things you do not understand? If Kyoki wishes a warrior's death, it is his right, and our honor, to grant him his passage in comfort.
Kevin's smile vanished. If I have any quarrel with your culture, lady, it is that you count life much too lightly.
Kyoki is a brilliant tactician.
His mind is his genius, not his sword arm, which a younger man can beat anyway. Yet all of you stand back and send poets and musicians and wait for him to die his warrior's death and waste the years of experience that your army so sorely needs to—
And you suggest—
Mara interrupted. Her lips were white. Kevin shivered under the intensity of her gaze, but continued, I would appoint Kyoki to the position of advisor, make up a new office if necessary, and then call in the most skilled of your healers. The wound in his abdomen might kill him still, but I believe that human nature between your culture and mine cannot differ so widely that a man, even a dying one, wants to let go of life feeling useless.
You presume a great deal of knowledge for a commoner,
Mara observed acidly. Kevin stiffened, and all at once fell into one of his strange, inexplicable silences. He locked eyes with her, still unwilling to end the discussion, and so wrapped up was she in trying to read why he should suddenly become secretive, Mara did not notice the runner-slave at her elbow until the second time he addressed her.
Mistress,
the boy bowed diffidently.
My lady, Nakoya bids you come at once to the great hall. An imperial messenger awaits your attendance.
The flush of anger drained out of Mara's cheeks.
Find Lujan and send him to me at once,
she instructed the runner. As though she had forgotten Kevin's existence and the fact she had been deadlocked in an argument only seconds before, she spun on her heel and departed down the corridor in almost unseemly haste. Kevin, predictably, followed her. What's going on? She didn't answer, and the runner-slave had dashed beyond earshot. Undeterred, Kevin lengthened stride until he overtook his diminutive mistress. He tried another tack. What's an imperial messenger?
Bad news,
Mara returned shortly.
At least, this close upon the heels of a Minwanabi attack, a message from the Emperor, the Warlord, or the High Council speaks of a great move in the game.
Mara skirted the boughs of a cluster of house slaves bent over buckets and brushes, scrubbing the lacquered wood floor. She crossed the atrium that led toward the great double doors to the hall, and Kevin followed. His lady's poise had seemed brittle since the return of Lujan's companies. The purpose of the Minwanabi raid, she insisted, had not been simply to ruin her silk in the marketplace. Being unable to follow every twist of Tsurani politics, which to his kingdom mind still seemed convolutedly illogical, Kevin was determined to stay at Mara's side. What threatened her threatened him, and his feelings toward her were protective. The great hall held the damp in the mornings, and the old stone floor transmitted chill even through the soles of leather sandals. Crossing the echoing expanse of empty space, shuttered into gloom by closed screens, Kevin saw Nakoya awaiting on the dais and heard Lujan's step enter from the passage behind. But the barbarian's attention stayed riveted ahead, where, even in the dimness, the sparkle of gold stood out. An unexpected and unnerving sight in a land where heavy metals were a rarity. The messenger sat on a fine thread-worked cushion, and even his posture was imposing. He was a young man, powerfully muscled and beautiful to look upon in a simple kilt of white cloth. Cross-gartered sandals hugged his dusty legs, and his skin sparkled with perspiration. Binding shoulder-length black hair from his brow was his badge of rank, a cloth in alternating bands of gold and white that sparkled and flashed through the shadows. The thread of the weave was metallic, true gold, the symbol of the Emperor of Tsurani, whose bonded word he carried. Upon Mara's entrance, he rose from his seat and presented himself with a bow. The gesture denoted arrogance, for although he was a servant and she a noble lady, his master's word was the law of the land, to which all great houses must submit. The head badge made this man sacrosanct within the empire. He could safely run through a battlefield, between warring houses, and no soldier would dare impede his passage upon pain of the emperor's wrath. The messenger knelt with beautifully studied poise and presented a gilt-edged scroll, tied also with ribbons of gold and sealed with the imprint of Ichindar. Mara accepted the weighty missive, her hands looking fragile against the parchment. She broke the seal, unrolled the scroll, and began to read, while Lujan took his place on the side once occupied by Kyoke, and Nicoya visibly restrained herself from craning her neck to make out words over her mistress's shoulder. The document was not lengthy. Kevin, who was the tallest, could see that the sentences were brief, yet Mara paused a lengthy interval before she raised her face and spoke.
"Thank you. You may go," she said to the messenger. "My servants will see you refreshed and housed, if you wish to rest while my scribes take dictation and prepare my return message."
The imperial messenger bowed and departed, the tap of his nail-studded sandals loud in the closed hall. The moment he passed beyond the doorway, Mara sank down upon the nearest empty cushion.
"Tasayo's hand is at last revealed,"
she said, and her voice sounded hollow and small. Nicoya took the scroll and read its lines with a steadily deepening scowl.
"The devil!"
she exclaimed when she finished.
"Pretty lady,"
Lujan interjected,
"what are the Emperor's wishes?"
It was Nicoya who answered, her aged voice like acid.
"Orders from the High Council. We must, with all haste, send our army to lend support to Lord Zacatecas in his war against the nomad raiders in Dastari. Lady Mara has been commanded to appear in person with a levy of 4 companies of troops to be ready to depart within 2 months.
Lujan's eyebrows jerked up and froze.
3 companies would be too many,
he said, and his hand tapped furiously on his sword hilt.
"We're going to have to buy favors of the Choja."
His gaze shifted significantly to Kevin.
"And you're right. Damn your barbarian ideas. Kyoke cannot be granted the luxury of dying, else the estate will be left stripped of its last experienced officer."
"That's surely what Desio intends. We must balk him."
Mara turned her head. Her eyes were black sparks, and her cheeks were flushed in shock as she voiced her orders.
"Lujan, you are now promoted to the post of force commander. Take Kevin and go to Kyoki. Tell him I wish to appoint him as first advisor for war, but will do so only with his permission."
Her voice went distant with memory or maybe tears as she added,
"He will think other warriors will ridicule him for carrying a crutch, but I will see his name is honored. Remind him that Pape once found pride in wearing the black rag of the condemned."
Lujan bowed, a suggestion of sorrow in his own stance.
"I doubt Kyoke would leave us in such perilous straits, my lady. But the gods might overrule his will. The wound in his abdomen is not the sort that a man is likely to recover from."
Mara bit her lip. As if the words pained her, she said,
"Then, with his permission, I will send runner slaves and messengers throughout the empire to seek a healing priest of Hantukama.
The offering such a priest will demand for healing will be great, Nicoya pointed out. You may have to build a large shrine.
Mara came close to losing her temper.
Then speak to Jikan about rescuing the remnants of our silk from the mountains and getting it to market at Jamar. For we need our Kyoke alive, or all will be lost. We cannot afford to slight the lord of the Zacatecas.
Even for Kevin's sake, this statement needed no elaboration. The promise of Lord Zacatecas' alliance had held many enemies at bay. Should the Acoma give a family that powerful any cause whatsoever for enmity, they would beg a swift ruin, engaged as they were in their blood feud with the Minwanabi.
The estate here must not be left in jeopardy,
Mara finished.
The story is a trap,
Nicoya said, voicing a point all except Kevin were aware of.
Tasayo will be there, and no move you or your 4 companies can make will not be anticipated in advance. You and the men you take with you will go the way of Lord Sezu, betrayed to your deaths on foreign soil.
All the more reason why Kyoke must hold these lands secure for Ayaki,
Mara finished, and the last high colour fled her face. The Imperial messenger departed with Mara's written acquiescence to the High Council's demands. After that, her household factors and advisers hurried off to initiate a frenzied list of preparations. Lujan detailed officers to make an inventory. Then he and Kevin departed for Kyoke's bedside, neither with enthusiasm. Jikan arrived as they departed, summoned from the Nidra fields by the runner slave.
I need a full accounting of Acoma assets,
Mara demanded before the little man had entirely risen from his bow.
How many centis we have in cash, and how many more we might borrow. I need to know how many weapons our master armourers can turn out in 2 months, and how many more we might purchase.
Jikan's brows went up.
Nene, did you not already decide to send our new arms to the markets? We will need the sale to balance our deficit in the silk.
Mara frowned and restrained a sharp impulse to snap.
Jikan, that was yesterday. Today we must outfit 4 companies to relieve Lord Zacatecas in Dastari.
The Hedonra was adept at figures.
You'll be bargaining for more warriors from the Choja, then, he surmised.
His straight brows tightened into a frown.
We'll have to sell off some prime stock from your Nidra herds.
Do it, Mara said at once. I'll be with Ayaki. When you have the accounting complete, bring your slates to the nursery.
Your will, lady,
said Jikan unhappily. Wars were the perpetual ruin of good finance, and that Mara must indulge in one through the plotting of dangerous enemies made him frightened. So had great houses fallen in the past, and the disaster of Sezu's betrayal and death had happened too recently for any servant on the estate not to feel the threat of annihilation. Word did not take long to spread among the servants, and in a household that was bustling with activity, the talk was ominously hushed. Mara spent an hour with her son that seemed all too terribly brief. He would soon be 5, and had a temper that occasionally burned to rages that defeated the skills of his nurses. Now, lying on his stomach with his ankles crossed in the air, playing at soldiers, he pushed his plumed officers to and fro and cried commands in a treble child's voice. Mara watched him with a wrenching in her heart and tried to memorize the small face shadowed by a fall of dark bangs. She clasped cold hands and wondered if she would live to see her child grow to manhood. That he very well might not was a possibility she forced out of her thoughts. She, who had come into power too young, burned with the wish that her son might have the chance to grow and learn and have years to be guided into preparedness for the ruling lordship that awaited him. She must live and return from the desert and make sure that this became so. Until Jikan arrived with his figures, she prayed long and desperately to Chochokan. At her feet, Ayaki obliterated company upon company of Minwanabi enemies, while his mother racked her mind for solutions to impossible equations. Jikan arrived and presented his slates, their columns impeccably neat despite the haste in Mara's command. The Hadonra looked hollow-eyed and worn as he bowed.
"Lady, I have done as you commanded. Here are 3 calculations on your liquid financial assets. One depends upon the remaining silk arriving safely to market. The other 2 include what you might spend comfortably and what you might call on with variable lists of consequences. If you go by the last slate, be warned. Your herds will take another 4 years to build back to their present levels of productivity."
Mara flipped through the slates, then unhesitatingly selected the final one. She glanced down at Ayaki, who watched her with liquid dark eyes.
"The Nidra are replaceable," she pointed out, and briskly sent her servants to fetch retinue and litter. "I'll be visiting the Choja Queen for the rest of the afternoon."
"Can I come?" Ayaki shouted, springing up and scattering toy warriors in a bounding rush toward his mother. She reached out and ruffled his hair with the hand clutching the slate.
"No, son, not this time."
The boy scowled, but did not talk back. At last his nurse was succeeding in teaching him the manners his dead father had never acquired.
"Kevin will take you for a wagon ride," she consoled, then remembered Lujan and her barbarian had not reported back from Kyoke's chamber. "If he has time for you," she amended to the son who tugged at her elbow. She cupped his tiny face gently in her hand. "And if you allow the bath maid to wash the fruit juice off your chin." She gave his face a playful shake. Ayaki's scowl deepened. He rubbed his soiled mouth, made a sound through his lips, and said, "Yes, mother, but when I am ruling lord, I shall keep my chin sticky if I please."
Mara gave an exasperated glance toward heaven, then disentangled her sleeve from her son. It smelled of Jamach and Choja-made candy.
"Boy, if you do not worry first about the lessons of growing up, there will be no estate for you to manage." A servant appeared at the doorway.
"Lady, your litter awaits."
Mara bent and kissed Ayaki and came away with the taste of the candy. The mishap did not irritate her. All too soon she would be breathing and tasting the dust of the southern deserts, and home would be an ocean's width away. Although many times a haven in times of trouble, with its cool dimness, the Choja hive for once brought no comfort. Mara knotted sweating fingers under the sleeves of her overrobe. An unfamiliar officer accompanied her where once Kyoke would have walked, half a pace to her rear, exchanging greetings and courtesies with the hive's force commander, Laxel. The warrior Monachi had never fought with a company of Choja. Although he was honoured to be asked to accompany his mistress on this important mission to the Queen, his stiffness denoted his discomfort and desire to be returned to the open air as soon as possible. Mara made her way through the tunnels leading to the Queen's chamber, by now a familiar route. But this was no social visit, and instead of her customary small gift, the servant who followed her escort carried a slate that listed all of the Akoma cash assets. She had not attempted to bargain with a Choja queen since her negotiation for the hive that had settled permanently on her estates. Now that she had need, she had no clue as to how she would be received, particularly on the heels of the news that 2/3 of the new silk shipment had been lost to Minwanabi attack. The sweat on Mara's hands went from cold to hot. No past experience in her memory foretold how the Queen would react. The corridor widened into the antechamber before the throne room. Too late now to turn back, Mara reflected as the Chojar worker who escorted her small party rushed ahead to announce her presence. Mara continued on, into the warm vastness of the Queen's cavern, lit day and night under the blue-violet light cast by Chojar globes suspended from brackets set in the massive vaults of stone ceiling. Like an island surrounded by polished floor, a pile of cushions awaited her, with a low table bearing cups and a steaming pot of chochar. Yet Mara did not step forward to sit and take refreshment and exchange gossip as was usual. Instead, she performed the bow one ruler of equal rank might make before another to the enormous presence of the Chojar Queen, who reared up in massive height, attended by a scurry of workers. Her midsection was surrounded by screens, behind which the breeders and rirari laboured continually over the eggs that ensured the continuity of the hive. Well accustomed to such activity by now, Mara felt no need to stare. She straightened from her bow, alerted by the cant of the Queen's head that the Chojar ruler was aware something grave was afoot. Mara composed herself.
"Ruling Lady of the Hive, I regret to inform you that trouble has been visited upon the Akoma by its enemy, House Minwanabi."
Here Mara paused, waiting out of courtesy for some sign from the Queen to continue. Except for the bustle of the breeding attendants, which never ceased, there came no move within the chamber. Ranks of warriors and workers might march past in the corridor beyond the antechamber, but those who squatted on their forelimbs in the Queen's presence remained as still as statues. Given not the slightest wave of a forelimb in reassurance, Mara faced the hive's Queen. The next sentences required all of her courage to speak.
"Great Queen, the Emperor's High Council requires a levy of 4 companies of warriors from the Akoma to defend the Empire's borders in Dastari. If the estate here is not to be left stripped of its protection, I can muster only 3 human companies to be sent across the ocean. It is my hope, therefore, that you will consider a bargain to breed an additional company of warriors to fulfill the High Council's command."
The Queen remained still. Breath held, Mara waited, fighting to keep her own poise. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted her strike leader's tension and his Chojar counterpart motionlessly squatting. At last, the Queen twitched a forelimb.
"Who will be outfitting this company, Mara of Akoma?"
The lady expelled a long-pent breath and tried not to shiver with the relief that her request had not been regarded as impertinence.
"My treasury would bear the cost, noble Queen, if it please you to grant my request."
The Queen tilted her massive head, her mandibles working gently to and fro.
"I will grant your request for sufficient remuneration,"
she said, and the discussion broke down into what, to Mara's ear, seemed remarkably like a haggling match between merchants. The Queen's demands were steep, but Jikan had instilled in her a fine appreciation for the value of things, and Mara was a quick study. She seemed to sense which demands were non-negotiable and which were outright exorbitant and expected to be rejected. In the end, she settled for an amalgamation of coin and goods that equalled a worth about 1/3 higher than what she would have paid to hire mercenaries, which was probably fair, since the Chojar company would answer only to her, would not be infiltrated with spies or suborned by enemies, and would not flee the field at first sight of possible defeat. Her Nidra herds would be depleted for perhaps the next 3 seasons, by when she would be forced to sell to meet the Queen's price. When the negotiation concluded, Mara dabbed moisture from her brow with a small embroidered cloth and released an almost imperceptible sigh. The Chojar Queen noticed all.
"Lady of the Akoma,"
she boomed in her friendlier tone,
It would seem to my eyes that you are nervous, or if not that, then recovering from some discomfort. Has our hospitality failed to meet your needs?
Mara recovered with a start.
No, Lady Queen. The hospitality of the hive is never at fault.
She paused, took a chance, and answered honestly.
I confess that I was not sure of protocols when I came to buy this boon of warriors.
Boon?
The Queen reared back in what might have been surprise.
You are my friend, it is true. And were you to come asking favours, I would consider them, of course. The fact that you visit here often and take pleasure in our company and affairs is a welcome diversion, never doubt. But when it comes to bargaining for workers, warriors, or services, such things are commodities for trade.
Mara raised her brows.
Then your kind do not require an army for protection.
The Chojar Queen considered this.
We interact within the Empire, and so are a part of its politics, its great game of the Council. But thousands of years passed before the coming of men. We bred warriors then to establish new hives, to protect us from predators like the heralth, and to hunt game. Now, if there are conflicts, they are between the houses of men who have purchased alliances. The Chojar of themselves do not battle, except for the causes of men.
This was a revelation. Mara tried not to reveal her rising sense of excitement as she folded her damp square of linen. She had studied the alien Chojar culture, but she still had much to learn. If the Chojar warriors were not loyal to the lords of men, but simply mercenaries, the fact opened interesting possibilities. But, sadly, the summons to defend the borders in Dastari allowed no leisure to pursue the matter further. So thinking, Mara politely exchanged banalities with the Chojar Queen, then courteously took her leave. So much remained to be done, and departure must occur in 2 months. Kevin and Jikan waited upon her return to the estate house. Mara stepped from her litter into wilting late-afternoon sunshine and turned over the slates to the Hedonra. He glanced at them surreptitiously as he bowed and went away, clicking his teeth. Mara took that to mean that she had bargained well, but that Akoma finances were stressed. She pushed back a sticky lock of hair, put aside her wish for a bath, and looked up at an unaccustomedly silent Kevin.
What is it, Torwan? The matter must be serious, or you would not have forgotten to kiss me.
I never forget to kiss you, Kevin countered, and remedied the matter forthwith. But his lips did not linger on hers, and his thoughts were clearly not of passion. Kyoke asks to see you, lady.
I thought so.
Mara removed her overrobe and passed it to a waiting servant. Slipping her arms into the fresh garment held out by her slave, she forcibly smoothed away a frown.
Where is Lujan?
Kevin fell into step beside her as she moved ahead through the doorway. He's at the barracks, overseeing a drill, upon Kyoke's suggestion. Mara absorbed this, thinking, the old man would accept her promotion to the position of adviser of war, else he would have appointed Lujan to break the news of his refusal, rather than send him off to hard duty. Kyoke adhered to obligations to the very letter of tradition. He would not send personal news in the mouth of a slave, and, though Kevin was given privilege as a family member or consort, Kyoke would never treat him above his station. Considerate of the old one's sense of etiquette, Mara sent Kevin away. She went alone down the corridors of the estate house and entered the candle-lit chamber where the old man lay sweating in blankets. He had been waiting for her, his eyes brilliant with fever.
"My lady,"
he murmured the instant she appeared in the doorway. She had to hasten to stop him from attempting to rise and bow.
Don't. Grandfather of my heart, you are hurt, and I am not one to stand on ceremony. You honor me with your wounds, and your loyalty is beyond question.
She knelt on a cushion by his side and broke protocol by taking his hand, holding it fiercely.
I have told Nakoya how I love her many times. I have never said so to you.
The ghost of a smile tugged at Kyoke's lips. He was pleased, but too much the Tsurani commander to show more than the glimmer of emotion.
"Lady,"
he said gruffly,
"Tasayo holds your death in his hands in the starry."
So Lujan had told him. Mara swallowed against a clenching tide of tears. Most likely, that had been what it took to make the old man agree to live. Even ill, Kyoke read her.
"No, lady. I needed no coercion to serve the Akoma. I am honored to become advisor for war, never doubt."
He paused, seeking words.
"I prepared to die as a warrior, because that was the only destiny I ever saw for a force commander grown too old for the field."
Mara would not settle for this.
And the leg?
Kyoke did smile very fleetingly.
"Papewayo is my teacher. If he could bear the black rag, I shall bear my crutch."
An instant later, he added,
"Kevin suggested that the armourer make one that holds a concealed sword."
You like that idea,
Mara observed. She allowed herself to smile also.
Grandfather of my heart, I shall make your crutch your staff of office, and see the armourers about a blade myself.
She regarded his sweating face, too grey and gaunt, and against all his wishes showing tiredness.
You will train Lujan, and between us we will find a way to rout Tasayo's desert men.
Kyoke's eyes flicked open wider, nailing her with their intensity.
"Daughter of my heart, there is no strategy that will help you on treeless sand except sheer numbers. That my wisdom cannot arrange."
He sank back after that, exhausted beyond bone and sinew. His will was not enough, Mara saw. He was sincere in his gratitude for his new office, but the body was too battered. The Red God might not let him keep the life that had burned itself recklessly until news of the foray could be delivered.
Leave the starry to Lujan and me,
Mara murmured.
Ayaki is your last responsibility, and the Natami in the sacred grove. Should all else fail, and the Minwanabi overrun our borders, you and one picked company can see the boys safe. Take refuge in the hive with the Choja Queen and ensure the Akoma name survives.
Kyoke lay with his eyes closed. He did not speak, but the hand within Mara's returned a light squeeze. She smoothed the fingers against the coverlet and noticed the fast, thready pulse that raced through the veins on his wrist. He was dying. The fact could not be denied.
Rest well, grandfather of my heart,
Mara whispered. In a forced show of calm, she arose and stepped into the doorway.
Get my runner-slave and every available messenger, she murmured to the servant outside. I also want guild runners in Sulanku.
She spoke quickly, unaware of the rotund man in the smock who hurried down the corridor and stopped quizzically at her side. He carried a bulging bag of elixirs, and his person smelled fustily of herbs.
"You will send for the priest of Hantukama?"
he asked, in a voice that was schooled to be mild. Mara spun, noticed the presence of her personal healer, and returned a quick nod.
"It is necessary, don't you think?"
The healer sighed in sympathy.
Lady Mara, I doubt that your advisor for war will remain conscious past the dawn, or breathe for 2 more days after that.
"He will live,"
Mara returned fiercely.
"I will find him a priest and pay for a prayer gate to have the magic of the god invoked for healing."
The healer rubbed arched brows and looked weary.
Lady, the priests are not so easily moved. They are loyal to no one but their god, and they consider common villagers the equal of even the emperor. If you do find a priest of Hantukama, and they are rare, no prayer gate will lure him to forsake the sick already in his care for the sake of a dying warrior.
Mara regarded this man with his sacks of useless remedies and his unwelcome truths. Her eyes lacked even a spark of compassion.
"We shall see, Master Healer. We shall see."
Before that look, the healer quailed and ducked hastily into the sick room. Mara's voice pursued him, low and determined as a spear thrust.
"Keep him alive and comfortable. That is all that need concern you."
She resumed her instruction to the servant and to the runner-slave recently arrived. Bent at Kyoke's side, counting the pulse on one dry, heated wrist, the healer turned his eyes heavenward and prayed to Chochakan and Hantukama for a miracle. Kyoke was weakening, and not a remedy in his satchel could stay the spirit from Turakamu's call. The healer went on to examine the whites of Kyoke's eyes, and then to check his bandages. Of the two, his gods and his mistress, this moment he feared the wrath of the lady the more. Preparation for the war in Dostari overturned the quiet routine on the Akoma estate. In the crafts compound, the constant hiss of the sharpener's wheel sang in rhythm with the calls of slaves and apprentices directing the unloading of supplies, and the thick, pitchy odour of the resin pots overlaid the akasi blossom's sweeter tang. The smell lingered in the air, invading even Mara's quarters, where, at dawn, she stood by the screen looking out. "Come back to bed," Kevin murmured, his eyes admiring her slender, nude silhouette. "If you're determined to worry, you'll do a better job of it if you're relaxed and rested." Mara did not answer, but continued to stare through the mists and the moving shadows of the herd boys, hurrying to tend the Nidra in the meadows. She did not see the slaves, though, or the beauty of the lands she had inherited from her forefathers. She only saw 1,000 Minwanabi soldiers crossing her borders bent on conquest. Kyoke must stay alive to manage while she was away, Mara thought. As if her lover had not spoken, she began a ritual prayer pattern invoking Lashima's protection upon the life of her advisor for war, who lay in a coma on his cushions with the red god poised for final conquest. Kevin sighed and uncurled like a hunting cat from the pillows his lady had vacated. Plainly, this was not to be a morning for talk and love-making. They had done enough of that last night anyway, the Midkemian reflected, running his fingers through his hair. Mara had come to him tense, almost to the point of anger, and their interaction had held little tenderness. Though usually content to be stroked into passion, Mara had hurled herself upon him as if frenzied with lust. Her hands came as close as they ever had to scratching, though violence of any sort in the bedchamber abhorred her. And when she found her release, in a convulsive burst of emotion, she had sobbed stormily into his shoulder and soaked her hair with her tears. Not being Tsurani, Kevin had not been repulsed by her break in composure. Sensitive that this woman needed comfort, he had simply held her and stroked her until she fell into exhausted sleep. Now, watching her stand, sword straight and slim as a girl, in the frame of the opened screen, he saw that she had recovered her resilience.
She was very strong.
But upon her shoulders rested the well-being of all who made their livelihood on her far-flung holdings, from respected factors and advisers to the lowliest of her kitchen scullions. Fear for her young son haunted her, waking and sleeping, and Kevin wondered how long she could last before she broke under the strain. He arose, tossed a robe over his shoulders. Even after 3 years, he could never quite feel comfortable with the Tsurani disregard for modesty, and joined Mara by the screen. He slipped an arm over her shoulders, surprised to find her rigid and shivering. "Mara," he said gently, and opened his robe and wrapped one side of it around her, bundling her against his warmth.
"I'm worried about Kyoki,"
she admitted, snuggling against him.
"You have been a great comfort."
She rested her head against his forearm and tickled a playful hand down his groin. Kevin considered sweeping her up and carrying her back to bed, but once again her thoughts carried her away from him, and after a moment she pulled clear of his embrace and clapped her hands sharply. Servants invaded the chamber, clearing away sleeping mat and cushions and hustling to assemble Mara's wardrobe. Kevin retired to a screened-off corner to dress. When he emerged, he was surprised to see a breakfast tray laid with fruit, chocha and bread, but untouched, and although a staff of 3 remained standing by to serve, Mara was no longer in the room. "Where is the lady?" Kevin inquired. The house servant in charge regarded him with no sense of humility. No matter how fine the embroidery on Kevin's Midkemian-style shirt, he was still a slave, inferior in station, and not worthy of courtesy from a free man.
"The lady has gone to the front entrance."
He fell silent, and a small battle of wills ensued. At last, seeing that Kevin would neither demean himself further by speaking, nor go about his business, but would stand staring down from his immense height with unblinking blue eyes, the servant sniffed. "A messenger has arrived."
"Thanks,"
Kevin muttered with dry irony, wishing as always that the Tsurani caste system were less rigid, and that someone in the whole bowing and scraping lot had thought to inform him of the arrival. Even Mara, but she had worries enough. He pulled on his sandals in hopping leaps through the door and hurried down the corridor to join her. The messenger proved to be one of Arakasi's, dust-covered and travel-worn. A boy in his teens, he had plainly run through the night, and from a distance much farther than Sulankure.
"We are committed to 3 shrines," he was saying as Kevin drew close. "1 must be stone, and we must also build a prayer gate on your estate to the gods of fortunate aspect."
This meant Chochokan, Lashima, Hantukama, and a half-dozen others Kevin could not separate, their names and their qualities being strange to one of foreign origins. In Kelewan there was even a god who governed the concept of honour.
"The facing must be of Kokara,"
the messenger ended, in pointed reference to the prayer gate. The promised structure would become a costly undertaking, Kevin realised, as he sorted through his growing Tsurani vocabulary and identified Kokara to be a shell resembling abalone. But matters of finance and debt left Mara surprisingly unconcerned.
"When will the healer priest arrive?"
The messenger bowed.
"Noon today, lady. Arakasi's man arranged for hired bearers and paid the premium for haste."
Mara closed her eyes, her face delicately pale in the thinning mists of dawn.
"Pray to the gods of fortunate aspect that we have that long."
Then she seemed to notice the messenger's weariness as if for the first time.
"Rest and refresh yourself," she said quickly. "You have done well, and your master's pledge to Hantukama shall be met. I will speak to Jikan at once, and by the time the priest arrives we will have artists at work on drawings for the shrines and prayer gate."
She would need to sell some outlying holdings to pay her account to the healer priest, but that was of decreased concern with the Dastari campaign in the offing. Some of the outlying properties must be sacrificed anyway, and their garrisons brought home to deter any threat to the estate. But although Mara usually attended to such important matters personally, this time she delegated responsibility to Jikan. She heard and granted a list of requests from Lujan concerning immediate outfitting needs for her soldiers. Then, without a thought for the breakfast she had forgotten, she continued onward to the chamber where Kyoke lay, surrounded by candles and eased by servants, but unconscious beyond recall. And breathing so shallowly that it seemed impossible he was alive. Kevin waited respectfully in the doorway, while Mara crossed the lit expanse of the floor and fell to her knees on the cushion by Kyoke's side.
"Honored one, stay with us," she murmured. "Help will be coming by noon today. Arakasi has found a priest of Hantukama who travels even now to aid the Akoma."
Kyoke lay utterly still. Not even his eyelids flickered, and his skin remained white as nut paste. Inescapably, he was a man at death's door. Kevin had observed enough battle wounds and their after-effects to recognize the facts. In pity, he left the doorway and crouched down beside his mistress. His hands locked solidly around her waist, and he said, "Dear one, he cannot hear you." Mara shook her head stubbornly, and her unbound hair filled his nostrils with its scent.
"We believe differently. The wheel of life is many-sided, so say our priests. Kyoke's fleshy ears may not hear, but his spirit, resting within his wall, never sleeps. His spirit will know I have spoken, and will take strength from Hantukama to hold Turakamu at bay."
"I hope your faith bears fruit," Kevin murmured. But he looked at Kyoke's wasted flesh and the hands upon which past sword scars showed like a white intaglio design, and he felt his own hope falter. His hands tightened upon the lady to share comfort and also sadness, and a fear he lacked the courage to face. Should he lose her, he thought, and banished the idea at once. An uneasy discovery followed that, should he be offered the chance for free return to his homeworld, he might not wish to leave her side. "Live, Kyoke," he said. "You are needed." And whether or not the wall of the warrior could hear him, the tall Midkemian spoke the words equally for himself. The healing priest of Hantukama arrived just past the hour of noon, with such marked lack of ceremony that his presence came as a surprise. Mara had not left Kyoke's chamber. She had answered the questions of her advisers there and turned away servants who offered food. When noon came, she arose and began to pace, her brows drawn in a frown. Occasionally, she would turn a concerned glance at the too-still figure amid the cushions. Kevin, sitting quietly to one side, observed his lady's agitation, but knew better than to speak or offer sympathy. She might appear to be wholly absorbed in her worry, but the distance in her eyes warned otherwise. Her thoughts were very far from this sick-room, enmeshed in rituals of prayer and meditation learned in Lashima's temple. There was rhythm to her movements, a dance-like adherence to forms that bespoke purpose rather than an aimless burning of energy. She finished one such pattern, blinked like a dreamer roused from sleep, and found a plainly robed figure standing beside her. Dust-streaked, slender to the point of fragility, he wore robes that were almost as coarse as a slave's. His hands were dark from the sun, and his face like a wrinkled, dried fruit. He did not bow, but looked upon the lady of the Akoma with dark eyes that burned with a tireless energy. Mara started slightly. Then she made a holy sign with one hand.
"You serve Hantukama as healer."
The man did bow then, but not to her.
"The god walks in my presence."
His brow furrowed.
"I did not interrupt your Dochanlu?"
he inquired, referring to the exercise of walking meditation. Mara waved the apology aside.
I welcome your presence, Holy One, and would gladly suffer interruption had there been one.
With no apparent strain, and not even a glance at the comatose form of Kyoke, she went on to offer the little priest refreshment and food if he required. He looked at her, considered, and then smiled, a startling expression that radiated a warmth of compassion.
The lady is gracious, and I thank her, but my need is not so great.
And to Karma bless you, Holy One,
Mara said, and relief showed plainly in her voice as she indicated the sick warrior upon the mat.
There is one here in grave need of healing.
The priest nodded once and moved beyond her. The back of his head was shaved in a semicircle that began just behind the ears and ended at the nape, where the hair had been allowed to grow long in a lustrous tail of intricate braid.
I will need basins, water, and a brazier,
he said, not looking around.
My assistant will bring in my herbs.
Mara clapped for a servant, while the priest bent and, with neat economy of movement, removed his dirty sandals. At his request, a servant washed his hands and feet, but he refused the use of a towel. Instead, he laid his damp fingers upon Kyoke's forehead and stood for an interval, not moving. His breathing slowed to match that of the injured warriors. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then he ran his fingers lightly down Kyoke's jaw and neck and on, over the coverlet and bandages that clothed the warrior's sinewy body. Over the site of each injury, the priest paused, profoundly still, then at last moved on. When he reached the warrior's one foot, he stopped, slapped the sole gently with his palms, and said a word that seemed to ring with echoes. He turned at last to Mara, and now his face looked grey and worn and weary.
The warrior is at the gates of the halls of Turakamu, and holds back his entrance only by great force of will,
he said sadly.
He is nearly beyond recall. Why do you wish him to live?
Mara stepped backwards into the unyielding wood of the doorframe and wished that Kevin's arms were there to support her now. But she had sent the barbarian off out of fear that his outworld beliefs might unwittingly offend the priest. She looked at the ragged little man, whose hands were heavy with calluses and whose eyes saw far too much. She weighed his question carefully, aware that much depended on her answer. She sorted through the memories of Kyoke, from the strong hand that lifted her when she fell and scraped her knees as a child, to the sword that had never faltered in defence of her father in the face of his enemies. How greatly the Akoma name depended upon Kyoke's expertise. The reasons she should want him back were myriad, too many to say in one breath. She considered her former force commander for himself, his loyalty and his honour, a shining inspiration to all of the soldiers he had led. She opened her mouth to say that he belonged at the head of her army, but something Kevin had once observed jostled the words from her mind. Swayed by this markedly foreign concept, Mara blurted something very different from what she had initially intended. "We wish Kyoke among us because we love him." The priest's critical expression broke into a surprised but heartwarming smile.
Lady, you have answered well and wisely. Love by itself is the healer, not honour, not need, not duty. For love alone will my god Hantukama answer summons and lend your warrior the strength to live.
Mara felt weak in the knees. In an overwhelming rush of relief, she heard the priest excuse her from the room, that he have solitude to invoke his sacred rituals. Alone, except for his assistant, a boy with shorn hair and a loincloth not so very different from a slave's, the priest of Hantukama set up his brazier. All the while he worked, his voice intoned a chant that rose and fell like poetry, like music, but not. The guards beyond the closed screen felt the hair prickle at their napes, and they sweated, aware of powers beyond their understanding being summoned beyond the wall. The priest opened a voluminous satchel and set forth small bundles of herbs, each one painstakingly blessed and tied with threads spun in a ritual known only to a handful of his brethren who wandered the empire in Hantukama's service. Each little bundle had a packet attached, labelled with holy symbols and sealed with scented wax. Not even the assistant knew what ingredients made up the fine powders inside. Out of respect, the boy had never dared to ask. The priest sorted through his sacred remedies, lifting them, weighing them, sensing to the depths the viruses imbued within each. He discarded the ones made for coughs and others in sorcel to encourage fruitful childbirth. He laid others for blood loss and infections and fevers and proper digestion in a neat array to one side. To these he added still more, for reinstatement of the spirit and restoration of the circulation and the knitting of injured bone and sinew. He deliberated a moment, touched Kyoke's hand, and added another for strength. Over the leg he clicked his tongue. He could not restore tissue that had been severed and discarded. Had the cut limb been saved in turpentine, he might have managed, but maybe not. The belly wound offered difficulty enough.
"Old warrior,"
murmured the priest between invocations,
"let us hope that you love yourself enough to transmute the shame of bearing a crutch into the pride of wearing a badge of honor."
His wizened hands rearranged the remedies into patterns and blessed them again and again. At one point, Kyoke's body lay ringed with little bundles of herbs. At another, he wore them in rows down the nerve centres of his torso and abdomen. Then the boy assistant lit the brazier, and one by one, with the appropriate song of praise to Hantukama, the bundles were lit and consumed. The packets of powder were dusted in the air above Kyoke, with murmured exhortations to breathe deep, breathe in the strength of the earth and the regenerative powers of the god. The last of the herbs went up in smoke, and the chamber swirled with incense. The priest gathered his inner energies into a tight knot and became a channel for the glory of his god. He bent over Kyoke and touched the chilly hands that lay unmoving on the coverlet.
"Old warrior,"
he intoned,
"in the name of Hantukama, I ask that you give up your sword arm. Your hands are not yours, but my god's, to work for peace and harmony. Give up your striving and walk in love, and find your strength returned in full measure."
The priest paused then, waiting as quietly as a fish in the depths of a noon-heated pool.
"Find your strength,"
he murmured, and his voice held a coaxing tone, as though he spoke to a tiny child. At last, reluctantly, a warming began beneath his fingers. The sensation grew to a glow that brightened softly yellow. The priest nodded and set his hands over Kyoke's face.
"Old warrior,"
he intoned,
"in the grace of Hantukama, I ask that you give up your senses, vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Your senses are not yours, but my god's, for experiencing the glory that is life. Give up your speech and walk in joy, and find your senses enhanced and fully vital."
The glow happened more slowly this time. The priest fought sagging shoulders while he moved on and laid dry hands over Kyoke's heart.
"Old warrior, by the will of Hantukama, I ask that you give up your desires. Your spirit is not yours, but my god's, for reflecting the perfection that is wholeness. Give up your wants and live in compassion, and find your being filled in full measure.
The priest waited, huddled into himself like old stone. The assistant watched with folded arms and wide eyes, and, when the glow came, it crackled and blazed like a new fire, and bathed the sick man from head to foot in curtains of impenetrable brilliance. The priest withdrew his hands, cupped as though they held something inestimably precious.
"Kyoke,"
he said gently. The warrior opened his eyes, stiffened sharply, and cried out at the blinding light that stabbed into his eyes and filled his spirit with awe.
"Kyoke,"
repeated the priest. His voice was tired but kindly.
"Fear not. You walk in the warmth of my god Hantukama the healer. Your lady has petitioned for your health. If my god grants you life and restored health, how will you serve her?"
Kyoke's eyes stared straight ahead into the blazing net of healer's spells.
"I serve her always, as a father does a daughter, for my heart knows her as the child I never had. Sezu I served for honor. His children I serve out of love."
The priest's weariness fled.
"Live, Kyoke, and heal by the grace of my god."
He opened his hands, and the light flashed intolerably, blindingly bright. Then it faded, leaving only the dying embers in the brazier and the played-out smoke of burnt herbs. On the mat, Kyoke lay quiet, his eyes closed and his hands as still as before. But a faint flush of rose showed beneath his skin, and his breathing was long and deep, that of a man in sleep. The priest sat carefully on the cushion Mara had used earlier for kneeling.
"Fetch the Lady of Narcoma,"
he told his young assistant.
"Tell her with joy that her warrior is an extraordinary man. Tell her that he will survive."
The boy started up and ran to do the bidding of his master. By the time he returned with the lady, the priest had packed up his brazier. The ashes and the coals were mysteriously disposed of, and the little man who had brought them the miracle was curled up in sleep upon the floor.
"The healing was a difficult one,"
the boy assistant confided. Then, as Mara's servants attended to the needs of his master and brought dishes of food for the boy, Mara went to the pallet and quietly regarded Kyoke.
"He will sleep for several days, probably," the boy explained, "but his wounds will slowly close. Do not expect him to be on his feet too quickly."
Mara smiled wryly. She could see the changes that indicated a return to vitality, and her heart sang inside with gratitude for the gift of the priest and his god.
"We are going to require a warrior of extraordinary strength and courage to tell this old campaigner that he must keep to his bed. For as I know Kyoke, he's going to wake up asking for his sword."
The days passed in a flurry of activity. Factors arrived and departed at Jikan's direction, settling the sales of Nidra stock and incoming shipments of supplies. The sheds that once housed breeding bulls were now half filled with chests of new armour and swords. Akoma leatherworkers stitched tents for barracks in the desert, and the potters fashioned clay hurricane lamps, pierced in patterns, to cradle oiled rags for torches. Dastari was a barren land and devoid of trees. The woodworkers fired their ovens to make charcoal. The bustle was not confined to the craftsmen's compounds. The practice yard lay under a continual cloud of dust as Lujan drilled his soldiers and green, newly promoted officers. He staged manoeuvres in the fields, swamps and woodlands, and came back with chosen soldiers to walk barefoot, their muddy war sandals in hand, through the main house to the chamber where Kyoke lay recovering. The advisor for war reviewed their performance, criticised their weaknesses, and praised their strengths. He spent the hours in between poring over maps of the estate and working out strategies of defence. From his mat, he held classes for officer training. For no one doubted that Tasayo of the Minwanabi had contrived the Dastari campaign for no other reason than to leave the Akoma vulnerable. Mara herself was everywhere, overseeing all aspects of the endeavour that prepared her army for departure. On the morning that Nicoya finally contrived to overtake her, with Kevin absent and no servants or advisers at hand, the lady was seated in her garden by the fountain under the ulo tree. She often used the place for informal meditation, but lately her free time had gone exclusively to her son. Nicoya peered surreptitiously at her lady's quiet pose and frown that faintly marked the skin between her brows. She measured the hands, which were still, and judged the moment propitious for talk. Nicoya entered the garden and bowed before her mistress. Mara bade her rise and sit on the cushions with her. She regarded her first adviser with eyes that had circles under them, and said,
"I wrote the letter to Hokano yesterday."
The old woman nodded slowly.
"That is well, but not my reason for seeking you."
Mara's frown deepened at the tone of her adviser's voice.
"What is it, mother of my heart?"
Nicoya loosed a deep sigh and plunged.
"Lady, I would suggest that you be thinking of choosing my successor. Do not think I dislike my duties, or that I feel the honour of my post as a burden. I serve my lady gladly in all ways, but I am growing old, and it is in my heart to point out that you have no younger servants in training to assume the mantle of adviser when I am gone. Jikan is middle-aged, but he lacks canniness in politics. Kyoke has the perception to take on the role of first adviser, but he and I are of an age, and there will not always be a priest of Hantukama to defer the red god's due."
A breeze sighed through the ulo leaves, and water splashed in the fountain. Mara's fingers stirred against the loosened folds of her robe and gathered the fabric about her.
"I hear you, old mother. Your words are wise and well considered. I have thought upon the issue of your replacement."
She paused and softly shook her head.
"You know, Nicoya, that too many of our best people died with my father."
Nicoya nodded. She gestured to the fountain.
"Life continually renews itself, daughter of my heart. You must find new minds and train them."
That was a risky venture, as both of them knew. To take on new servants and raise them to high levels of responsibility invited the chance for an enemy to infiltrate a new spy. Arakasi's network was good, but not infallible. Yet, the necessity could not be denied. Mara needed trusted people around her, or she would be too encumbered by everyday decisions to maintain her status in the great game.
"I will put effort into finding a new cadre of advisers, but after the campaign in Dastari is completed,"
she concluded at last.
"if I return home and the Natami remains in the sacred glade, then we will search for new talent. But the risk is too great to be taken beforehand. Ayaki must be surrounded only by servants who were born here and whose loyalty remains beyond question."
Nicoya arose and bowed.
"My lady's permission to leave?"
Mara smiled slightly at the stoop-shouldered figure of her adviser.
"Permission given. Take a nap, old mother. You look as if you could use it."
"I just got up," Nicoya snapped. "Take a nap yourself, and without that Nidra stud of a barbarian for a change.
When he's there, you get no sleep, and you'll be needing thizer powder to cover the wrinkles that come before you're 30.
Sex does not make wrinkles, Mara laughed. That's an old nurse's tale. Don't you have duties? The day's messages to sort through?
I do have that, Nicoya conceded. You're getting more inquiries from suitors.
Opportunists, Mara said, suddenly annoyed. They think to marry me as consort and inherit if I fall in Dastari. Or else they are agents of Desio, thinking to open my gates to his army. Why else petition the lady of the house that's entering into peril?
Yes, lady,
Nicoya said quickly, and the smugness behind her meek tone betrayed her satisfaction. Mara might be young and foolish in the bedchamber, but when it came to politics she had an excellent grasp indeed. What remained to be seen was whether she was gifted with the mind of a general of armies. Dastari and the desert men were going to offer a swift and perilous education.